Carrie here from Homestead How. Welcome to the 24-hour live stream. I can't believe this is happening. Dr. Berryfinger, before we get started, I'm going to have to push this button right here. Here we go. Maybe if I can find the button. Boom. You see that? 24 hours. So,
nice.
I don't know, I got a bunch of notes, but I think we're just going to wing it. So this is going to be crazy. We have an incredible lineup of doctors, specialists, experts, but more important than that, we have an incredible lineup of individual stories, individual important stories. I got to play this 2-second clip here real quick because this is my favorite, and this epitomizes, encapsulates this whole thing right here. It's Dr. Kiltz.
Documented stories,
yes,
that matter.
It's the documented stories that matter. That's the goal of the Carnivore Diet Documentary, is to share real examples, real stories from people. And a couple of days ago, I asked people to send me their testimonial, their carnivore testimonial. And yesterday, I spent all day going through 2.5 hours worth of these 3-minute testimonials. And I was crying yesterday. Like it really affected me. And it's such an important thing. These people have an important story to tell and to share, and they're fired up. And so we're going to have those peppered throughout the whole event, throughout 24 hours. And then at the very end of it, I've edited them all together. It's 2 hours and 11 minutes. I'm going to play every single one of those. This is going to be at hour 24, hour 25, hour 26. God willing, I'm still going to be sitting here watching every one of those with you. So before we go too much further, I want to introduce my co-hosts. Starting with Alia, you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. My name's Alia. I've been on the carnivore diet for 6 months, and I'm really excited about sharing my success stories and other people's, and I just want to help as many people as possible. It's really sorted out a lot for me in my life, including regulating all my female hormones. And when you're out of whack with those, you're a little crazy. So I'm glad I'm not crazy anymore. No, I'm just joking.
Crazy still. Hey,
I'm crazy in a different way now.
Alia is a little crazy still, and everyone can thank Alia because we wouldn't be here today without her. Stop doing the dishes. She was doing the dishes and got a great idea to do a 24-hour live stream, and now here all of us are. It's also Alia's birthday today, and Alia has been so generous with her time. An incredible amount of time has gone into this event from Alia, Adam, the whole team, and everyone. So can't thank you enough, Alia. Huge shout out. Adam, what about you? Can you give a little intro?
Well, my name's Adam. I've been carnivore for about 9 months approximately. I've lost 70 pounds. I've cured a traumatic brain injury. My body's done it. I haven't done it on the carnivore diet. Plantar fasciitis, brain fog. My vitiligo autoimmune condition is reversing. The benefits are off the charts. I can't even, there's not enough time here to list everything. So I'm truly grateful and thankful for this way of living, and I can't wait to bring this documentary to millions of people.
I'm truly grateful and thankful for Adam and everyone on the team, but Adam was one of the first people when I decided I wanted to do this documentary that reached out and said, well, if I got to come and sweep the floor at the movie theater, whatever I got to do, I want to help. And we wouldn't be here right now without Adam. Seriously. I think I would get the documentary done, but it would be about 7 years from now. But because of all these people helping, like, it's been absolutely amazing. And huge shout out, Alia, Adam, Sean, who's going to introduce himself next. I have all of their links in the description below. These are some of the best people in the world. They're doing their own YouTube channel. They're interviewing other carnivores, and they're helping reach the hopeless, which is the goal of the documentary and the reason we're here today. So I can't thank you enough, Adam. Next up, the man, the myth, the legend, Sean, Intentional Carnivore. Sean, before you introduce yourself, I don't know that we would be here without you either doing this documentary. You were one of the first people I spoke to, and you got me so fired up. You used the word hopeless, and that just resonated with me so much because I've been there in terms of depression for years and years and years. And you were hopeless on your couch. The fact that you overcame that and then the incredible weight loss and everything else is just amazing. I got to shut up now. I'll let you introduce yourself. But one other thing I wanted to say real quick. I just popped on yesterday. You were on a live stream. You have a smile this big. You went from hopeless to just excited and happy and a completely different person. I get the comment every time we do a video together. This guy, Sean, should be a motivational speaker. He went from laying on the couch to motivational speaker. So, Sean, if you wouldn't mind, could you introduce yourself and give us a little bit about your background?
Absolutely. So I guess I got to get my spiel in because there's no telling how much longer I'm going to have in this 24 hours. We got a lineup coming up. So I am Sean, the intentional carnivore. I started carnivore about 517 odd days ago. I don't know, something like that, on April the 17th, 2022. Since that time, I've completely reversed the depression, the anxiety, the basic PTSD. I've lost 269 pounds. I reversed type 2 diabetes, not alcoholic fatty liver disease, sleep apnea. I'm off of my medication for hypertension, 3 of them, by the way. I'm off the 2 medications that I took for gout, along with a host of other things. I've learned so much over the last year and a half. Basically, everything has been quite an amazing experience, and I'm extremely thankful for the way that it's happened. I'm thankful for being able to stumble across Joe Rogan talking about it, into Dr. Barry's group that day, and then into Carnivore Quest with Larry and Cassie, and the community in and of itself at large. And my story is still being written. So, the consistency, the discipline, and all the things that go along with it has definitely not been easy. I've not been perfect at it. I've just been consistent, but I'm continuing that, and my story's still being written with the YouTube thing, and I'm pretty excited about today. So, and the big message, like you said, man, hope. There's so many people out there that are trying to live without it or with low levels of it, and I want you to know that you don't have to continue to live that way. There's hope for you.
Absolutely. Love it. We have a heck of a lineup starting in a couple of minutes with Dante from Frigno Freedom. That's where I learned about carnivore years ago. Speaking of the lineup, I just want to share this screen real quick. Shout out again to Adam. Carnivore Today is Adam's YouTube channel and website, and he put together this whole schedule. And just look at this. This is crazy. This is what's happening over the next 24 hours. And there's actually a lot more people that we didn't fit in the thumbnail. All of these amazing doctors, but also individuals with all of their stories. So there's a link below the video. You can click on this, or you can go over to carnivoretoday.com, and we have the whole lineup for the whole day. We got Dr. Tony Hampton, Dr. Wiedemann, Amanda, Bella, Steak and Butter Girl, Dr. Sean Baker, Dr. Kiltz, Bill Knott himself, Kelly Hogan. It's humbling. It's crazy what's happening. So it's going to be one heck of a day. And then Sean mentioned, if you're hopeless and you need hope, this is going to be the event for you, because besides the good doctors that we have on, I have so many inspirational stories from individuals, and we're calling it our hope segment. So we'll share that with you in a second. We've got a little bit of an intro and what you can expect today. This whole event for 24, 25, 26 hours, whatever it takes, is going to be live. We have a couple of pre-recorded things we'll watch with you. This is one of them I wanted to share quickly, just to give you an overview of what you guys can expect today. So much for joining us on our 24-hour live stream. The purpose of this event is to raise funds for our Carnivore Diet Documentary. You can learn more at www.carnivoredietmovie.com. Every penny we raise goes towards this documentary. What is this documentary, you may be asking? Well, we want to follow around real people, and we want to showcase real examples of people doing the carnivore diet for 1 year. That's people with obesity, type 2 diabetes, depression, anxiety, IBS, stomach issues, autoimmune disorders, women's health, a variety of issues doing the carnivore diet. And the main thing is we want to share the truth. And the purpose of this documentary isn't to say, you should be doing carnivore. The purpose is to say, look at all of these examples, real world examples of people doing carnivore. And here's honestly what happened. Good or bad, we're going to show it all in this documentary. My goal with this is to reach millions. And I'm not going to stop until we reach millions. I say it's my goal, but it's become my mission, my purpose. It's become a responsibility. We've reached so many people through our YouTube videos, but we're just getting a fraction of the people that we could hit with this documentary. So it's very important to me. I'm putting everything I have into this, and it's not just me, it's a whole team of people. It's our documentary. So Adam from Carnivore Today, Alia Wells, everyone that's been volunteering their time, and then all of these amazing doctors. This documentary is going to change the world. I'm not going to stop until it reaches millions of people, and we're doing it together as an amazing community. So I can't thank you and everyone enough. I'm so excited to start filming more. We already traveled out to Alaska and captured Bill Knott's story.
The thought of being able to go outside again is... When you're a prisoner for so long.
The start of his story.
God bless you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Whew. Wow. 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 Come on, Bill. Bill, you can do this. Do it, Bill. Do it. You got this. He's been doing carnivore now for a while, and he's just thriving. 700 pounds, has been stuck in his house for 4 years. And I'm gonna go back there and I'm gonna document it when he walks out those doors. But the story's gonna have a beautiful and happy ending. And I wanna be there when it happens, when for the first time in 4 years, Bill opens his front door and walks out into that beautiful Alaskan wilderness. And he's gonna have an entire new life ahead of him. Yeah, boy, is that gonna be something. Boy, is that going to inspire a lot of people. And boy, am I going to be so happy for Bill when he does that. And he starts living his life again and his dreams again. And he's already starting to do that. He's just thriving on carnivore. And it's one of the most beautiful things ever. The thing is, though, there's millions of Bills out there that are hopeless. And other Carries that are hopeless. And my co-host, Sean from Intentional Carnivore, that man lost 245 pounds in 1 year doing carnivore diet. But he doesn't even care about the weight because he was hopeless with depression and anxiety stuck on his couch. That level of hopelessness is hard to describe to people, but I have been there, and there's millions of other people that are there right now. And they think there's no other option. They think this is the end. They don't know what else to do. There's no hope for them. There is hope, and we're gonna reach them with this documentary, with your help and the help of this amazing community and the help of these amazing, brave doctors that are speaking the truth and putting the good word out there. I've been so fortunate and so blessed to be able to talk to and interview these amazing doctors.
I'm just saying, eat this real food and stop eating this fake food. That's literally the message in its entirety.
We're not like shaming anybody, but just like look around. This is kind of crazy when you really observe with your own two eyes, not just people that are obese, but people that are like hunched over and they look fatigued and lifeless. And it's everywhere now. And it's just slowly happened that it's normal. If we could take a time machine, look 20 years ago, you'd see a couple people like that, but it's just more and more and more.
Yeah. Even from day one, when I first started advocating for this, I said, it's not going to be up to one person.
It's the documented stories that matter.
I evolved to that, and I think that's what I want people to do. Do your own version of an elimination diet, and let's see what happens.
I feel a calling. I feel a responsibility, like you said, Kerry. I feel like there's a weight on my heart.
No pressure. I don't want to put you on the spot, but I wanted to ask you if you'd be interested in participating in this documentary.
I would absolutely support that.
I definitely don't want to put you on the spot, but if you're interested in participating in any way whatsoever.
If I can help some way, I'd be happy to. So anyway, so there you go. Easy question.
I don't want to put you on the spot, but if you were interested in participating in any way whatsoever, it would be a huge honor. I think it would really help as well.
Oh, 100%. I'd love to.
I don't want to put you on the spot.
I'm in, by the way. I hope that was an ask.
Yes,
Okay.
I don't want to put you on the spot, but I wanted to get it on your radar and see if you'd be interested in being involved in any way whatsoever with the Carnivore Diet documentary we're putting together.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm 100% in. I can tell you right now, whatever you need me to do, I'm available and open. I'll make time in my schedule to make this a reality because I agree with you.
I'm so grateful that you've invited me here, and I'm inspired by what you're doing also.
So it's just amazing. We have all of these good doctors that are participating in the documentary, and we have hundreds of people that have registered, and we're still taking registrations. If you want to share your carnivore diet journey over the course of a year,
go to www.carnivoredietmovie.com. You can register for free, and you can possibly participate in this documentary. We have so many stories we're going to cover. After we do this live stream, I'm going to be traveling all over the country and all over the world to interview and document other carnivores just like Bill, starting their journey and then later finishing their journey, and then all of these good doctors you just watched, their insights as well. We're going to show the examples of carnivore over the course of a year with this documentary, and we're going to reach the hopeless and give them hope. And I can't thank you guys enough, or the community enough. Carnivore Diet has changed my life forever. It's changed so many people's lives, and it's my mission, it's my responsibility to make sure we reach as many people as we can. And I really think we're going to reach millions with this. Thank you so much.
All right, so that's the thought, the idea for the 24-hour live stream. You guys might be wondering, what am I wearing? We'll talk about that in a second. One of our first guests coming up here in just a couple minutes is the man himself, Dante from Frigno Freedom. That's a little hint, by the way. So a couple quick things. So we have the all of the links are below. The purpose of today is to raise the remaining funds we need to fund the Carnivore Diet documentary. So we don't have to do any more fundraising. Our ultimate goal today is to raise $50,000. The goal is to get, so we can hire crews and we can film the rest of this professionally and film all of those good doctors you just saw professionally. So there's links below. The best way, if you're interested in donating, is donate.carnivoredietmovie.com. You can see it on the top of the screen. That goes through the GoFundMe, and that's kind of the most bang for your buck. You can also do super chats. You can buy shirts. We got some other things we're doing as well. If you do a super chat, we're going to try to get to them, but this is going to be a rapid fire event. We have such an amazing lineup of doctors, especially during the day-to-day. We're not going to have time to get to all of them. So we're only going to be shouting out super chats today, and we're not going to be able to get to all the questions, but we're going to try our best. If there's a whole bunch of stuff we missed, I might do a follow-up live stream after and try to cover them after the fact. So in just a minute or two, we're going to jump on here with Mr. Ferrigno himself. I can't wait for that. I got one more thing I want to show you guys. So we just talked about all of these good doctors and the amazing lineup we have. Well, the other thing that I'm even a little bit more excited about is the individual stories. Like Dr. Kilt said, it's the documented examples. It's the individual stories that really matter. And we're gonna have a lot of those throughout the day for you. And so this right here is just a little quick short video clip. It's like 2 minutes. It's going to show you some highlights from some of these that you're going to see throughout the day. I think you guys are really going to like this. I'm going to just share this quick.
We're not supposed to die sick.
I was just sick of being sick.
The main thing has been my diet and fasting. That has helped with my chemo. I've been a carnivore now for over a year.
In that first year of going carnivore, I lost 120 pounds.
I stopped snoring the first week. I started waking up in the mornings. I'd never been able to wake up in the mornings my whole life. Then I lost 7 pounds the first month. Then I lost 7 pounds the next month. Then I lost 7 pounds the next month. I lost 7 pounds every month for 7 months.
Before carnivore, I wasn't able to do and move and do the things that I wanted to do.
My tinnitus went away, my energy improved, my sleep got better.
And then it wasn't even a week. And all the inflammation had left my body.
And carnivore has freed me from all of that.
And this is him now. He got into his old Boy Scout shirt he hadn't put it on since he was 25 years old.
So I got to throw away all my clothes, and my psoriasis disappeared, and I had floaters in my right eye, and they cleared up.
The lump in my throat has gone. I get no acid reflux. I get no food reactions. I have no styes in my eyes, no ulcers in my mouth, no sore mouth, no Raynaud's.
It's changed my entire life, without a doubt. And so many other lives. I'm down 100 pounds since my heaviest. I've overcome depression, anxiety.
I'm getting stronger, much stronger than ever before.
There is a 5K that I have my sights on.
It's amazing what's happening to me.
It eliminated every inflammation in my body. Back pain, lower back pain, which I hadn't even said anything about. And it eliminated it all, right? In a week.
Started at 189 and currently weigh 128.
My blood pressure
is normal. It came down. It's now normal.
My mom went on the diet and her osteoarthritis went away. My dad went on the diet and he lost 70 pounds. He had psoriasis. That went away.
I've lost now 105 pounds.
For 30 days, I ate only meat and water.
30 days, within 30 days, I actually was able to get off blood pressure medicine.
I'm better now probably than I've ever been in my life, and I haven't been taking antidepressants for a whole year.
Yeah, you were off all meds.
I was off all meds by the end of my 30 days, and that was like, whoo, unbelievable.
I had arthritis so bad in my toe they thought it was gout. Completely gone. 18 months of suffering. They were going to do surgery on this foot.
And now, honey, we are medication free.
Yes.
I've been talking about this diet to spread awareness in hopes that the medical community can take something like this seriously.
You're muted, Carrie.
There we go. Sorry about that. I would say if that doesn't fire you up, I don't know what does. I don't know if we're going to have Jordan Peterson's individual story on here today or Michaela, but all of those other ones, those are from real people that sent those to me, and there's many more. So we're going to share those throughout the day. But why don't we get started and jump in with our first guest here, Mr. Ferrigno. Dante!
Hey guys. Hi, Aaliyah, Carrie,
How you
Sean,
doing, Dante?
Adam.
Good
Glad to
morning.
be here.
Thank you for being here, Dante.
Morning.
I'm so happy you're our first guest. I got a bunch of notes here, but we're just going to wing it. You were the first. You're the reason that I started Carnivore. I saw your video a couple of years ago, and it's all about the real documented examples. And for one reason or another, you decided to document the heck out of yours and really inspire a whole bunch of people. So I can't thank you enough. You see what I got on here?
Yeah, I saw that. Gave me a
You've
smile the
inspired me
moment I saw it.
in multiple ways. So I guess for our audience that's not familiar with you, would you mind maybe sharing a little bit about your background and how you found Carnivore, or I should say Lion Diet?
Well, let me start off by saying I'm thankful to be here, Carrie. I really love your enthusiasm and I love what you're trying to do. And when I hear that my story is what inspired you, and then I see you taking the ball and running with it like this and making the Carnivore documentary and just exposing this to so many more people than my reach has been able to get, I'm just glad to hear that, because every day I go into the world, go out into society, and I see people that have no idea what's holding them back. They have no idea what chains are on them and all the lies they've been told about food for the past 40 years. So it's just, I'm excited to be a part of this 24-hour live stream. And over the next 23 and a half hours, people are going to have the opportunity to hear story after story of success and opportunity for hope in their life at a time when so many of us are desperate for hope in so many ways, whether it be health or finances or just our overall well-being. This is a great thing you're doing, and I'm thankful to be able to be here to kick it off with you. Since I was able to get you started on the kickoff for doing this, I'm glad to be here. As far as my, no problem, man. As far as my background goes, I mean, I was always, the kid that had the weight problem when I was growing up. I was born in 1972, so I grew up in the 70s and 80s. And, it seems like a lot has changed as far as the way kids treat each other when it comes to body shape. And we used to get a lot of flack back then if you were not in shape. And it made me very self-conscious to have these issues. And I didn't understand why when I was younger. I didn't understand why they had to make me wear a trash bag over my body when I was running around the track in second grade football. And it was embarrassing, and it sucked. It sucked to be in that condition and not know why. And then I was, eating everything that my mother would bring my way and show me like, well, this is the healthy way to go. And she was following all the standards that, nutritionists and the experts out there were telling us what to do. I remember in my teens having all these powdered drinks and things like Cambridge and whatever Amway would make that was a food supplement, and trying to eat fruits and drink milk. And not that there's necessarily something wrong with milk other than lactose, which Mr. T used to tell us to always drink our milk, and I didn't understand why I was drinking all this milk and still staying heavy. And I realize now that sugar was my big issue, but it took me a long time to figure that out because, I looked at all these heroes that I was growing up watching, like Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sylvester Stallone. And I said, man, I want to have a body like that. I want to be able to not have this that I'm dealing with all the time. And I worked hard to try to get one. And by my senior year of high school, I had joined the wrestling team. I started to come into my own a little bit. My body started to lengthen out some. And I was young for a senior too, because I was 16 when I started my senior year. And I started jumping rope every day and getting in shape the way you do when you're wrestling heavyweight and you're 210, 215 pounds, and you got to wrestle these guys that are 275 pounds. You say, well, you know what? I need to either gain all that much, which I didn't want to do that, or I wanted to get down to the next lower weight class, which was 189 pounds. So I said, all right, I'm going to lose this 26 pounds or whatever it is I got to lose so I don't have to wrestle these monsters. And I wound up getting in shape doing that, eating a lot of fruits and vegetables and things, but I was tired and I was hungry all the time. So that was the hard part. But I found out that, diet was a big part of the plan as well as exercise. But I still struggled. And I couldn't understand why, when I was eating all the things they were telling me to eat, that unless I was exercising like mad, I was still gaining weight. And I said, this doesn't make any sense, but it's the only thing I've got to go on. And low fat was the big push back then. I remember watching these infomercials and things like that, and they would bring out this big vat that had, it was empty to start with. And they would say, this is how much fat you consume in a year. And they're pouring in this yellow material that looks like fat. I don't know if it was fat, but whatever it was, it looked like a big bowl of fat. And they would say, this is what you're putting on your body when you eat this stuff. So I bought all these things. I thought, well, that's the way to go. And I was low fat dieting and trying to stay in shape as much as I could, and eventually that got tiring. Because one, I was hungry all the time, and two, I didn't have very much energy. And then life started to kick in. I got into sales, and I was married young, had children young. And sometimes when you got all that going on, you start eating whatever's available. You start eating the fast foods and then going to the restaurants or eating whatever they would deliver pizza to us on a Saturday, for instance, if we were going to work a 12-hour day. And those type of things start to add up. I started putting on a few pounds. I was hitting 240, 250 in my 20s. And eventually, I was probably in my late 20s when I got rushed to the hospital one night, celebrating one of my wedding anniversaries with my first wife. And I woke up there and they told me, well, we're going to have to take your gallbladder out. And I said, well, why? And they said, well, you've got gallstones. And I said, well, what causes those? And they said, we don't know. It's just, once they're there, you're kind of stuck with this situation. You got to have this thing taken out because it's not going to allow you to function properly. It's going to hurt your liver and, it could be deadly. And I said, well, can't you break these things up with some sort of sonic waves or something like that? And they said, nope, this is your only solution. So I said, okay, well, I guess that's what I got to do. And I didn't know then, but I feel like I know now, is that it was the lack of using that bile that goes into your gallbladder to process fats when your body's not receiving any fats. And I was always eating, if I ate meat, it was lean meat. And I ate, like I said, I tried to eat a lot of salads and stuff, or I ate burgers because I ate a lot of restaurant food. Eating things like when I was living in Texas, we'd go out, get taqueria and things like that, which would have a lot of meats in them, but a lot of times they weren't really fatty meats. So I wasn't processing any fat. So that bile just sits there in the gallbladder until it hardens and turns into gallstones. So the diet that I was using to try to save my life was actually causing me to have more problems. And then it also, kind of set me up for some difficulties when I did figure out that a higher fat diet would be okay, because now I don't have a gallbladder. I don't have something there that's going to allow me to have that bile on demand to process all that fat. Thankfully, I've learned since then that your bile duct that goes from your liver to the gallbladder and then into the part of your digestion where it starts to process that fat, that duct can dilate some as you start to use more and more bile. So that's kind of become like a small backup gallbladder. And I'm thankful for that because I do eat a lot of fat now. And let's see. So after the gallbladder situation, I still kept trying to do what I could to keep in shape, but still struggling with the daily parts of life, and then going through a divorce and all the depression that comes with some of those things. You just keep eating. I actually lost weight shortly after my divorce, though, because I started an Atkins diet. This was before all the Atkins products came out. I had just read his book that talked about, oh, this is the way you eat to lose weight. And I thought, wow, you can lose weight eating steak? You can lose weight eating hamburger? And I said, well, I can definitely do this. And I did that, and I lost like 88 pounds in 6 months doing that. And I felt pretty good because I went from size 42 pants to size 32. But I didn't make a lifestyle change. I didn't say this is going to be it from now on. I was just doing it to get the weight off, because I remember I was sitting at a Taco Bell when I looked in the reflection in the mirror and saw my face at 302 pounds. And I said, who is that guy? What am I doing here ordering Taco Bell when I know this guy at my work has been losing all this weight doing this Atkins diet thing? I can change this. I can turn this around. And I started then. And like I say, over time, it probably took, I got down to 214 when I did that. And then I started hanging around in the 230s maybe for a year or so. But before long, I don't know. Let's see, it was after I met my second wife and got fat and happy in that marriage. I remember seeing I hit the scale at about 286 pounds just a few years ago. And I said, man, what is the deal? Because I was still trying to do low carb as much as I could. I would go to Hardee's and things like that, and I would get the low carb burger. And I eventually started leaving the ketchup off and tried to leave off some of the other stuff, but it was still a struggle. And I missed the bread. I was still craving for all of those things because I was eating some carbs, and it was causing me to want to keep going back to it. Not to mention I couldn't avoid sweets. That was always a tough spot for me. And as life continued on, I became an administrator at a retirement home, and there was a lot of pressures in that job, not only because the business itself struggled financially for being a small retirement home in a rural community, so the location was probably not the best for having a lot of people wanting to come. It was always a struggle with that. It was always a struggle with regulations. The government kept wanting to intrude more and more and more. Pressures in my daily life, pressures on my wife, causing pressures in my family. And the stress started to really become an issue too. And I think combining that stress and basically the standard American diet with some modifications, I had gotten rid of soda for a long time, but I was still drinking things like BAI, B-A-I, those antioxidant coconut flavored drinks. And I thought, this is doing me some good, but really, I don't think it was doing me any good at all, because that stevia and those other sweeteners can have an effect on your body where you still respond as if you're eating sugar. So I almost got to the point where the stress and the depression had me suicidal. And the reason I say almost is because they say if you think about it, then you might be. And I thought about it many times. So that, plus the fact that I had this gut problem that was just killing me. I used to describe it to people. I would say it feels like a black hole right above my belly button that's just sucking all the energy out of me. Now, that's also where they went in to remove my gallbladder. So I used to think maybe it has something to do with that. And then I had to have a mesh replacement or whatever they did. I don't know what they did 5 years later, but they went in to fix the problem because the mesh wasn't working anymore and my intestines were poking through the hole. So they had to fix that. So I wasn't sure if it was that problem or maybe it was the stress. I had heard about this thing called leaky gut, but my doctors didn't have any answers. They didn't have any clue. They had, put the scope down this end, put the scope up the other end, looked at everything they could look at and said, there's nothing wrong with you. And then I wound up having a $20,000 doctor bill on all the other stress that I had going on, and no answers. Doctors were making me feel like I was crazy. My wife was looking at me and saying, who is this man? This is not the man I married. He's stressed out all the time. He's making me crazy. He's unhealthy. He can't get to work and do what he's got to do. He's up all night long. He snores. I mean, I was causing all kind of trouble in my own life. And then I started watching this guy that I heard about called Jordan Peterson. I know you had some clips of his earlier, and Jordan Peterson was helping me with the mental part a lot to be able to try to get refocused on responsibility and taking control of your life and not being afraid to deal with the things you have to deal with, because I think a lot of the stress had worn me down to the point where I was just like, I don't want to face it anymore. I don't want to face these difficulties anymore. And he was helping me make some headway there. And I had a lot of respect for the way his mind worked and what he was offering for free. I mean, he was broadcasting his lectures as a university professor, as a clinical psychologist, for free to the world and offering some really great information. And then one day I saw him on Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan asked him, so are you still doing that all beef diet thing you've been doing? And it hit me like a ton of bricks. I said, all beef diet? How can you eat all beef? I read Dr. Atkins' book, and he said you got to eat spinach and you need to eat some other things, and mayonnaise was part of the diet. And I can't remember all the other things, but I mean, ultimately greens were a big part of the Atkins diet. And I thought, well, how are you able to function? I mean, meat doesn't have any nutrients in it, does it? Does it have any vitamins? I thought it was just kind of like a way to starve without starving, or a way to fast without fasting. But it wasn't going to give me the energy I needed, because when I had done Atkins diet, the one time I wasn't pounding vitamins like crazy, about 4 days into it, I felt like I was going to die. I woke up that morning. I said, I have no energy. I can't lift my arms. I can't lift my legs. And then I started listening to more about Jordan's story and about how it had healed all these different things for him. And then I found out he heard about it from his daughter, Michaela, who had kind of influenced him to get on this way of eating, because she had been researching ways to fix her problem, which was a juvenile rheumatoid arthritis that had left her with multiple surgeries and all kind of pain, and her, where her bones were rubbing against her bones and her joints. And she talked about how it had healed all of these things for her. But the key thing that she pointed out was finding out that you're going to be low on electrolytes on an all meat diet. And I thought, well, if that's the key to the energy and you don't need to be doing all these vitamins, maybe I can give this a shot again. Maybe this is my answer. And on January 14th of 2021, when we talk about stress, there was a lot going on in the year prior to that. So, I mean, it was just high stress point, trying to find a way to deal with these gut issues, wanting to get in shape again. I mean, it wasn't really on my radar, but I knew I was going to lose weight because of my experience on the Atkins diet. So I figured, well, I'm doing this little YouTube thing where I'm doing this game. I was doing Golf Clash as a broadcast on YouTube and sharing that. We had like a community of guys, and I think I had 500 subscribers at the time. So I thought, well, I'll document this experience and I'll share this, because I know there's a lot of folks out there who are going to be surprised that you can do a heavy meat diet and lose weight and get in shape. So I figured I would document it for them. And then when I started that diet, within just a couple of days, I started to feel better. I mean, it was probably the first 2 or 3 days. When you go back and watch my first video, 125 days on Lion Diet, you can see the change in my attitude from day 1 to day 3 is already becoming apparent, because I felt happy again. I felt excited. I felt like this is cool. I'm enjoying eating. And I don't know how long it was, but I started falling asleep at night. I couldn't fall asleep at night before this way of eating. I would be up until the sun was coming up, trying to go to sleep at night. And then I would be up all morning, or not up all morning, but asleep all morning. And then I'd wake up and have these constipation issues that were so bad I'd have to go sit in a bathtub and try to get loosened up. It was awful. But within a very short period of time, I found that I was going to sleep early, and I was falling asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow, which is something I'd never been able to do. And I was waking up at 4:30 in the morning, just ready to take on the day. And I thought, wow, man, this is an unexpected benefit. I had heard Jordan Peterson say it, but it wasn't on my radar, so I didn't think about it. I was mostly thinking about this gut problem that was making me sick and making me want to die. So I started to notice more and more benefits. I started to have energy that I had never had, or I always wanted to have. I always wanted to go exercise. I wanted to go for a walk, but it was always a bridge too far. Like I'd get out there and walk around the building at the retirement home for 30 minutes, and then I'd feel like I didn't do anything. I didn't even break a sweat. Why did I even waste 30 minutes doing this? But once I started to get this energy within a few months, I decided, you know what? I'm going to start doing push-ups in the morning. I'm going to do some in the afternoon, some in the evening, just to get some blood flowing, because I've got the energy now. And before long, I was doing 100, 150 push-ups a day. Now, granted, I was doing them all wrong. It's probably putting stress on my shoulders because I was just diving in and, you know, going in where angels fear to tread. But I started walking. I started getting that exercise. And I thought, wow, I do have time because I have energy. And it started to change things. And before long, I don't remember what the weight I got down to on that first video, but I know I hit 214 again, which was my lowest weight on Atkins. And this was only in 4 months. I started off around 275, and I thought, this is great. I'm back into size 33, size 32 pants. And that was something I hadn't done since Atkins. And then I just said, you know what? I was going to do this for 6 weeks, but I'm just going to keep on going. And when I released that first video and it took off like crazy, you know, hundreds of thousands of views within the first week. And I thought, well, I guess I need to keep talking about this. This has got some attention. I didn't know there was a carnivore community. I didn't know about Dr. Baker, or Dr. Barry, or Dr. anybody other than Dr. Peterson. And I said, well, I'll just keep talking about it. Maybe my story can continue to inspire others. And that's pretty much where it's been since. And since then, I hit the, you know, I hadn't been 189 pounds since that wrestling team situation. And I had to really work to get, because I was like 189.4 when I would get on the scale, and I was trying to suck in my gut and try to be as light as I could so that I could weigh in. I hit 176 pounds back in January of this year. I'm 6'1". And I thought I must have been 12 years old the last time I was 176 pounds. And here I am, 50 years old. I'm in the best shape of my life. I have more energy than I ever have. I'm getting way more done. I mean, productivity is off the charts now. And my attitude is better. My marriage is better. It's just, there's a lot more benefits I haven't even mentioned, like getting rid of snoring, getting rid of high blood pressure. I don't take any medicines anymore. I was on probably 5 or 6 different medicines. I don't think about those things much anymore, but I talk about them all in my videos, so you can go back and check those if you're interested in knowing the whole story. I've tried to document everything. I even had low testosterone before I started. I was on testosterone treatment when I started, and I had been for like 3 years, and it didn't seem like it was helping too much other than giving me some strength and giving me, you know, the ability to perform the problem that I was having when I had low testosterone. But I've been off of testosterone now for close to 2 years, and my testosterone levels have normalized, something my doctor said wouldn't be possible. And I'm just loving life. It's all thanks to a carnivore way of eating. Now, my particular one is lion diet, so I stick to only ruminant animals. I have dabbled with a few other things, including dairy and eggs, but I tend to stay away from pork and chicken, and I found that I really don't do well with dairy. So as long as I can curtail that, that's probably my biggest vice right now, is staying away from a slice of cheese or a piece of butter every once in a while. Even though I know they're bad for me, I keep justifying it because, hey, it's a plant-based item. I mean, a animal-based item, sorry. So it's got to be good. But, you know, as long as I stick to meat, I'm living and loving life.
That's amazing.
Awesome.
Like I want to say thank you, because I remember you were one of the very only people documenting back when I started in April of 2022, and the first thing I wanted to do was find somebody who was experiencing what I was looking for. And I'll never forget you standing there with your long hair in the kitchen, cooking grilling those, steaks in the pan. And it just really resonated with me because I had heard what the doctor said. And so I guess the question that I would want to know that I've been, just dying to ask you is like, at this point, you've seen the success, you've had a lot of great results. What are some steps that you implement intentionally into your day that keep you focused now? Because I'm worried, and I think I give a lot of thought to having that success, and I don't want the other side of that success to be the place that everything dies, if that makes any sense. So what is some steps that you keep in place intentionally every day that keeps you focused and going forward now?
Well, there's a few things. One is the saying I came up with. I was out doing a walk and talk one day, and I remember saying to the people I was talking about that first time I decided to get up and go for that walk, I said, screw it. I'm just going to get up and do it. And I even commented during the video, I said, that's a good little motto to have right there. And since then, that has become my motto. And when I start off, when I don't feel like it, when I don't want to do what I got to do, I just say, screw it. I'm going to get up and do it and go take care of it. And it always turns out that no matter how much I didn't want to get up and go do it, when I'm done, I feel 1,000 times better. And if I skip it, if I don't do it, I feel bad all day long. I feel like you wasted your time. You wasted your opportunity. You're just muddling through again. Don't let this happen again tomorrow. So that's a big one. I think another one that's important is the community itself, because this is a lifestyle change that your family and your friends, for the majority, are not going to understand. And even when they see the pounds dropping off, even when they see you having tons of energy, even when they see that your attitude has changed, they're still going to express concern. Because they've been told and they've been basically brainwashed to believe that this is going to kill you, that it's going to kill your kidneys, that it's going to kill your heart, that it's going to clog your arteries. And none of those things have been the case with me. I've had my kidneys checked over and over, and my EGFR keeps improving. The other statistic that I can never remember the name of is anyway, but whatever it is that deals with the kidney has stayed nice and level, so that it shows that there's no loss of function there at all. And I've even had a CT scan done once just because I was having some other issues with my prostate. I had a little case of prostatitis during this period. I'm 50 years old, so 48 years of eating the wrong way probably didn't help. But the prostatitis turned out to be infection related, according to the doctor. But I had the scan done because my brother-in-law was like, oh man, your kidneys, you probably got stones from eating all this stuff. So we went and got the thing checked, and no problem at all. No problems with my kidneys. There was no sign of any type of solids there. And not to mention, I've come to find out that most of the kidney stones are from oxalates. So it has nothing to do with what you're going to get from meat. It has a lot to do with what you're going to get from kale and spinach and all that kind of stuff that I was pounding before. Let's see, the liver, my doctor said I had borderline fatty liver disease when I started, so I haven't had that issue. But the carnivore community is so important because you're going to have these pushbacks from people. And a lot of them are going to go on for a very long time. I mean, people that have been watching me do this I'm coming up on 1,000 days of being on an all meat diet. And I think it's October 11th will be 1,000 days. And still, people that I've known all my life will say, I just don't think it's healthy. I just don't think. I'm like, did you think it was healthy when I was 300 pounds? Did you think it was healthy when I was wearing size 42 pants? You didn't say anything to me then. And, I guess that's part of that. They don't want to be caught fat shaming. But when they see you getting in shape and you're just doing something that doesn't match what they think is normal, they're going to give you pushback. And I can't understand why so many people continue to be that way, other than the fact that they are brainwashed. I mean, when you hear the same thing over and over and over and over for 40 years, you tend to believe it. And when you have a belief, it's harder to change what you think you believe is true than it is to learn something new, or something like that. I forget how that phrase goes, but you get what I'm saying. Like, you can't really convince people they've been fooled as easily as you can tell them the truth the first time, and then they just believe it. So they've grown to believe that these things about meat are true, and there's so many things that are not true. It makes it hard. So having that community is a big part of it. Now, I don't personally watch a lot of the YouTube community. I do watch some of the doctors because I don't have a doctor I can ask questions to. So I like Dr. Barry and Dr. Baker, and I even used to watch Dr. Saladino, although I don't know, he's done some things with his diet change that I don't totally agree with, so I don't watch him as much. But I get that community from the channel, because I get so many responses from the people that are out there that tell me that my story has affected them. So that keeps me going too. And I think it would be the same. It's a symbiotic relationship, because they're telling me how much I inspire them, and they inspire me right back. So that's been the key for me, is community, and then just that attitude of screw it. I'm going to get up and do it. I'm not going to let today get away. And I do take my rest days. As a matter of fact, today's Saturday, so this is my rest day. I want to take a break. I was moving trees all day in the yard yesterday, probably overdoing it a little bit. I'll have a video coming out, I think, tomorrow or Monday that shows some of that. And but it's nice at age 50 to be able to get out there and throw a 10-foot log on my shoulder and carry it off so that I can get it off my property. I just love it. I love that community, and I love when I get it done. Those are the keys.
Nice.
Well, thank you for doing what you do.
Absolutely.
Hey, thank you guys for being here too, because I mean, it's like I say, the inspiration we give each other helps us to overcome all this negativity that's out there about this. And I just want to see more people wake up. I love that friends of mine and some family members have joined in by finally seeing what I'm doing. And I can't wait to share some more of their stories. And I also agree with something Carrie said in the beginning. It's those individual stories that are so important. I love Dr. Baker and I love Dr. Barry, but these guys seem to be genetic freaks sometimes. They're big, beastly guys, and they're doctors. So, I mean, you look at them and you say, I can't be that. I mean, he's like the power lifter guy, and, you know, Dr. Barry's a practitioner, so you think he's got all this knowledge that you're not going to have. So you feel like you can't do this. But when I share these stories of regular people, and I do these carnivore conversations with some of the people who have found my channel and told me their stories, those are the most inspiring things out there, because somebody's story is going to be different than mine. And being able to share more of those stories, it's going to resonate with more and more people and start that cascading effect that we're seeing happen right here.
Right. The ripple effect. Yeah. I honestly don't believe we would be here doing this 24-hour live stream if I didn't learn about carnivore for you, because it fired me up so much. I don't, who knows what would have happened, but it's a crazy thing, that ripple effect, because now I'm doing it, and my mom's doing it, and both of my sisters are doing it, and it's just crazy how it spreads. I really love watching your YouTube channel. I wish we had more time to continue talking. We've got a little time left. I think, Adam, maybe we can do a super chat or two, but I was going to say, Dante, Ferrigno Freedom, I have a link in the description below. I highly recommend everyone check out Dante's channel. That's the biggest thing I see people getting stuck on. They always say you have to know your why. I think a lot of people know their why. They're desperate. There's desperate people out there that are hopeless. They have to know their how, and in order to figure out your how, you have to do the research. Like Dante was saying, there's so much amazing free information out there, whether it's from Dr. Jordan Peterson or from Dante's channel or these other channels. You just got to go out there and do your research. It's such a blessing that we have all this free information at our fingertips. You gotta use it to overcome your fear, so you can figure out your sort of how of it. But yeah. So Adam, is there any super chats we can cover quick? This is going to be such a crazy event.
Oh my goodness!
Talk to Dante for a couple more hours.
We have a lot. So we're going to try to go through these extremely rapid fire. So again, Dante, thank you for being here and helping with this cause. Undoubtedly, you've helped raise a lot of money so far. So thank you for that.
Absolutely. I'm glad to be here. Thanks.
Awesome. So first we have Peachy Pam is a new member. Thank you. The Retired Fat Guy, new member, awesome. Andy Pollock, new member. Carnivore Cure, new member. Alan, new member. Eat Meat, Feel Good, a new member. Susan Shaw, new member. Shannon Bedard, new member. The Kingdom Way Keto to Carnivore, new member. Don, new member. D. Metler 9, new member. Carnivosaurus Rex, new member. Healthy Carnivore UK, new member. Lee Kaiser, new member. The Poca Moonshine family, new member. And Carnivore Scott, what a beautiful day this is. Amen. Absolutely. Patty Ann, looking forward to finding even more YouTube channels to follow and learn from. And love watching this movement community grow. Thank you for all you do, Carrie. The Kingdom Way Keto Carnivore, Super Chat 279, thank you. And this is Kelly Hogan, I believe. My Zero Carb Life. I'm excited for the message to be spread. Eat the meat, save the humans. Kelly, awesome. Thank you. Tanja Butner, new member. Cristobal Gonzalez, Aller Zavalia, SEK, $27. Hi, I'm from Spain and live in Sweden. Awesome. And Dave Mack, $2,000 of yen, I believe. Super sticker. Thank you. Lou Lay, new member. Awesome. Michelle, $3 Canadian. Super sticker. Thank you. Matthew Tremblay, happy birthday and awesome stream. That's for Alia. It's her birthday today. Michelle, $5 Canadian. Super sticker. Thank you. Kathy D, $20. Awesome. Thank you so much. The Kingdom Way Keto to Carnivore, $6.99 Canadian. Super sticker. Thank you. Diane Keck, $50. Woohoo. Thank you. There's a lot of these. LAL Zero Carb 63, $4.99 super sticker. Thank you. Jonna Oliver, $9.99. Thank you. Petra, $11.99 super sticker. Thank you. $50 from Carnivore Brothers. Thank you so much. Cindy Nixon, new member. Awesome. Marnie Mack, $50 Canadian. Huzzah, everybody. Let's do this. We agree. The Retired Fat Guy, $20. History is being written and God has sent you, Carrie, to help bring back the way we are supposed to be eat. Fight back against big food, big pharma, and the crap the FDA is saying is okay and labeled as food. Thank you. Awesome. Good job. There we go. New member, Melissa, $1.99 super sticker. Ricky Lee, Adam S., $1.99 super sticker. Thank you. Martha, $20 super sticker. Thank you. 2, I guess that is. 6 weeks into carnivore. After 4 years of D2, my BSL is healthy range, stopped metformin and Ozempic, fibromyalgia almost gone, arthritis and wrists almost gone, and I've lost 28 pounds so far. Thank you for what you guys do. Love to you all from Australia, George. $50 super chat. Thank you so much. Awesome. E Raspberry, Canadian, $2. Awesome. Thank you. $20. Susan K, super sticker. Thank you so much. Adam S., $10 super chat. The Dreo Chef Maker is a game changer for carnivore convenience. Thanks for running this, Dante. That's a big one for Dante. Let's see. Healthy Carnivore UK. Man, this is never-ending list. $10 British pounds. Carrie really does walk the walk. I bought the T-shirt, but I'm donating as well. Awesome. Thank you. TMR 7171, $20. Thank you. Who's your Carnivore? $10. Carnivore for life. Love you all. Let's get this movie made. Awesome. Heat of Oregonian, $10 super sticker. Thank you so much. And Buck Desno, $10. Did Dante mention mood changes? I've been in and out of the room. That's it.
That's
Thank you. Wow. That's just the first hour.
Wow. It's humbling. I can't thank everyone. I can't thank everyone enough. It's again, every penny from these, the memberships, every single penny goes to the Carnivore Diet Documentary. So that's the amazing thing with all of this is I keep saying it's not my Carnivore Diet Documentary. It's our Carnivore Diet Documentary. It's not going to happen without this whole community. So I really appreciate it. I really appreciate you, Dante. I know I don't want to give you a big head like last time, but I hope you realize, I really do hope you realize and just take a deep breath and think about all the people's lives you've impacted, because I was just going to do that 130-day video, and the number of people I said that found carnivore the same way I did. Dante Ferrigno, Dr. Berry videos. They thought you were crazy. I thought you were crazy. Then we watched Dr. Berry videos, and so many people have taken that path. So it's just amazing what you're doing. And I got to show this real quick. This right here, look at this lineup of people. These are all here today. This is like the ripple effect, the downstream effect from you. I really don't think I'd be doing carnivore if it wasn't for you. And I know that's true for so many other people. So I can't thank you enough. You have an open invite anytime, and I really encourage everyone watching, check out Dante's channel. Go back, watch from the beginning like I did. Every time you post a video, I look forward to it. I enjoy doing it. Since you got the new house and now you got chickens, it's like really cool because I'm a homesteading guy here. So yeah, I can't thank you enough, Dante. Thank you.
Thanks for having me. I'm really just honored to be able to do this. This has become my purpose in life, is to be able to help people see that there is hope, that they can get healthy. And I'm just thankful to be a part of this. That's every day is a blessing when you're able to have that purpose and move forward and be able to help people see the truth. It's something that I've wanted to do all my life. When I used to talk about politics and history and things like that, and I still mix some of that in with my channel, but it felt like I was preaching to the choir or falling on deaf ears. And with this, I've been able to open people's eyes to something that is changing lives. And I'm just glad to be a part of it. And I appreciate you having me. Happy birthday, Alia.
Thank you so much. I'm 40 today, 40 years old. And I look a lot younger than I do than 6 months ago when I started.
It's fantastic. Yeah, my wife just hit the big 40, and a lot of people say, wow, she looks like she's in her 20s. I'm like, yeah, oh, wow. I know. I love it. I'm just so thankful. But I'm 50, so, you know.
You look amazing. Amazing.
Oh, and by the way, for those who ask, before I let you go, I shaved my own head because I was already losing my hair at the beginning of this, and I had been losing it up here for years. And I'd always said if I started to lose my hair, I was not going to go with the comb over and try to hide it and all those things. But that's exactly what I was doing for like 10 years because I wanted to hide my face. I wanted to hide the fat cheeks and everything else. And once I realized I don't have to hide anymore, I said, I'm just going to screw it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do what I've been saying I was going to do. And I shaved it off, and I don't miss it at all. So before anybody says I lost my hair on carnivore, this was a personal choice. Just wanted to let that be known. Anyway, I appreciate you guys for having me. I've already stayed longer than I think I should because I know you got a lot of folks coming, but I appreciate what you're doing, Carrie. And I hope you raise the money you need to get this movie made because it's going to help a lot of people.
Awesome. Thank you so much,
Absolutely.
Dante.
God bless you.
Have a good day.
God bless you guys too.
Bye.
All right. Alia, I think we have an update, right?
Yeah, so let me share my screen. By the way, everyone is amazing. You will not believe what has happened in the last hour. It is crazy, but I got to figure out how to share my screen. Sorry, I'm not as technically savvy as our friend Adam. 1 second. 1 second. Oh, share screen. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. 24-hour fundraiser. Here we go. Look at this, guys. Literally in an hour, we've made almost $1,100.
Wow.
You guys are amazing.
Oh, hang on.
This is incredible. It's been an hour. You guys are awesome. Rock and roll. We're definitely going to make $50,000 today. But I need to do some Alia math really quick. So everyone listen up in the chat. All 1,200 of you, listen up. Listen up, because this is some amazing math right now. So we have over 1,200 people watching. So if 1,200 people donated $100 right now, we would literally make $120,000. Unless my math is wrong. Adam, tell me if my math is wrong.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, that's right.
No, but listen.
Did you use your fingers and toes? That's all I need to know.
I did. That's how I calculated such a high number. I have lots of fingers. But I want to put a plug in. If you want to get your name into the final credits, we're going to do $500, and Up is going to get your name into the credits in the documentary. So 1,200 people, sorry, that's a lot of people. You're going to have to start listing, Carrie. But if 1,200 people did $500 right now, we would literally make $600,000. I think that would probably break YouTube and some Guinness Book of World Records or something. Anyways, everyone is awesome. I gotta catch up on adding all the super chats from the last minutes. They're like still popping up there, but we want to see those $100 and $500 super chats and GoFundMe's. Actually, GoFundMe's. Let's do it in the GoFundMe. You guys rock and roll. Okay. See you in an hour.
We got a new guest coming on, Carrie.
One other quick shout out. We got another guest coming up real quick. We got to shout out these.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Okay. Carnivore Life. Hey, everyone's got one. Aren't these great? So these water bottles, they're food grade stainless steel. The lids are BPA free, made in the U.S. Johnny F. LLC is hooking us up with these. So if you want to donate to the Carnivore Diet Documentary, but you still want to get something cool, these are fully customizable. So you can see I stole Jen's here. I have one that he made for Emma as well. And we have all sorts of different designs. So I'll share some more of the designs later on the screen. But there's designs for I Eat Only Meat, Ask Me Why, Compassionate Carnivore. And then you can have your name put on it. They also have cutting boards. So the link for this is in the description below. And if you purchase one of these, a lot of the proceeds, like the profits, all go to the Carnivore Diet Documentary. So it's a cool way to donate and support a carnivore-run business and also get something pretty cool. So we'll share some more of these coming up. But the link for this is in the description, as well as the link for the GoFundMe and everything else. So,
yep. All right.
Dave Van!
Hey, Dave.
Well,
howdy, Dave.
I've got myself muted. How you going, guys? Good to see you.
What's up, my brother?
Hey, long time no see.
I know, right?
It's still the same day for me. It's still the same.
Oh
day
wow.
Oh wow.
I did get a little sleep, just a little bit.
This is going to be the same day for us for a very long time, I have to say. Dave, it's wonderful to have you on here. I think Sean was like one of the first channels I went on. It was either Sean or you, and I really enjoyed it. Just for the benefit of our audience, would you mind maybe giving us a little background, your carnivore story?
Sure. So when I was at school growing up, I was kind of, I was always slim, but I had this pot belly. And, as I was growing up, it was similar to what Dante was saying. It was kind of the low fat craze, and I did everything right, but I could never get rid of that pot belly. I could never get my weight under control. And when I was 17, I had a stroke. I went to bed on a Sunday night, and I woke up on the Monday morning, and I didn't realize what had happened, but I had a stroke while I was asleep. And everything's good. All got fixed up. It was caused by a ruptured aneurysm in my head, but everything got completely fixed. So there's no problem there. But following that, I had a lot of anxiety and depression. And that led to overeating and overindulging in alcohol. And things just kind of spiraled out of control. And along with that, my mental health and weight and all that kind of thing. And so I went to see the doctor about a year ago, or about 15 months ago now. And he said, we need to really do something about the alcohol, and also, surprise, you're pre-diabetic. And so the pre-diabetes was a bit of a shock, but the alcoholic thing, I kind of knew that. But he wanted to put me on some drugs. He prioritized the alcohol problem, and he wanted to put me on some drugs that would control the drinking. And they were a bit scary because if you had alcohol while you were taking these drugs, you'd become violently ill, and it didn't sound very nice to me. And probably I didn't really trust myself to stay off the alcohol, so I knew I'd end up getting violently ill. So I said to him, look, can you give me a few weeks to see if I can get this under control myself? And I'd been on low carb and keto off and on throughout my life, and I knew that being on keto would give me some self control, and so I put myself on keto, and I did everything I could to abstain from alcohol and all the junk, and I was finally successful. And so going on keto that time helped me kick the alcohol and the junk, but I started suffering some excessive bathroom activities, so we just put it that way. And I wasn't happy about the the speed with which I was going to the bathroom after eating food. So I started kind of searching around Google and YouTube, looking for what might be the problem. And I think it was a Ken Berry video, basically talking about vegetables are not necessarily your friends. And he singled out some vegetables that were the ones that I was eating, and he talked about nightshades, and I was eating like nightshades, like red peppers, yellow peppers, that kind of thing, because I was convinced that's what was giving me my vitamin C. And so his video convinced me to try cutting it out of my diet, and I've been carnivore ever since.
So you went carnivore, quit sugar and drinking all at the same time.
Yeah.
Wow.
But and I kind of didn't make a conscious decision to go carnivore. It just kind of happened. Like I didn't know that. I mean, my list of benefits having been on carnivore is huge, but I didn't go into it thinking, oh, I'm going to get all these benefits or whatever, because I didn't intentionally start it that way, it's all been luck.
Yeah. Hey, when we talk about carnivore, you hear this in the carnivore community all the time. You need to have your why. And I think there's a lot of people out there that have their why. We talked about it earlier, people being hopeless, depression, things like that. But it's always the how that I think people get stuck up on. They're like a deer stuck in the headlights. They don't know what to do. They're scared. They've been told other things. You've been doing this for over a year now. What advice do you have for someone that knows their why, but they're kind of like a deer stuck in their headlights on the how?
Some people are going to be, they need to ease into it, and some people need to go kind of cold turkey into it. To be honest, I would say just go into it, go cold turkey, and deal with the consequences as they happen because of that, which might be, more trips to the bathroom than you'd like. But just cut everything out. Go with just eggs, beef, that kind of thing, and just do it, because 30 days, 60 days, 90 days in, you're not going to want to go back. Just make the change, and don't commit to it. Don't act like it's going to be, something you have to do for the rest of your life. Just say to yourself, I'm going to do it for 90 days. And then at that 90-day mark, I'm going to say to myself, how do I feel? And if I don't feel that much better, I've got the option of going back to the way I was eating before. But just at that 90-day mark, you're going to evaluate it. And I would say 99.9% of people will never go back.
Yeah, I love that saying too when you tell people that, because Dave, when you're telling them that, and I know too, it's like, yeah, you can just quit at 90 days, go back to eating ice cream, do whatever you want, but you and I know darn well they're not going to.
Right.
Too many benefits at that point.
There's no ice cream flavor in the world that's worth giving everything up,
Right.
That's
Absolutely.
right. Hey, brother, what is something that you've read recently or learned recently that you feel like has something that maybe you used to know or you just realized it, something to that nature that just made a lot bigger impact on you, something that you learned, whatever the case may be recently, that's just made a big impact on you to keep you motivated, to keep you focused?
If you can, I think something that I've learned about myself, or something that I've learned just generally?
Either way.
Oh, okay. I guess like if I look at, I think honestly one of the things that I've noticed as an improvement recently that makes me realize there's no going back is just people talk about brain fog and things like that sometimes, but for me, one of the biggest changes is the ability to just step back from a situation and look at things objectively and not feel that you're, even if it's a situation where you're a part of it and you're party to a debate or something like that, or you're working on a project and you've got a lot at stake, you're able to kind of step back and just go, you know what, I'm going to look at this objectively. I'm going to make rational decisions. And I could never do that before. And that's been a life-changing thing.
It's almost like a removal of the emotion that used to overpower and control your life. Yeah, it's almost hard to explain that, but that is an amazing benefit of eating the carnivore way of eating. And so, absolutely, thank you.
It's almost like the removal of the fear of losing things. Like, because you're always worried about you losing something, and then suddenly you're just like, well, I'm gonna just evaluate this, and
do you feel like that's linked to like the confidence that you gain on this, because you're so confident that it distills a lot of that fear, and you're like, no, I'm not gonna fear losing it, because at the end of the day, I've had this mental change, and if it goes away, I'll just get it again. Like if something happens, I'll just handle it when it comes up, because I can do anything, right?
That's exactly it. Yeah. Definitely. It's just I'm gonna handle things as they come now, and you kind of also get this feeling of I'll handle things as they happen, and I'm just gonna deal with it. But also you get this kind of, there's energy, like physical energy, but there's also an energy you get where it's like, the best way of being able to describe this is like it's an attitude of, okay, what's next? I've ticked that off my list. What's next? What's next? What's next? And I mean, I'm 48 years old. I've gone through 47 years of my life being unable to do that kind of thing, and it's just magical.
It is that determination, that consistency is quite magical, and it's quite exhilarating to finally get to a point where used to, even personally myself, as you're well aware, I would duck those things. I would duck those hard decisions. I would duck the responsibility. I would duck and use the excuses to put the blame on everybody else except for me for the decisions that I made. And it was everybody else's fault why I could not do what I said I was going to do. And finally, at some point, like, there's this mental shift. And until we take that responsibility, until we start making those hard decisions, until we step out into the risk that comes along with doing something that you think is insane, you're never going to get the reward. You're never going to see meaningful change. And that is like a key component of this way of eating. And I am so thankful. I know you are too. And before we go on, because I should have kept up with the schedule quite a bit better, and I didn't. But I want to say thank you to you, Dave. You know I love you, brother. But you were the very first person that when I started my YouTube channel after I'd been on this for quite a while, that opened your doors up, opened your heart up with me, and just communicated with me. And that has meant a lot. It does. I try to remind you often. But once again, thank you. And I appreciate you very much, Dave Mack.
100%. And, it's been an enriching experience for me. You've enriched my life.
Thank you.
So very,
you're the same.
So everyone follow Dave on YouTube at Zero Carb. We have a link in the description below. But I still have another question. You've been doing this over a year now. A lot of people are worried about sustainability. And you were talking about what's next. What's next? You just see yourself doing this forever. And I guess the second part of the question is has it been easy to sustain? Have you had any big roadblocks over the course of a year, or any big failures? Or
No, like I have for 15 months, I've eaten nothing but I've changed the beef a little bit sometimes, but basically ground beef, eggs, and a few months ago I was still eating cheese, but that's it. That's all I've eaten for the last 15 months. And I don't get bored of it. I look forward to it every time. I feel like it's sustainable. I can look into the future and I can see myself eating exactly the same way for forever, because one of the great things about carnivore is you no longer think about food. I don't care about food anymore. I don't care about snacks. I don't care. I don't walk into the kitchen and look at the fridge longingly like it's a girlfriend that jilted me in high school or something. It's it's like I don't care about it anymore. I've got no relationship with the fridge anymore except that it keeps my beef cold. That's it.
That's such a huge thing that people don't think about. The control the food had over us before. What are we going to eat for dinner? Even just to make a dinner. Oh, it's this recipe with 26 ingredients. Got to run to the store. What are we going to eat next? What are we going to eat at the birthday party? Having none of that is so life-changing. It's very liberating. It's kind of a weird benefit of carnivore I never would have imagined would be so enjoyable.
Liberating is an awesome way of describing it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's very liberating. Yeah.
So one other big thing I think I heard recently from you is you're pretty much doing this YouTube thing full time now. Is that right?
Well, I will be.
Okay.
So I've got a week of my full-time job left, and then I'm set free. I'm set loose on the world. So
nice. You do
yeah.
You do such an amazing job. It's always fun seeing your videos. They're so well done. Highly recommend everyone who's watching check out Dave, subscribe, go over, like. I think too, like Sean said, I think you were one of the first people that reached out to me, and I went on your channel. It was a blast. And before that, I would never have done something like that. It was partially because I was watching your videos and you were a cool guy, and I think carnivore too. You start the anxiety and stuff starts going away a little bit. But I always enjoy it when I see a new Dave Mack at Zero Carb video for sure.
And he's pumping them out every day.
Yeah.
Get them out.
Yeah.
And it's not just like a lot of the other garbage that some people are putting out. It's quality, well communicated, good info, stuff that's helping people. If you're not watching Dave Mack at No Carb Life, like, you got to get over there and hit that sub button and get those notification bell.
For sure, guys. Yeah.
We're getting some good comments too. Someone says, "I love Dave's interviews." Yeah, you knock those out of the park.
I haven't got the comments open. That's why I can't see anything going past.
They're going
I'm
by
sitting here
super,
going,
super
it's
fast.
extremely quiet for a live stream with thousands of people watching.
Absolutely. Well, when you go full time, we'll have to take that Friday night show to a daily event. That's what we'll have to do. Up our game a little bit.
Right? That's exactly.
We'll talk.
That's why I was thinking you were full time already, because I'm like, this guy's cranking out the videos. You're putting the work in for sure.
I think given the number of interviews I've got coming up, I think Mike Shaw just mentioned that in the comments. The number of interviews I'm going to have coming up, I think it's going to get to more than once a day. So it might, yeah.
Dave, has there been one particular interview or something that really stands out in your mind, other than the one you did with me, of course, and Sean?
And mine.
And mine.
There's pieces of everything that stand out, but I think two really kind of spring to mind. Like, of course, Sean was a big one because like he's so positive and especially talking about his depression and stuff. But like a couple of standouts for me, I think, were the early ones, just because they were early, like Rick's one, because Rick's just went crazy viral. Like it got nearly 100K views. And then also Kip, because like it was just getting Kip on the channel was just so random. I just saw one of his videos. He commented on one of my videos. I watched one of his, and then I went, I wonder if this guy, and he had about 1,000 subscribers, maybe less than 1,000 at the time. And it was just, I thought, this guy seems like he's really serious about this. I want to get it. I want to interview him. And, you know, at that stage, I'd only interviewed 2 people. So, yeah, those 2 stick out, Rick and Kip.
Yeah, those are good ones. Oh, Rick is in the chat right now.
Hey, Rick.
Rick's the best. The original. Someone said, I love listening to Dave's soothing voice. I share a deep southern accent just like Sean. Yeah.
Me too.
Dave has the best voice on the carnivore YouTube circuit for sure.
I've got a face for radio, that's why.
Well, hey, Adam, how's it going? Do we have some super chats we want to read through, or any questions for Dave?
We have super chats for sure.
Okay.
Let's see. First off, we have the Kilby Life Meat Dude. Let's change some lives. $50. Thank you so much. Let's see. We've got Tommy DeFonseca. If I said that correctly, I'm sorry if I didn't. Thank you for all you do. Husband and I are carnivore 1 month. I'm down 10 pounds and husband is fighting cancer. We can't wait for his blood work to see the results. Well, we're definitely hoping for good results for you, for sure. Thank you so much for the super chat. Kilby Life. Let's change some lives. Let's see. Lori Woodward RN, $50 super sticker. Thank you so much. Awesome. Thank you to all the carnivores online. Ordinary Guy, $10. Thank you so much. Cindy Nixon, $20 super sticker. Awesome. Thank you. ANJ, I don't know how to pronounce that. $10 super chat. Thank you. Thanks, Carrie, and all the panel members. Y'all have a blessed day and be about it. Awesome. Thank you so much. The Hyper Carnivore Chef. This is Dario, an Italian chef living in the Netherlands that I interviewed. Very, very cool guy. $22. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Hi, Adam. Good to see you here. I'm at work making pizza for the carb addicts. Following with a headset. Good luck for the documentary. Spread positive vibes and help everyone to get back to their health. Thank you, Dario, so much. We appreciate you. Mandy Bedos. We are rippling around the world. Carnivore for life. Pain-free. Live life. Fill the world with better humans. Awesome. Thank you so much. Snowball. Oh, I just lost it. Hang on. Where'd it go? Snowball, $10. Love you all. Thank you. Ketovore Journey, $50. Awesome. Thank you so much. Almost carnivore, getting there. Let's keep this carnivore train going to spread the message of healthy eating as God intended. Thank you so much. TXLA or Latin chick. Sorry, I messed that up. New member. Thank you. Karsten Borneman, $5. Hello from Germany. This 24 hours is epic. Carrie and everyone. Good luck with the documentary. Thank you so much. The Hyper Carnivore Chef, new member. Awesome, Daria. Thank you. Judith Yates, $2. Thank you so much. Kay Hoshina, $1,000 super sticker. And that's yen, I believe. Thank you so much. Awesome. And Stefan Lawson, new member. Thank you so much. Awesome. Thank you, everybody. That is truly appreciated.
Amazing. Thank you. Ali, how's it going?
Oh my God, this is crazy. This is crazy. People are crazy in the best way possible. First, I want to do a shout out to a Mr. Barry Simon who donated $500 in the $500 in the GoFundMe. Woo! We got a sound effect for that, Adam. $500. Where's your sound effects?
I don't see one in there.
You don't?
Nope.
You don't see any sound effects? Okay, fine.
Nope.
So I'm gonna show the grid. Give me 1 second. I can believe this because this is what we are doing, but this is amazing. Amazing. Share screen. Here we go. Look at this. Do you guys see this? $2,500 in an hour and a half.
Wow.
Wow.
That's awesome.
That is awesome. Thank you so much. We have 666 in super chats, 1,900 in the GoFundMe. I will check on those other categories. If there's a few dollars missing here or there, sorry about that, but this is basically where we're at. I'm really trying to do all the data collection as fast as possible.
Somebody got to do a super chat and get us off that 666. That's all I got to say.
Oh no!
$1 or something. Let's go.
Someone just did $5, so we're all good. We're all
Okay,
good.
thank
Let me toss that in there in real time.
Yeah,
So we could change that number. 1 second. Here we go. What does it say now? Totals. Oh, I'm sharing my screen. There you go.
That's better.
Much better.
Awesome.
So we need to do a mathematics update now. So we have 1,300 people watching. I'm going to keep doing this to remind people how mathematics works, my math. 1,300 times 1,000 is $130,000. We could do that in the next 1 minute if everyone wants to donate that much money. Or if you want to do 500, that's 650,000. Wouldn't that be crazy? That would blow my mind.
Yes.
That would be
I
awesome.
mean, the 2,500 is blowing my mind right now.
And at bare minimum, wherever you're watching this at, you can hit that like and share button, and it'll cost you absolutely nothing.
Absolutely.
That's a good point.
Correct.
Hit it for Dave. Dave's worth a like
Yeah.
at least.
Thank you, Dave.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to put another plug in for $500 or more. We'll get you into the credits. There you go.
And before Dave has to leave, somebody did ask a question that I think is pretty relevant that and I don't know how much time we got, and if we don't, you guys just move me along. But until then, Dave, could you just speak to a little bit about the cravings, if you've had any cravings for alcohol? Because I know there's a lot of people struggling. A lot of people are still addicted to alcohol and having that issue. And so can you just speak to that real quick about, how the cravings or if it's done away with them completely?
Yeah. So they are completely gone now. It probably took about 3 months, and fortunately, I've got some understanding friends. And when I first started doing this, I just said, "Look, I can't come out with you. I can't come around to your house, that kind of thing. Because if I do, the first thing I'm going to do, I'll see someone drinking, is have a beer." So. I told them, no, I can't come around for a while. And I changed my habits as much as I could, my routines, and just kind of the way I walk to work, I would walk a different way. The way, I would take the longer way around. Anytime I was going to walk past a convenience store, I'd go to the other side of the road. And doing that helped me a lot. Changing habits and changing the way I went about just normal, regular things every day. Walking past restaurants, I wouldn't walk past restaurants that were open, that kind of thing. And because I looked at it like, I don't want to see someone sitting at a table laughing and joking and enjoying a glass of wine or something, because that's just going to be too much for me. And so I just cut all that out of my life. And probably about a month and a half in, I was okay to meet a friend in a pub and have a no alcohol beer.
Mm-hmm.
I was at the point, and she met me and she was having no alcohol beer as well. So she was kind of supporting me that way. And that helped a lot, because I could actually enjoy going out and now, basically from 3 months sober, I'm at the point where I could, go out with people drinking alcohol and feel fine and not feel anything when I see it. So, yeah, it took time, but yeah.
That's awesome, and I'm super proud of you, brother. I mentioned it as well.
Cheers.
Absolutely. And I mean, that should give people hope right there in and of itself that, you know, somebody's struggling with alcohol, as most of us did whenever we were on alcohol, because like myself, like I was addicted to alcohol. I could get addicted to anything. Like that's just the personality. There's no such thing as a moderation with me. I'm either in or I'm out. If I'm drinking, I want 2 beers. I don't just want one. So I just don't drink. Like it's a problem.
Yeah.
I don't forgo these things. You know, cause you know, whatever, long story short, it's not about me, but, yeah, absolutely. That should give hope for those people, and I hope that helps who asked the question. You know, there is ways to get off of it. It does take time. It does take that discipline and the life change. But once you get it, it's going to continue to compound, and eventually, as you heard testimony right here today, it's not an issue anymore. He's put things in place and put steps in place, you know. See, you put steps in place to set yourself up for success, and you are now experiencing that success and thriving, and that's amazing.
And I never thought I'd get here. That's the thing. Like, if we rewind 2 years, I would never, ever have thought that I'd be at the point where I was having no alcohol. Yeah, it's I think, you know, everyone's different. I understand that, but I think it can be done. But yeah, if you just kind of commit to really change things and support yourself by giving yourself a diet like carnivore, or at the very least keto, then, you know, you'll do okay, I think.
Nice. So Dave, you never thought you were going to get there, but you got there. There's a lot of people out there that are watching that are hopeless, which is kind of the thought behind the documentary and the live stream. We have, if you can hang around a little bit, Dave, we have a couple of pre-recorded things. And I've got one from the one and only Laura Spath. She's traveling right now, otherwise she was going to join us. So she sent us her short little video. So I'm going to share that with Dave and everyone here now. Let me find it here. It'll just take me a second. So we have a whole bunch of these. Like I said earlier, we will share them throughout the day. But here's one from the one and only Laura Spath.
Hi guys, my name is Laura Spath, and I have been eating a carnivore diet for over 5 years now. This whole carnivore 24-hour live stream is such a cool event. Congratulations to Homestead How for putting it all together and making this amazing resource that hopefully is going to benefit a lot of people in just learning what a carnivore diet is. I'm so passionate about that because it has saved my life and so many people that I love and helped us to improve our health and just live this active lifestyle that we want to for hopefully a very long time. I really wish I could have been there today. I am in the midst of packing, and by the time that you watch this, I will be on a plane on my way to Madrid, probably halfway through a bag of bacon that I brought with me on the plane. There is going to be a lot of information from so many different experts that is going to be thrown at you over the next 24 hours, which is incredible that there's so much information about the benefits and the impact of a carnivore diet. I just want to remind you and encourage you to take all that advice in and then put it all aside and think about what's going to work for you and your life. It's important to understand the why and the benefits and like all the nutritional stuff, but we're normal people. I work a normal job. Like, we're a normal active family who deals with temptations. We shop at the normal grocery store. Like, you have to make this work for you. And so while you're gathering all this information, make sure that whatever you're choosing to do and how you're going to implement it is sustainable for you in your life. When I first started Carnivore Diet, I was 263 pounds. I was pre-diabetic. I was struggling with severe hemorrhoids, constipation, digestive issues. I was dealing with gallstones. I had tons of skin issues. My sleep was terrible. Energy was terrible. I had knee surgery, a torn meniscus just from my body was exhausted from carrying all this weight around. And I was at rock bottom. Like, I weighed myself one day and I realized I was heavier than the day I went into labor with my son at 9 months pregnant, and he was almost 2. And my body was just taking a toll and I was ready for a change. I started with keto and then very quickly tried carnivore. By that point, I was willing to try anything. I had been vegan, I had done Weight Watchers, I had tried everything, but nothing stuck for me until I found carnivore, until I was able to fuel my body properly, until I was able to just deal with the simplicity. There was no tracking, there wasn't this tons of rules. I was able to take all this information and really find a way to make it work for me. In that first year of going carnivore, I lost 120 pounds. And since then, I've really figured out how to keep it off, which I think is one of the hardest things to do, is to figure out how to turn this into a lifestyle over just some diet that we're looking on in order to lose weight quickly. I no longer struggle with skin issues. My joints are great. Inflammation is low. My digestive issues are fantastic and healed. And overall, I'm the healthiest that I've ever been in my life. I understand that there can be a lot of fear associated with starting something like a carnivore diet, especially based on everything we've ever been told. Like, what about, I don't eat vegetables? What are you talking about? How am I ever going to poop again? What about my fiber? All of this information seems absolutely backwards to everything we've ever been told. I really encourage you just to listen to all of these experts with an open mind, and more than anything, just give it a try. I promise you, every single person who has started this started off with the mindset of like, this seems crazy, but everybody says it's working. Let me give it a try. And we've stuck with it because of the results, because of how good we feel, because it's simple, because it works within our lifestyle. I'm able to travel and work. I have a grocery budget and a busy schedule and a family. And yet this is what helps me to stay consistent, to stay healthy, to avoid the traps of the carbs and the sugar and this addiction that I have with food. I'm able to eat meat and nourish my body and really just focus on living a great life with my family. I encourage you to take it one step at a time. So much great information that's here, but pick one thing that you can implement. What's some junk that you can cut out of your diet? Focus on getting more protein and really just figure out how you can start implementing better healthy habits over time. I wish you all the best of luck and information with the rest of this live stream, and I will see you next time.
Awesome. She's the best. Laura, Beth, thank you so much. Hey, we got links in the description. Laura's, of course, on YouTube. If you're not watching her, you really should be. Instagram, and she has her own community as well. And I really appreciate her taking the time to send that video. She was very busy and took some time out to do it. So check out Laura Spath if you haven't already. Awesome. So we have a lot more of those. Some very inspirational ones too. So we'll be showing some more of those throughout the day. We got a heck of a lineup coming still. So we've got Dr. Tony Hampton coming up next, which is going to be awesome. We may have Dr. Barry jumping on at any moment randomly, so stay tuned for that. He's in Poland right now, and we were gonna. He actually booked to join this live stream, and then he was like, "Oh darn it, I'm in Poland that day," and then we were gonna pre-record it, and it didn't work out. And he just messaged me yesterday and said, "I'll see if I can get on." He said, message him in the morning. I just messaged him, so he may jump on at any moment. We may only get one question. Dave Mack, put you on the spot here. Or people in the comments, if you could ask Dr. Barry one very quick question, what would it be?
If you could never eat ruminant meat again, what would you do?
Ooh. Love it. Oh, that gets me scared thinking about it. That's a great one. Sean, I think you're on mute.
I was, man, steady talking. Listen, so if that's a tough one, man. That's real tough, because I think if I couldn't eat ruminant meat at all, man, I'd probably eat as many toxic chemicals as I probably could and try to end it right now. No, in all seriousness, I don't know what I would do, because that's all I eat. That's all I want.
You'd be overdosing on eggs if that's
fact.
Right? Yeah, that's a good one. It's so funny though, Dr. Barry. No matter what question I ask him, even if I come up with a really dumb one on the spot, he's going to give me a good answer. He never seems to fail on those. He always knocks them out of the park. So that's going to be exciting. And then we have Dr. Chafee with us for a couple of hours tonight, and that's going to be a lot of fun. I did a couple of videos with him where it was challenging Dr. Chafee's carnivore diet, and we threw all of the really hard, tough questions at him. Like, what about the blue zones? They don't eat meat. This carnivore diet's crazy, or you're going to clog your arteries, or things like that. And he just knocks all of those out of the park. So if anyone here or anyone in the comments has a good argument against carnivore, please let us know, because I'd love to present that to Dr. Chafee later today when he's on.
Yeah. If there's anybody in the world with a good argument against carnivore, please present it in the comments.
Right. Sean, have you gotten into conversations with family and friends where they're like, oh, it's great what you're doing, Sean, but I want to see your cholesterol, or I'm worried about this. Do you talk to people about it?
I will, but they've seen the results, so I haven't had that big of an issue. It's mostly in the comment section and people who are outside. That some people are like, well, what about scurvy? What about I don't know. What about vitamin C? All the things. People always ask those things. I'm like, man, why is it that when somebody presents you with the truth, you're all of a sudden concerned about this abstract little value out here that you never cared about before, but all of a sudden it's the main thing that's going to hold you back. So, I will. Yeah. My family was just as skeptical about this as I was. I was extremely skeptical, going into this, but I thought that a lot of us encounter that going into it. But after so long and seeing the results and everything else, it's hard to deny the truth about it, especially seeing the labs and everything else.
Right. Yeah. Dave, you said earlier you could never imagine quitting drinking and getting to where you are now. What about you, Sean, too? I just think about you sitting on that couch. Could you imagine if you had a little time machine to look at yourself now and what you're doing? Not just the fact that you lost the weight, but over the depression, and you're so fired up and you're talking to all these people. Man, it just puts a smile on my face thinking about if you could have go back in time to when you were stuck on that couch and now see where you've come in just such a short time.
Oh, yeah. This, hands down, there's no way I'm going back. No way in the world. My biggest thing is I wish I had known about it sooner. I wish I had known about this 20 years ago or ate this way my whole life. Yeah, you're going to experience bump in the road. We all have, transitioning into this way of eating. You're going to have your doubts. You're going to have your off days at first, but there's going to come a point when everything switches. And if you just hang with it, if you just push through the issues that you're having, it's going to get better. It's going to show itself how it really works. You just have to keep pushing through, even when it doesn't seem like it's where it needs to be currently, if that makes sense, So just stay the course, trust the process, and I can assure you, it is amazing. There's not just the results and the benefits that I've gotten, but how I feel every day is so much better than anything else,
Right. So, Dave, this Carnivore Diet Documentary, the purpose is to just share real-world examples of people doing carnivore. If you were just browsing through Netflix and you saw a documentary about carnivore, what would you want to see, I guess, for yourself or for with what you know now, for the general public to be able to kind of get the message across for them? What would you like to see?
Good question. So, of course, I'd like to see people's results. That you want to see people getting results, and I guess for the purposes of a Netflix video, you'd probably want to see quite dramatic results, but you also want to have the kind of average ones mixed in there, so it seems, that it's achievable for anybody. But I think you want to also have some doctors talking about, maybe you want to have, one of these doctors that'll come out and say, no, you're going to die, high cholesterol is going to kill you and whatever. And then you want to have doctor after doctor after doctor come back and go and rebut them and just say, look, this is incorrect because he's just making a general statement. He's not thinking about the nuance of this. Here's what actually is the case. And you just want to have one doctor go out there and say, this BS kind of thing about cholesterol or something, and then just like 1, 2, 3, 4 doctors hitting him maybe in different ways that, this is why he's wrong. Something like that.
I love that. Someone just asked me that earlier too. Are you going to have any counter arguments to carnivore? Absolutely. It is a really tricky part of the documentary though, because it's like we got to get all these real examples in there. And just what we have alone right now with Bill, I'm like, we almost have a whole documentary on this man's story. But that's not the purpose. The purpose is to get different type 2 diabetes, aging, reproductive health, women's health, heart disease, all of those different things in there. I wish we could see more of that too. I was with Dr. Chafee being on later. I was thinking of him in particular, how good he is at the counter arguments. It would be so fun if we could get a doctor on the other side saying, "No, Dr. Chafee, you're crazy, and carnivore's crazy for these reasons." I haven't seen much like that yet, but I definitely want to include it in the documentary. And if anyone's watching this right now and they think we're all crazy, please, let's go. I would love to have a civilized conversation. Maybe you have some legitimate points if you're willing to stand behind them. That's
well.
Great idea.
To be honest, I think you guys are really crazy, but it's not because of how you eat.
I think that's why I love all carnivores, because you have to be a little crazy, or to put it nicer, you have to be brave in order to be a carnivore. If you're going against everything you've ever been told, I think that's why people absolutely love and admire these doctors too, because that's taking it to a whole other level. You're Dr. Berry, Dr. Chafee. You have to be brave to be a carnivore. You have to be insane to be a doctor and saying the things they're saying and really going against the grain and putting their neck out. Like, we're so fortunate later we have heart surgeon Dr. Philip Ovadia on.
Mm-hmm.
That dude could just be doing heart surgery and he would have a great life.
Right.
I always tell people that. That's the thing with carnivore is you got to, everything in this world, there's some sort of bias or motivation for it. What is Dr. Ovadia's bias or motivation for saying, well, instead of making a ton of money just doing heart surgery and retiring, I'm going to stick my neck out and talk about carnivore and talk about heart health and try to save some people's lives? Like, what's his motivation behind that kind of thing? There's just some good people out there. Dr. Berry, too. I've seen Dr. Berry go on people's channels where they've just had handful of subscribers, where there's literally nothing in it for him. He's just doing it because he's a good person. He's a good guy.
Well, you can tell the people who are in this to help people and the people that are in this to just get rich off of it and try to build their own name. And that's the key thing for me. Like, if you're in this space and you're just trying to build your name, that's not for me. I'm not impressed by that. I don't like that. And I try to distance myself as much as possible from that, because it's not about me and it's not about you and it's not about your channel. It's about the well-being of other people, to see their lives change, to see hope in their life, to see a better level. And because this is real life, this is real people who see this stuff and it's making a real impact in their lives, and the potential that it has to do that time after time after time after time after time all over the world is the main focus. So, I love YouTube. I love the influencers, and I love the stuff, but you can definitely tell the people who are dedicated, like Dr. Berry, like, Dr. Chafee, who at the drop of a hat will be like, look, what can I do? I'm super busy. I could be doing it. Like, Dr. Chafee could be working on somebody's brain, literally surgery, saving their life, but yet he's on your channel talking to you about a carnivore diet. There's a reason for that, because he sees the importance of it. He sees the necessity of it, and because he has the humility and the boldness to step outside of where he is, outside of the community where he is, and confront this head on and say, look, I know it's not popular. I know it's not, it's not widely accepted, but it's going to be something critical in your life that's going to bring about change. It's going to transform you into a whole nother person. And that, my friends, is why I have so much respect for Dr. Berry, Dr. Chafee, and all these doctors who put themselves out there like that. And the people, everyday people like Dave Mack, like you guys, like Larry Berquist and Cassie and Ready Set Keep, my guys James and Emily. Like, there's so many people who are putting themselves out there just to see a change in somebody else's life, and that's so important to me.
Yeah. Yeah, well said. And Dr. Chafee, too, I think part of it is he's a little crazy as well, because you know that guy's schedule? What is he doing, like 18-hour days doing neurosurgery, and then he's on YouTube all the time, 4-hour-long live streams. The guy is another level. That's not flattery either. That's just pointing out an observation.
Man.
When you see him doing that kind of work, I really think he's like human 2.0. Imagine if Dr. Chafee ate that way as a child all the way up. Like, what a world we would live in.
Carnivore don't need no sleep.
Right. We're gonna see. We're gonna see. I didn't get much last night, but yeah. Well, that's the other thing too with Carnivore that I love is, and as we're trying to raise money for this thing now, but all the money we're raising for this is going towards the documentary. Not a penny's going into my pocket. But I was gonna say the thing with Carnivore that I love and I hope doesn't change is because even like Atkins. Now you got all the Atkins products and keto. You go into Costco now, there's keto products everywhere, and then there's diets and there's money to be made. And don't get me started on Weight Watchers, which is just, it's not, who said that before? It's not weight loss or weight losers, it's Weight Watchers, because you're never going to lose the weight. You're just going to be on it forever and paying for it forever. But there's not a whole lot of bias in Carnivore Diet. It's like, who's making a bunch of money if you go out and just buy meat and drink water all the time?
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's definitely a mental change, man, because and that's what people are seeing in this community. You're seeing an army raise up is what you're seeing. I mean, honestly, you're seeing an army of people who have got sick of status quo, who got sick of buying the lies and the bull crap that's being fed to us from those in power and those who set the standards and those who set the regulation. That's not going to work. Because we're forming an army. So yeah, like somebody brought up on our live last night, have you heard they're going to start censoring the keto and Dr. Berg making this video or whatever? Whether that's true or not, I don't know. What I know is they better try, because if they don't, we're going to take over. I can assure you that. This is a worldwide army that's being raised up to combat the bullcrap of health and nutrition that's been shoved down our throats for 50 years, and it's not going to last much longer. There's too many people standing up, there's too many testimonies, there's too many examples, and there's too many people that absolutely know better.
Yeah, and
well said.
It's I think Dr. Jordan Peterson said the other day, it's no longer anecdotal when I have tens of thousands of people reporting the same thing over and over and over to me again. And Sean, you said it good. It's like an army raising up. I think this whole thing is spreading like wildfire. A lot of people don't talk about it, but I've been seeing it here at the movie theater. Every single weekend, I get 3 or 4 more people. They're like, I'm carnivore. It is definitely spreading and growing for sure.
And you know the interesting thing? Every person that goes on carnivore reports the same kind of results. I lost weight, no brain fog, better mood, better sleep, more energy. I'm compelled to do physical activity, right? You never hear someone go, I went to the doctor the other day. He said, eat less and move more, and I feel great now. It's awesome.
Right? That made me think of something, Sean. The first time you and I spoke, you said this so well. People were saying to me, oh, that's great, you lost all the weight, but it's not the meat. You could have done the same thing with vegetables. And Sean said, where are all these vegan vegetable videos of people saying I reversed type 2 diabetes, I overcame depression, I lost 100 pounds? Where are they? I don't see them.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not against vegans. I have friends who are vegans. That's your choice. If you're happy with that, more power to you. I'm not mad at you. What I'm telling you is that I'm not seeing that. I'm not. Where's the vegan? I reverse type 2 diabetes. I reverse non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. yeah, you might lose 269 pounds in a year, but you're definitely not going to have great lab values doing it. I mean, good gracious, you're not going to have the energy value that you're seeing in this space doing it. I wish you would. I wish that were the answer. I wish you would thrive being able to do what you wanted to do. Unfortunately, that's not reality. And here we are living in reality, real world. Eat the proper human diet and thrive, friend.
Yep. Guys, real quick, Doc Hampton is here.
Hey.
So I think, should we transition?
Sure. Yeah, so
Okay.
huge shout out, Dave.
See you,
Dave
brother.
At Zero Carb. Link is in the description below. Everyone go check him out. He's killing it on YouTube. The best interviews and the best voice in the business for sure.
Cheers, guys. Thank you so much for having me on. Kerry, Sean, Adam, and Alia, you're doing great work. This is awesome. And Alia, happy birthday.
Awesome.
Cheers,
Thanks,
Appreciate
Dave.
you, brother. Take care.
Thank
Yep.
you,
See you
Dave.
soon.
Bye.
All right.
All right. He's the best. Hey, there he is.
Hey guys,
The Doc is in.
Oh,
How you
that's
doing?
right.
I'm here, man. I'm working. I literally had to carve out some time out of my clinic today just to make sure I was here for this, because I'm not playing with you guys. We got to make a difference, and I'm really excited about being here. And I just wanted to make sure I put my voice to this conversation. So let's chop it up for a few minutes.
Yes, let's do it. I know we've got limited time, and we really sincerely appreciate your time. Would you mind giving us maybe a little bit of background and your expertise for our audience?
Yeah, absolutely. I am absolutely an obesity doc, a family doc, master's in nutrition and functional medicine. And when I thought about, how to frame my thoughts, I thought about thinking of it through the lens of my patients who I'm seeing today, my personal experience, of course, and even I wanted to touch on the blue zone. So I'm going to kind of frame my comments that way. And to be honest with you, man, when I see people in this clinic, I know that they'll benefit from eating more animal based, right? So it's very obvious. I was a vegetarian for about 8 years or so, and then I transitioned to low carb, keto, and now more carnivore. And so when I see patients, I know certain patients are going to benefit, particularly those who come to me with mental illness. I've seen tremendous results. When I think about Amber O'Hearn, who's very active on Twitter, being bipolar and literally treating it with dietary changes. She's a carnivore as well. I think about Dr. Georgia Ede, who treats her patients with mental health issues, and she's a carnivore as well. And what you find is that a lot of docs, people are like, why are these doctors becoming carnivores? Because they found that that's the optimal diet for them. When I have patients with autoimmune diseases, they do extremely well. And when I have patients with those metabolic conditions, those diabetes and high blood pressures, risk for dementia, which is now being framed as a type 3 diabetes, and of course cancer, because cancer cells love sugar. That's their primary fuel. That's called the Warburg effect. And so if you're at risk for any of that, you're pretty much going to do better with a low carb or a carnivore dietary pattern. For me, it was about my gut, a lot of inflammation in my gut. So I've learned that my patients who have gut issues, irritable bowel, they do really well, because when you eat carnivore, you're getting a lot of collagen from those ligaments. You're going to get omega-3, and trying to get omega-3 from plants is like, it's a job. You can get it from like algae, seaweed, but man, the main source of omega-3 comes from fish, things that come from animals. For me, mental clarity, as I see my patients today, I have a lot of mental clarity, and carnivore provides that for people, because you're getting the better iron, the heme iron, the zinc, the B12, the B6, and things of that nature. So, and of course, weight loss. I've had so many people struggle with weight, but when you're doing carnivore, you're not going to be hungry. You're not going to be craving. And if you eat until you're full, you'll do really well with that approach as well. So I just think those are the things I think about for my patients. But one of the things I thought about, I asked my wife about this conversation. I said, you know what? I know things have changed for us since we've been eating more animal based, but what stories do you think I can share? And one story I've never really shared is the story of a trip to France. I had a really good friend, Mark and Jennifer Eddy. They were part of my family practice training back in Chicago at West Suburban Hospital. And they got married in France. So it was an opportunity to visit this great country. And I'll be honest, it was amazing. For those who haven't been to France, the castles. I mean, we literally slept in a castle while we were there. We checked out the traditional sites like the Eiffel Tower. But when you're in a place like that, you tend to eat what they cook, right? So I thought I was French for a little bit, and I kind of forgot about my irritable bowel problem. Next thing you know, I'm drinking the wine, I'm eating the rich foods, and just like the previous the guy who started this conversation, Dante Farino, I had just trouble with my stomach, and it was so bad, guys, you won't believe this, that I literally it got so bad that I had to literally put something in my pants to protect me from having an accident. Imagine you're in France, you're enjoying your trip, and now you have a flare of your irritable bowel. And all you're thinking about now is, how do I get to the nearest bathroom or make sure one's nearby? It was horrible. And who wants to live that way? I mean, and it wasn't just trips to France. If I had to get in front of an audience, if I'm speaking at Low Carb USA or Symposium for Metabolic Health, I spoke at Keto Orlando. I'm going to speak at Keto Palooza in a few weeks. And who wants to have to worry about that and think about that? So it's so funny because they have those bidets, those, things that clean you. And I was like, this is perfect because I have something to make. In fact, I wonder if we all should have that, because it seems a little cleaner than toilet paper. But that's, I don't want to get too. At the end of the day, that was helpful. But another thing that was interesting about France, for those who haven't been there, is that a lot of the restrooms and the restaurants, you have to have money. You have to pay to use the bathroom. So I literally was like, baby, do we have the coins? Are we good? And I just, again, don't want to have to worry about these things. And so, and one thing that's interesting about carnivore is that when I was a vegetarian, I went to the bathroom probably every like 2 or 3 times a day. And it's just really insane. So I just don't have to worry about those things. I know, we got some things we'll be sharing, like some water bottles and things like that, and keychains. I want to encourage you guys to do that. That's the way you get return on investment as we raise funds. But let me say one more thing, guys. When I think about being at home with my wife. Now, my wife and I celebrated 30 years of marriage this year, which is really amazing. Thank you for the shout out. Shout out to my wife, Ron. I can't believe that I'm 55, and I definitely can't believe I've been married for 30 years. And then I have sons that are 26 and 24, which is insane. But I want to do a shout out to her, because when I had this vegetarian lifestyle, and certainly before I even had that, it was like the 4th of July in my bedroom. And if you know what I'm talking about, it was that gas, guys. And I hate to say it. I'm not Russ. I'm not a comedian, but I'm just telling you the truth. So, and that's just not right, man. It was the 4th of July. It was horrible. And now it's like, it just went away. I mean, it just completely went away. So I think understanding how it's benefited my patients, number one. Number two is understanding how it has benefited myself. Those are 2 things that I want to live in, a world where people are aware that this is a dietary option. And because we live in a world where we're being told something else, I want to be a voice of reason. So the documentary is so important, because it's going to speak to people who have tried what I did, which is a plant-based diet. And for some people, with the right type of supplementation, it can work. But you got to be really astute to pull that off, right? For me, even if I, even being an astute doctor, master's in nutrition, it just wasn't working for me because the fiber and all that stuff bloats you and gives you abdominal cramping. And for me, it just wouldn't work. No matter how much Beano I took, it didn't work. So one of the things that's really I wanted to emphasize during my time is the blue zones. And, if you either Netflix has a documentary, and hopefully our version of what we're trying to teach will be on Netflix. And so you now have a documentary on Netflix that is teaching you that the blue zones is the secret, right? And there's a lot of truth to that, but there's one part of that that's not true. So when Dan Buettner, and I encourage you to even watch the documentary, when Dan Buettner came up with this blue zones concept, what the framing was around this idea that you have to be plant-based to be a centenarian, which are people who live to 100, right? And that's just not true because it's false in that there's this narrative that in the blue zones, they don't eat meat. That's the narrative, right? And that's just absolutely not true. In fact, when I was at the Symposium for Metabolic Health, my topic was how vegans and carnivores can live in harmony. And one of the talking points I had was this essentially misstatement of what the blue zones are. So, for example, one of the blue zones is Okinawa, Japan, and they highlight all of them in that Netflix documentary. And I did a little bit of a search, and I found this study called Nutrition for the Japanese Elderly, which focused on the Okinawa population. And in that paper and during my presentation, they actually found no vegetarians who were centenarians. Zero.
Huh.
So that's something, and I think in a lot of these countries, they eat a lot of pork. And then another blue zone was in the Nicoya region of Costa Rica. And one of the foods that, if you just search this, you'll find that they absolutely eat animal protein there. And then you have Sardinia, Italy, which is another blue zone. They have a moderate intake of protein as well. And then in Icaria, Greece, in Icaria, Greece, they don't eat a lot of meat there, but they eat a ton of fish. And the last time I checked, that was an animal as well. So, but then what's really interesting, as I was going to do my presentation, that's when I met Russ of Home Sick Buckeye. Shout out to Russ. I know he'll be on later tonight. But he said, as I was talking to him, he said, well, my whole family's been Seventh-day Adventists. And yes, they do teach to be animal-based, but they are also, there's only a few people that actually are plant-based in that environment. So it's really more of a plant-based ideology. And so I said, okay, well, fine. I didn't find a study, so I did look it up. And when I looked it up, he was right. He said around 30%. When I looked it up, only 15% of the Loma Linda Seventh-day Adventists are vegan. 15%. So when I learned that, I was like, okay. So we've been basically told a mistruth. And the mistruth is that you have to be plant-based to be healthy. So we already know that's not true. So now I will say this, Dan Buettner, when he put his research together, he did come up with the other things that are important to live a long life. So many people choose this dietary pattern to heal, but a lot of us choose it to have longevity and have more time with our family. So, and I'm going to do a video on my YouTube channel about this, but one of the things that he talked about that I agree with everything else in terms of how to live long. One is to move naturally. So in America, where I'm at, in Chicago, it's hard to move naturally, meaning being out, because some people live in a tough neighborhood, not too far from this clinic, the neighborhood gets tough. And maybe being out and being active in the community is not as safe, right? But in those places like Okinawa, Japan, they're out, they do a lot of gardening and things of that nature. So number one, if you want to live a healthy life, let's move. And if you can't do it in your community, go to the mall, move, and just, park the car further away from the entrance, things like that. The other thing that is true of the Blue Zones is that you have to know your purpose, right? My purpose is being on this podcast in the middle of my, or this fundraiser in the middle of my clinic to share this message, share the message that, you know what, metabolic health is going to help you live longer. And we're going to do everything within our power to remove the barriers to make sure that happens. Believe it or not, although I'm working right now, another thing they do in the Blue Zones is they don't work as much. They work less. Anybody that's visited Europe and places like that know that they have long, they have 2-hour, meals and things of that perspective. So, and one of the things we do in the carnivore community very well that they do in the Blue Zones is they eat until they're full. It's just easier to stay full if you eat protein and fat, which is why we prefer that. Another thing they do in the Blue Zones is they drink wine. Now, I'm not a big drinker, and certainly when I was in France, that wasn't a good idea for me. But wine seems to be something you see often. But the other things they mentioned are religion. You don't have to be religious, but if you are religious, that seems to help. I just think you have to connect with the universe as well. And then the thing that I love about this community, and some of you guys are new friends that I've gotten to know more recently, social networks. If you have a community that supports you, which is why I'm referring my patients to most of you guys' YouTube channels and trying to have a social network to support people, and of course, prioritizing family. So those are the things that are really important for longevity. Avoiding meat is not one of those things, and I wanted to say that out loud. And the last couple of things I'd like to say as it relates to longevity, yes, Dr. Colin Campbell, who wrote the China study, he's 89, so clearly what he's doing is working for him. But don't forget, Dr. Richard Bernstein, who wrote the Diabetes Solution, who's a type 1 diabetic who's essentially killing it in a good way, he's 89 too. So to think that you have to be plant-based to have longevity is a farce. And Dr. Richard Bernstein, the type 1 grit community for type 1 diabetics, or people with diabetes, that's the better way to say it. That's another thing I want to say. And just remember that the Blue Zones is not what you think it is, that the China study was not a great source. It was a observational study that doesn't show causation. The data was misleading. There was questionable leaps in logic. It just wasn't a reliable way to judge. So, and then in terms of countries, most of us on this panel already know that when it comes to the countries that live the longest, you got countries like Japan, but you also have Hong Kong, and in Hong Kong, they basically have the longest longevity, or in second place almost every year, and they eat more meat per capita than any other place on the planet. Essentially, I think maybe 2 8 or 12 ounce steaks per person per day, the equivalent of that. And then places like Iceland, where they eat a lot of fish, they're in the top 20 for longevity as well. So I think the final thing I would say before I, hear you guys' comments is, on my platform, Protecting Your Nest, my goal is to help people understand what the barriers are to their success. So when I'm seeing patients here in this clinic, I don't just talk about low carb, keto, or carnivore. I talk about what is it that is preventing you from being successful. So it may mean that I've, gotten a weight loss plateau and I'm doing low carb, but the E in the nest is about exercise. So I talk about, let's find a way to move that you can tolerate. I just had a 98-year-old, literally the second to last patient I saw this morning. She's doing a great job, but she's been falling. And I said, let me touch your thighs. And I wasn't flirting with her, even though I like, I'm an experienced woman. I'm serious. I like an experienced woman. So I touched her thighs, and there was no muscle there. So number one, what's the best source of amino acids? Meat from animals. Number two, if you are trying to be Sean Baker or Anthony Chafee and you don't exercise, you're probably still not going to build muscle. You may maintain muscle, which is what I can't believe Dr. Anthony Chafee said. Every week or so I exercise. I'm like, really? Like, really? Is that all it takes? But he's awesome. But so the exercise, the stress and sleep is important. A lot of my patients struggle with less sleep, too much stress. So I talk about that. And the T is our thoughts, self-limiting thinking, not believing in yourself. I listen to inspirational people all the time. Anthony Robbins, the hip hop preacher, Eric Thomas, and others, Les Brown, to keep me inspired. And then, of course, if I've had trauma in my life because people told me I was fat when I was young or somebody abused me, I need to recover from that. And our health system, which is called Advocate Health, we've been able to really provide trauma recovery. And then you need a rope to climb up to the nest. Relationships, the relationships I have with people on this panel, other guests will be joining us like Dr. Ovadia and others. These are relationships that are important, making sure my marriage is healthy, avoiding the O and the P as organisms and pollutants that can harm us, staying away from processed food. On the south side of Chicago, they got issues with the environment. Lead is in our water. They don't talk about it, but that's what it is. Staying away from that crap. And then the E is our emotions. Can we protect our emotions? And that, how I talk to my wife, how she talks to me, all of that stuff is important. I mean, and I'm gonna give an example of that when I think about my wife. So if I told her that, I need to have a suit because I'm going out of town, and she forgets to take the suit out of the cleaners, right? I can handle that two ways. I can come home and say, I see you forgot to get the suit out. Okay, let's go do that. No big deal. We got this. I know you probably were busy. Or I can say, you don't really care about me. You're concerned about your own needs, and you're just, that kind of person. There's a difference. And what you have to do is have the skills to learn how to have an adult conversation, honor people, and have healthy relationships. If you have people talking to you in a way that's making them defensive, etc., that's not going to be successful. So for me, it's not just about diet, it's about all of those other factors, and that includes social determinants of health. If I got somebody that doesn't have the economics to pay for the grass-fed beef, then they, first of all, I don't need to eat grass-fed beef, but let's figure out how to make their economics better. Let's figure out how to give them access to care. Let's figure out how to make sure that they have a safe place to exercise. So to me, it's about the social determinants of health, finding out what the barriers are, and then giving people options. And if you're a plant-based person checking us out, have at it. But for people who want to be carnivores, give them the choice to be a carnivore. Let's stop doing what they do in New York, where we tell people you can't have meat on Mondays and Fridays. Is that the America we were born in? And imagine this. Imagine if we flipped it and said on Mondays and Fridays, you can't eat plants. Right. What would that feel like? So we can't live in a country where we tell people how to eat. We live in a country where we educate, we look at real science, and then we let adults do what adults do. That's a better model, and that's the model I advocate. So I hope I didn't go on a rant, but I just wanted to get points out.
I love it.
That's such good stuff. And I mean, you alluded to it being a worldwide issue. And we've had, as just before you, Dave Mack was on, he's in Tokyo, you're in Chicago, I'm in the backwoods of South Carolina, Alea is in Colombia. It's not just an American issue, it's a worldwide issue. And I think getting that message, I guess my question for you would be two-faceted. One would be, what is our best possible way of getting this message into the streets of Chicago, the backwoods of South Carolina, and tying it together with that mental aspect, because change starts in the mind, not in the mirror.
It does. And I'll be honest, so Advocate Health is one of the top 10 health systems for size, right? We're in 6 states: Wisconsin, Illinois, North South Carolina, Alabama, and Georgia. So the way to make change is to do what Virta Health did, VIRTA. They did research, and they did that before they started to sell their product, which is low carb for metabolic health and disease reversal, particularly for diabetes. So in order to change the world, see, the United States is considered the leader in a lot of ways. And so what we do, a lot of countries will then follow. So if you're in a large health system, and what Dr. Tro did, many people know Dr. Tro, he said, here's an industrial company, and we're going to go to that industrial company and say, we can reduce the cost of your care to your employees. And what he was able to do with a low-carb diet with coaching, he reduced the cost of care. It's about 12 people in the study, $4,000 per employee per year. So show me the money. This is not Jerry Maguire, but if you show them the money and you can improve outcomes, it may not be good for the pharmaceuticals. It may not be good for everybody involved, but it'll be good for the insurers, though, because they're going to reduce the cost of care. And so for me personally, and this is why I'm one of the few low-carb docs that's still in a large health system, right? For me, it would come down to a large health system creating programs to support people who want to achieve metabolic health. You give them the dietary options that make sense. Low carb would be my favorite. And then what you would do is then provide coaching for them. You surround it with research so that as we do this work, we can then publish it and say, hey, this is something that the other health systems can do. We're saving money. People are happy. They love us because they say, finally, a doctor talks about nutrition. Finally, a doctor understands it and a system. And then we say, and then I go to the American Medical Groups Association, which is all the medical groups combined. I'm talking about health equity there, but then you then go to the American Medical Groups and talk about it. And then you go to the American Medical Association. Then you go to, you share this message, and then that'll then shift the tide towards this model, and then other countries will follow. So I think that's how you do it. And if you do it that way, it'll start to go, leave this social media, YouTube, podcast space and enter the mainstream, because we know it works. And doctors should be curious how some doctors take people off medicines and others don't.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah.
So, Dr. Hampton, we hope to reach a large audience with the documentary. I guess if you could you see a ton of patients and you've been doing this for a while, if you could kind of distill down all of your wisdom, everything you've sort of learned, like if people watch this documentary and they take nothing else away from it, what would be sort of a good message from your perspective?
I think for me, it's to go back to, Hippocrates, that food is medicine, and that if you think about some of the things I mentioned before, most people are not aware that metabolic health, if you achieve it, you'll prevent most of the things that scare us about being sick. So when I talk to patients, I say to them, you know what, tell me about your family history. And they start to tell you the things that exist. And I said, so if I had a way to not only reduce your risk for the diabetes and the blood pressure and the cholesterol that may be a little off, or your risk for cancer, your risk for polycystic ovarian, your risk for fibroids, your risk for, breast cancer, dementia, would you be interested in what that was? And then I would say to the world who's checking us out is that the best way to achieve that is by what you put in your mouth. So, because if I use hypertension as an example, most doctors in conventional medicine would say, well, it's about reduce the salt, right? And I would say, absolutely, too much salt will attract water into those blood vessels, and then that'll increase your risk for hypertension and eventually heart disease. And then I'll say to them, well, but did you know that if you have hyperinsulinemia, where you make too much insulin, and that's primarily driven by your diet, that'll also lead to you holding on to water or sodium. It'll also lead to insulin resistance, which will then reduce your nitric oxide. We know nitric oxide relaxes our blood vessels, and now you're going to constrict them. It'll also affect your calcium in such a way that that'll also cause constriction. It'll also increase macrophages kind of moving towards your endothelial line, the lining that surrounds your arteries, and causing inflammation. And so why focus just on the sodium? Carbohydrates do attract water, it has hydrate, so it attracts water and salt. But did you know that if you focus on the hyperinsulinemia, you can prevent all of those other things? And what's ironic about blood pressure is that us carnivores know that not only do we not have to worry about salt, we have to add salt.
Yeah.
So no doctor is taught that adding salt is a good thing. Well, if you eat this dietary pattern, you have to add salt. So the key is, as my Nest and Rope focuses on, what is the root cause? And if we focus on, my functional medicine taught me the root cause of why we get sick is the focus. Yes, I'm going to treat the person with pneumonia. Yes, I'm going to treat the person who broke their ankle. But if I want to prevent pneumonia and I want to make sure they heal, I need to have a dietary pattern that makes that possible. So if we focus and put all our resources into this approach, we will be able to prevent and heal, as opposed to manage disease, which is what our current model in the United States and in most countries is. So let's move towards healing and restoration. We'll use our technology when we can. If I break a leg, I do want somebody to fix it. But I want to also prevent that break, because I had muscles, just like that 98 year. I got muscles in my thighs, and I also have the right nutrients to build the bone and the ligaments and tissues, which is the amino acids that come from animals. So that's how I would go about that.
Love it. Thank you so much, Dr.
Awesome.
Hampton. You're the best. I wish we had Russ on here, because you guys had some pretty good banter back and forth last time. You were giving it.
Russ, if I see him in person, I don't care how big he is. I don't care if he lost 100 pounds. I'm hitting him in his chest. Everybody check out Homesick Buckeye. Russ is amazing, funny as it gets. And I thank God he's in the community. As you know, not a lot of people of color in the community. So when I met Russ, I was like, we got to get some more people in the community, because you said reach people. Part of reaching people is to have people of color on the platforms. And I think we're getting there, but we got to keep doing that. And I think we need all the, I do stuff with the Steak and Butter Gal. You want to have different races, different communities, so people who may need that, everybody doesn't need that. They may be more relatable to some people. So I'm a big fan.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. It's much bigger than just us. It's real people in real lives making real changes, and that's how we do it. We show real examples. This is real life. This ain't Hollywood. This is real life. So thank you for doing what you do. Thank you for your influence, and thank you for sharing your story and your wisdom with us today. I appreciate that.
Will. And I'll throw in out when I get a little time later, I'll comment here and there, and just keep up the good work. Get some rest if you can. Once this is done, I love you guys. Okay.
Thank you. Everyone, go check out Dr. Tony Hampton. You're on YouTube. Do you want to shout anything else out real quick?
Yeah, YouTube for sure. Trying to grow that channel like all of us. But the other thing is the link tree. So if they search Dr. Tony Hampton, you crazy girl, Dr. Tony Hampton link tree. If they search that, they can get my handout where what to eat, what not to eat, more low carb focus. I did a video with A-Day Fox. She's been a little bit out of the loop lately, but the Black Carnivore that talks about how to start low carb. So those videos are there, and that'll be very helpful to get people started. And there's a great video on diabetes and hypertension featured video. So check that out, Linktree. Check out the YouTube channel. We're going to keep preaching this message, guys.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks for coming.
My nurse is going to get me in a few minutes, so I'm out of here. Take care, guys.
Take care. Good to see you.
All right. That was awesome.
I'm going to take a restroom break, guys.
Bye.
Peace out. It's so good seeing you today. No, I'm just kidding.
We do a quick update, Alia?
Yeah, but we got to read these super chats first.
Okay.
And I will get prepared.
All right. I'm going to try to read these very, very quickly. There's 43 of them. So Carnivore Backwoods, new member. Awesome. Thank you. Absolutely relative. $5. Adam, can you please speak a little more on any alcohol cravings you have had? How do you battle? I have never had alcohol cravings. I think that might have been for Dave. And he did answer that question, but thank you for the super chat. Let's see. Carnivore Scott, $20 super sticker. Thank you so much. Awesome. Lori Woodward, RN, new member. Thank you so much. Natural and Simple Living, $20 super chat. Thank you. Susan, $20. Awesome. Thank you. Charles Lopez, let's get this movie made. Thank you all for your excellent content creations, as it greatly helps motivate down 150 pounds with keto and carnivore. Keep up the good work. Awesome. That is really awesome. Hyper Carnivorous Life, $10. Thank you so much. Keep up the great work, my carnivorous friends. Looking forward to the future. Absolutely. Keto Voragonian, Laura has inspired me for years. Yes, awesome. $7.99 super sticker chat from Jason Kornick. Thank you so much. And I believe this is Laura's husband, Chris Bath, $100. Yeah. Thank you so much. Awesome. MO, $10. Keep up the great work. Awesome. $10 super sticker from Don Mertz. Thank you so much. Carnivore for Future, 100 SEK. Well, I'm not sure what that is. Celebrate 4-year carnivore today. Was 637 pounds. Now dropped 297 pounds. Check the scale. I may be the most severe obese guy, plus 600 pounds, done this journey. I'm doing raw meat carnivore since 3 months. Awesome. Thank you so much for the super chat. Barry Simon, $20. I started watching Dr. Baker, which led to Dr. Chafee, Dr. Barry, and the rest of the community. Carrie, you're awesome, and I look forward to this documentary. Thank you so much. Lisa C., new member, thank you. Limitless Lindy, new member, awesome. Lisa C., $40. Happy 40th birthday, Alia. Woo! All right, let's see. Sherry Snyder, $20 super sticker, thank you. Marmar, $10 super sticker, thank you. Tanya Catazone, new member, thank you. Thomas, new member, thank you. Georgia Carnivore, $20. Talking with docs, 2 orthosurgeons, very pro standard American diet would be good for counter discussion. Absolutely. Thank you. Rich Walker, $20. Would like to see research articles, controlled trials that prove the benefits of carnivore in the documentary. Thank you for the super chat. Happy birthday, blessings to Alia. Thank you for helping others. Awesome. $5. Thank you. Les Kaiser, Ohio. Here you guys are so inspiring. Started my new journey with you day 5. P.S. Ask Dave how I can get one of those awesome shirts he is wearing. $20 super chat. Thank you so much. Barbivore, $20. Happy birthday, Alia. $2. Pat Bear. Happy birthday, Alia.
Yeah.
$3 super sticker. Carnivore Nana. Awesome. Oh my gosh, there's so many of these.
This
Don,
is for Dr. Hampton.
Question for Dr. Hampton. Is he restricted or have to be careful recommending diets that go against the mainstream standard of care? Thank you so much for the super chat, Don. $10. $5. Happy birthday, Alia. Carnivore Scott. Lori Woodward, RN, $10. Just bought a cutting board. So excited to get it. Thank you. And $10 from Georgios. Thank you. Michelle McGarty, $20. Thank you. And I'm not going to continue because we need to get to our guest.
Yeah, we got to get going.
I just have to do a quick update on the fundraising. Really quick. I will do that super duper fast. So we're at, can you see the screen?
Yep.
Okay, good. So we are at, I'll just say we're at 4,600. Let me see if I can do that again. I had the wrong screen up there. We're at 4,600 for the morning. This is crazy, guys.
Awesome.
So just rapid Alia math. Rapid fire Alia math. We almost have 1,500 people watching. 1,500 times $100 is $150,000.
Woo!
Let's do that. Let's do that right now. Okay. I'll stop talking.
Rena.
Hi, Carrie.
How are you?
I just want to say, you guys, this is incredible. Like, you've been on for a few hours and you've already raised that much money.
Yes.
Guys, Carnival is away. Everybody watching, if you hear anything that is pertinent to you today, raise your money, raise the awareness that Carnival is a lifestyle that we need to follow and live our optimal life. And I can see these noddings. And I'm sure that if I could see all these people out there, I'll be seeing these noddings as well.
Oh, yeah.
Because yes, isn't it the way? Hasn't it healed our lives so much? So I just want to say a big thank you for everything that you guys are doing, including you, Carrie. And thank you for letting me be here. It's wonderful.
Awesome.
Thank you for joining us. I love what you're doing for sure. Would you mind? We had such a good conversation before too. I really enjoyed talking to you. I know we're talking again. Would you mind giving maybe a little bit of your background expertise with our audience?
Yeah, sure. So for those that might not know me, my name is Rena. I'm on YouTube, 5 Minute Body. My journey really started, I guess, 20 years ago when I kind of started dieting and trying to find optimal health. I dealt with severe sugar addiction, body image issues. I had a lot of gut issues. I tried every diet: vegan, vegetarian, paleo, pescatarian, keto. I think I tried Atkins, everything out there. It wasn't until I found Dr. Ken Berry 3 years ago, I found carnivore, and I thought, what is this eating meat? Red meat. I never tried eating red meat previously. I was eating chicken, I was eating fish, low fat, and all the vegetables. So I thought, okay, need to start eating some beef. Need to start eating some red meat. So I tried doing the leaner meats because I thought, okay, you know what? I can't eat the fattier beefs. Like I can't stomach that. And then I started feeling better. I started feeling that my sugar addiction, my binging was going away. So I was doing that and I just thought, okay, I need to find more information. I just started interviewing people on my YouTube channel. And now I'm just like, wow, carnivore, honestly, if you do it the way that if you're eating the way that you're meant to be eating ancestrally, which is fatty meats, taking out all the rubbish, the seed oils, the toxins, the sugar, all the chemicals that we have been brainwashed to believe that we need to eat, the power of just doing that heals everything and anything that you can believe. I'm not just saying my story. We hear so many people's stories. I even spoke to Professor Seafried yesterday about cancer, talking about the roots of cancer, that we hear that cancer is something that we're either born with, it's something that it's a chronic disease that we have no control over. So he's talking about ketogenic diets, metabolic therapy to actually treat cancer. That cancer is a disease of mitochondrial dysfunction. We also hear this about heart disease, brain disease. How many people do we see that have Alzheimer's, gut issues, SIBO, all these different things? That's why I interview all these people, to hear people's stories and speak to doctors so that we can find the truth about how we should be eating to heal all these problems that everyone is dealing with, but there seems to be no solution, but there is. And it starts with what we eat, which is meat. So that was a long-winded story about me.
No, that's wonderful. So you've done a lot of coaching over the years too, is that right?
Yeah, so we have our carnivore group where I have my own carnivore coaches, and I also have guest speakers coming on each week. And what we do is it's coaching, but carnivore is simple, but it's not so simple because it's about what we see on the outside around. Yes, Kerry, yes. It's the different things that we talk about: cholesterol, saturated fat, how to stay on carnivore, what are the best meats that we should be eating. A lot of people undereat protein because they think that, oh, if I eat, over 100 grams of protein, that's going to kill my kidneys, or I'm going to get gout, or I'm going to get heart disease from eating too much protein. So it's all these things that we talk about in the coaching just to help people stay on the lifestyle. And what you're doing here, which is spreading the word, it is so important that people hear the power of carnivore, the power of eating what we're ancestrally meant to be eating.
Right. Yeah, that's the whole goal with the documentary, is to share some of these remarkable stories and examples from people. So what are some things you've seen over the years in terms of remarkable stories or examples of people with carnivore?
Examples of people. So I spoke with Dante just last week. So you know Dante,
Yeah.
right? 88 pounds in 125 days from just eating meat. So he tried Atkins, right? So he was his top weight was 302 pounds, and then he dropped to about 214 pounds. So he lost 88 pounds in 6 months doing Atkins. But then he fell off the wagon because he thought, you know what? I've reached my goal weight. I can just have a bit of this or that, or it just gives you more freedom with Atkins, like with keto. Then he got serious about his weight when he was going to, I think it was Taco Bell. He looked at his reflection in the mirror and thought, you know what? I'm just saying his story again, but he said, I just can't do this. And that was his turning point. So we always talk about a why. What is your why? Right. And Dr. Weidman says, what is your why that makes you cry?
I love that.
What is your why that's going to make you make the change that you need to make the change in your life? It can be a chronic disease. It can be weight loss. It can be energy. It can be any of that. For Dante, it was the fact that he was 302 pounds, that he was suffering. He was so chronically depressed that like he was saying that it was just so bad that he couldn't even explain how bad it was. That was his turning point. With Carnivore, in 125 days, he lost 88 pounds. I think it was all close to 100 pounds. So it's stories like that. I just spoke to Christina, who's one of my coaches, and she was talking about previously she had SIBO, small intestinal bacteria overgrowth. Every single night she couldn't sleep. She was up 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m. because when you have these bugs in your stomach, they cause all this havoc, and part of it is not being able to sleep. So Carnivore completely healed that within 3 months. When the doctors were telling her to be on this diet, this supplement, and nothing was helping, that helped her on SIBO, with her SIBO. Kara, I'm going to interview you in 2 weeks. I'm going to hear your story. But there's just countless miraculous stories. And again, it's not just from people that we know, it's doctors, it's people out there that are having these wonderful transformations, just eating meat, getting off medications that they thought they're going to be on for the rest of their lives. You know, even with Dante, he thought that his testosterone supplement, the doctor said to him, you can try this all meat diet, but you'll have to take testosterone for the rest of your life. He went on the diet, he stopped his testosterone supplement, the TRT, and his TRT went from the low 300s to mid or high 500s, which is moderate to high level, just eating meat. So it's not just the weight loss. It's not just chronic inflammation. It's your hormones. And when you fix all of that, miraculous things happen. And really what you're trying to do is to eat nutrient-dense foods, which comes from meat. But the problem is there's been so much backlash with meat. It's brainwashing, it's propaganda, it's big food, it's big pharma trying to, I don't want to be so extreme, but trying to enslave us to eat a diet where we are a bit brainwashed to think a certain way, to act a certain way. And I don't know about you guys, but when you're carnivore, you have a bit more freedom in terms of how you think. You question things a bit more.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah?
Yep. Oh, yeah.
So it is this transformation in your health, in your mental health, in your emotional health, in every facet of your life changes when you change the way that you eat. And that's why the documentary is so important. Anything that we can do to get the message out is so important. Not just carnivore, ketogenic diets, feeding your body with protein and fat, which is the essential nutrients that your body needs to thrive. And this is so incredibly important because people feel that they have nowhere to go in their life if they have a disease. It's the end road. You have a choice. The body is so powerful in its healing to recover its immune system, brain function, gut function, and you give it the nutrients that it needs.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I love that. It's you said it, like, I love that statement. You need to know your why that makes you cry. And I think with this documentary, and a lot of people I've seen too, there's a lot of people that already have that why. They're desperate or they have depression. I'm seeing a lot of people getting stuck on the how, and I'm hoping to kind of address that with the documentary a little bit, because it's like you said, there's so much confusion out there. My entire life I've been told you eat meat, it's going to clog your arteries. You should avoid that, eat your vegetables, those sort of things. And there's a lot of people, I think, they're just sort of like a deer stuck in the headlights. It's just inaction, and they're not sure what to do next. Do you have any sort of advice for people that are like that? They want to do something, but they're terrified. They're scared to do anything.
Yeah, and I guess it's understanding the first idea that when anyone starts something new, there's a learning curve. And the first thing is a bit of resistance. It's like, oh, that sounds scary. But with anything like a baby trying to walk, it's scary. Like, how many times does a baby try to take its first steps and fall over? When you start carnivore or anything new, it's okay to fall over. You will fall over and celebrate the win because you're trying. And as with a baby, when it takes its first steps, when it takes that first step and falls over, that's progress. The next step, it's progress. So when you're asking the how, it's to keep trying. We know what we need to be doing. It's the meat. Eat the meat. Educate yourself. Watch Kerry. Watch other people that are on YouTube. Watch Dr. Ken Berry. Maybe you want to watch my videos. I don't talk that much because I'm interviewing people. But the thing is, watch whomever you love, that you can listen to, that you trust. to get the information that you need. You don't have to have a whole lot of information to make a change. It's about really who you trust, who you resonate with. It's like when you see a doctor, any doctor out there, some people you just think, I really like them. I don't like them so much. And then your ears are open to the people that you really like, the ones that kind of speak your kind of language. So if it's Dr. Ken Berry, watch him. Dr. Chafee, Dr. Wiedemann, Kelly Hogan. So many people out there. But the main thing that you really have to do is to invest in your own education. Yes. Because no one is going to tell you what you need to do. And it's the same thing with every aspect of your health and in your life. The same thing with financial education. We have to learn about that. The same thing with anything, playing a sport, learning a musical instrument, going to the gym, all these different things. There is a learning curve. But the great thing is that there is so much information out there, especially on YouTube, about the how-to, the basics of how to start carnivore. And, you know, the 1, 2, 3 steps, it's there. It's just about finding somebody and really listening and having an open mind to say, you know what, if they're having such incredible results, I think I can have those incredible results. And it will happen for me. And the consistency through that is very important.
Right. Yeah. Baby steps. I think a lot of people, the fear is just lack of knowledge. And the knowledge is out there. It's like you said, you just got to go get it. Just research it. It's amazing. You just pull this thing up and you type it in, Dr. Berry, Dr. Chafee, whatever. It's all there for you. You can get over that fear that way. So
absolutely.
You've interviewed a lot of really interesting people. I love what you're doing on your channel. You put so much work into each of your videos. You can really see it. I highly recommend everyone check out Rena at 5 Minute Body. Is there one interview or point or something that's really remarkable to you that stands out memorably?
I think that 2 interviews. We love Dr. Anthony Chafee. I think I've interviewed him probably about 5 times on my channel because there are so many different things that I can talk about with him. But it's really, I think the great thing about Dr. Chafee is that he makes it simple. And you hear so many people when they want to calculate macros, protein, fat, high fat carnivore, high protein carnivore, or let's do lion diet, or let's do a sardine fast. Who wants to just eat sardine? The one thing I love about Dr. Chafee is, like, you don't have to know all about all these different things. Eat the meat, salt, and water. And he backs it up with so much evidence that is not just, you know, clinical studies that can be. So if you know anything about clinical studies, there's a lot of variation around how studies are performed, designed. But what he talks about is from our ancestor days. So from a primal perspective, what we were meant to be eating from an evolution point of view. He talks about isotope studies. So really that gives you a lot of backing to be clear about why we are doing this, why carnivore is the way that we should be eating if you want to have an optimal way of life. And he backs it up in how he lives his life. You know, he does the lifestyle. He's been living this lifestyle for, I think it's how many years, like 10 years or over 10 years?
Yeah.
You know, which is quite incredible. The other interviews that I loved was Dr. Ovadia. I just love everything that he has to say. So he is a cardiac heart surgeon. And he had an incredible story where he was severely overweight, obese. And, you know, he performs cardiac surgery. So he's not a cardiologist, he does surgery every single day. And he sees people, and he was talking about the youngest person that he has seen was age 35. And she had a disease that could have been preventable with diet, and he had to operate on her. So it's all these different things that you hear, which is remarkable in terms of how people can change their life with diet. You don't have to take medications. You don't have to be suffering through all these different things if you make that change yourself. And I think that because I surround myself with people like this, I'm in the community, I'm talking to doctors, I'm talking to everyday people, it also helps me sound carnivore. Because I don't know about you guys, but you're going to go out and you just see sugars and carbs everywhere. Yeah. Everywhere. You can't get out of it. So you have to surround yourself with people that are actually doing this lifestyle that you can think, oh, I'm like you. I'm the same as you. Because we have something called mirror neurons. So anything that we see around us or hear around us, we're going to resonate or have that same behavior. So if you see people eating sugars and breads and carbs, you're going to do the same thing. But if you're seeing people eating meat, eating fat, living a healthy life, and actually saying, this is great, your brain starts to accept it. It doesn't have that resistance. Because a lot of the time I know that people, when they start carnivore, you have like your mom, your dad, somebody down the street to say, you're eating a steak? You want to eat heart disease.
Yeah.
Oh, you're going to die.
I want to see those LDL numbers.
I want to see the LDL numbers. Oh, have you had your blood work done? And then that person gets scared. I saw my doctor the first year of carnivore. She wanted to put me on a statin because my LDL had increased. Yes, right?
Wow.
And I was doing carnivore, talking to all these experts, and I can't swear, but I got really scared, can I just say? Because I'm 40 years old and they say to me, go on a statin. I'm like, what? Like, am I doing something wrong? And I was doing this and talking to all these people that are carnivore, like Dr. Chafee, like Dr. Berry, Kelly Hogan. And then the doctor's saying you have to go on a statin. So then I messaged Dr. Chafee and he said, fire that doctor. I was like, okay, right, I'm gonna do that. So, and you can see, like, it doesn't matter who you are. When you see these people that it could be a doctor, it could be your friend or family, and they go against what you're trying to do, it affects you. So going back to the how, it's surrounding yourself with people that are doing the same thing. If you want to do a behavior, it doesn't have to be just eating meat. It could be walking, going to the gym. It could be just being positive and not complaining. You got to surround yourself with people that are doing the same thing. It's as simple as that. So that's what I do.
I love that. I never really thought about that too much, but in my house, it's nonstop carnivore content. It seems like it's the same thing for everyone. I'm hoping to get more meetups and meeting people locally, but I never really thought about the why for that. And I guess that's why it is important to surround yourself around people like that. Sorry, Sean, I cut you off there.
I know. No, just kidding. No, so seriously, so what is probably one of the most beneficial things that you have found in your own personal journey that impacted your mental health as far as continuing to change this process, whether it be something recently or early on? Obviously, the nutrition is a key factor, but is there anything else outside of that that you've used that's kept you focused and helped change your mental attitude towards things?
I think before I started carnivore, I was seeing, so I had a eating disorder called night eating syndrome. That means that you wake up in the middle of the night, you eat majority of your calories that you'd probably eat during the day, you eat at nighttime. Plus you eat what you eat during the day. That made me really depressed. I literally would not go out. I had a lot of social anxiety. I couldn't function day to day because I didn't know why this was happening. I later found out after seeing a psychotherapist, a hypnotherapist, a psychiatrist, and a psychologist, and they put me on drugs, Zoloft. I later found out that to heal those eating disorders, I had to go back to heal my emotional trauma from my childhood. And what I was doing was eating all these different diets that weren't feeding me nutrients, which was exacerbating the situation. So when I found carnivore and eating meat, what happened was I was feeding my body and my brain with enough fat, enough protein, enough things that my body needed to just calm down. So I didn't have to take any, like the Zoloft. I didn't have to see a psychiatrist or a psychologist or any of these people. I actually got a lot of confidence back in my life. As you can see now, like I'm talking normal. I couldn't talk like this 5 years ago. There's no way. So it's just for me, just being able to function. I don't binge ever. Like I can eat food and just feel satisfied and not wake up in the middle of the night and want to binge, and the next day just think I need to over exercise to counteract that. Now I exercise because I want to be strong as a 40-year-old woman in my menopause years, in 10 years time, or whenever that happens. I want to be strong. I'm not exercising to counteract calories that are overate or sugar. I don't have binging cycles on sugar. Like I used to have a container of stevia and peanut butter and eat that because stevia has no calories. And I'm sure that people listening right now will be thinking, oh, but stevia is okay, or I have done that. But you don't understand that these are chemicals in your body, and we've been marketed to believe that stevia is natural. It's not. It's the same as sugar. There's something called the cephalic effect of food, that your salivary glands don't understand the difference between something with no calories and loads of sugar. So to answer your question, the carnivore way didn't just change the outside version, it changed the inside version. And when people do this lifestyle, they'll see it, they'll feel it, they'll live this lifestyle and see the difference in how they feel, how they show up in their life, their job, their family, their energy. They actually become more of a calmer person eating meat.
Yeah, I think that's such a critical point that I try to emphasize as well. Is like, it's not going to stop all those situations. It's not going to stop every circumstance. It's not going to magically pay all your bills automatically for you and arrange every other issue in your life. However, it is going to give you the ability to face those situations with a grit and a determination. And once you start walking that road and invest in this life, it's going to give you that calmness, and that mental toughness will be able to be developed because you're so not focused on all these other issues that it did help. And I think, you know, it's a link, and I feel like it's a key point, crucial. So thank you.
I love that you said that. It's such an interconnected paradigm that we have between our physical health, mental health, and emotional health. What we eat is the integral part of that because it feeds our hormones. And it's just, if you just try carnivore or a ketogenic lifestyle, you know, eat the fat, eat the protein, and you'll see the difference. And Kerry, can I just say, you are just looking more handsome by the day. You're looking slimmer and more trimmer. I feel like I just saw you like a week or two ago, and I was like, have you lost more weight, or are you just looking more slim?
Come on now. We're not going to be able to fit his head in the picture with us if you keep telling me these kinds of things.
He just got a haircut.
Jen made you take a shower, right?
He's sharp, he's shaved, he's clean, and he looks awesome.
You're on mute, brother.
Sorry, I was going to say, I appreciate that. My head's going to blow up. We had a really fun conversation, Rena and I did. Somehow we ended up talking about man boobs. And
I'm doing a video about carnivore diet for men. So I had to include Kerry, right? I had to include Dante. I had to include Kerry. So I had all these questions around, like, okay, carnivore, you know, for men, protein, fat, testosterone. And then I asked him about man boobs.
It was a fun question. And I keep using it now since, because Dr. Chaffee has this example when he says, well, you wouldn't see an animal in the wild with, like, its belly hanging down and this or that. So I've been using that. You wouldn't see a deer with, like, man boobs and this and that.
Well, I'll tell you this. I've lost 269 pounds in a little over a year, and I don't have no man boobs.
Nice.
You know what? Men on carnivore, they don't have the man boobs. And it's actually called gynecomastia. So Dr. Avedi was talking about that. It is a medical, like, there is a medical name for it.
Oh,
and
yeah.
As Dr. Chaffee says, no other species is confused about what they should be eating apart from humans, right?
Right.
And
Just the big brain humans. Just the big brain humans are the only ones screwing it up. So
I mean, what would that even look like to see a lion going over here and, like, getting him a glass of goat's milk? You know, like, what other species does this stuff? Like, we complicate things trying to be smarter than we, you know, food consumption should be extremely simple. It's how we survive. It's how we thrive, essentially. You know, it's how we gain that potential to do something great with our lives. And we try to overcomplicate the simple stuff and simplify the complicated stuff, you know. It just makes no sense how reverse we get it, you know. But I feel like this way of eating, this lifestyle, this community, and everything that goes along with it is doing a great job to combat that. And there's no doubt in my mind that we'll leave the world better than we found it, because we're not going to stop till we do.
Absolutely. One carnivore at a time, changing the world, eating more meat, feeding our brain and our body with what we need. That's the power of carnivore.
And sharing that example.
Sharing those examples. Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Rena. We really appreciate you. YouTube at 5 Minute Body. Do you want to shout anything else out?
No. You know, enjoy the wonderful people that are on this live stream. You guys are doing an amazing job. Spread the message. That's all I can say. Spread the message that carnivore meat. Please try to stay consistent with the lifestyle. It's easy to start carnivore. It's hard to stay on track. So find friends, find a community, find people that you trust, and try it and stay in it for the long term. I can see Dr. Lisa Wiedemann. She's fantastic, guys. You'll love her. And you'll love her as well.
Thank you. We love
Take
you
care,
too.
Rena.
Thank you, Rena. Appreciate
See you guys.
you.
Have fun.
See you.
Bye.
You too.
All right.
All right. What should we do now?
Quick
We're
update,
fall
Alia.
behind a bit.
Alia, you're muted.
Alia's got this muting thing today.
Because we're not supposed to be eating alive, so that's why we have to mute. We need to read at least some of these super chats. We have some crazy super chats.
We do. Here's a couple. Keto Voragonian, $10. Thank you for being here with us today, Dr. Hampton. Awesome. $10 super chat. Thank you so much. Julie Watts, new member. Thank you so much. Connie K, $20. I believe Dr. Hampton's wife is a pharmacist, as am I, so I challenge all carnivore pharmacists to donate. Absolutely. Thank you so much. €5 super sticker from Hervé. Thank you so much. Woodster, 72, $25. Awesome. If you are reading this, you still can make the choice to change your life. Put your life in God's hands and eat mostly meat. Yes. Awesome. Florida Doc 999, $99.99, gave $99.99 on the 10-hour event. I'm a family physician in Florida trying to reverse my type 2 T2DM. I don't know what that is. Of 30 years. Already down 60 pounds in 2023. Already stopped Trulicity. Decreased insulin 80%. Stopped lisinopril 40 milligrams. Decreased metoprolol from 300 milligrams per day to 100 milligrams per day. MD for 39 years. I'm sorry if I messed up those prescriptions. I'm not very hip on those, but thank you so much for the super chat. We definitely appreciate that. 333 Jim, $10 super chat. Thank you so much. Absolutely relative. $10 super chat. Doctor, there are a few theories on how much protein each should eat daily. Opinions are 1 gram per kilo of the ideal weight to 2 grams per round per current weight. What's your truth about this macro norm? I'm sorry we didn't get to your question while the doc was here. Absolutely relative, but we definitely thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Hanuz Girl, $20 Australian. Go you good carnivores. You all rock. Awesome. Thank you so much. And wow, $200 from Jack Lavoska. Fired up for this carnivore documentary. Let's go. All right. Thank you. Nana's Joy, $20 super sticker. Thank you so much. Hoot de Carnivore, $20. Can't wait for the doc. Thank you so much. Trog Lodite, Canadian, $5. Hope you have some discussion during the stream today about carbs, cancer, mitochondria. Need to get the message out. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Carol Cap, $20 Canadian. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much. Marcello, $20 European. Thank you so much. Kathy Tittle, $20. Thank you so much. Allison Stevenson, donate a ribeye, 1 sacrifice today, and you'll be helping to heal thousands when the documentary comes out. $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Allison. And I wish I could give more. Good luck. $5 from Carno Dane. Thank you so much. We got Jen on here. $10 super chat. Happy birthday, Alia. Thank you for being on here during your special day. Another one from Jen. Happy birthday, Alia. Thank you for being on here for your special day. You get 2 of them.
Wow. I got to add that to the grid.
100 Ron from Christopher Ellis. Carry on 492 days carb free. That is so awesome. We got a few more here, guys. $5 super sticker from VT. Thank you so much. Boulder Picks, $1.99, 120 days in. Thank you so much. Carnivore Backwoods, $20. Y'all are doing great. Unfortunately, I'm stuck at work today, but plan to be listening in between customers all day. Always here to support the community. Awesome. Thank you so much. CarnivoreTalk.com, new member. Appreciate that. And Gail Herrick, $100.
Wow.
Let's knock this out of the park, people, and get this done. Give the best that you can give and see what see that the goal is reached. We can do this and make sure all the money needed to get this carnivore documentary done. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Gail. We definitely appreciate that. Alia, totals.
Okay, you guys are not going to believe it. First guess how much we're at. Anybody? Okay, fine. You're at $5,000.
Woo! All right.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Awesome.
Everybody is so amazing. And I appreciate everybody so much for being here, for donating. And do we need to go over my mathematics again?
No, I think we're good.
Nope.
Everyone do $100 and we'll be done with the fundraiser for today.
Right.
There we go. I'm
Awesome.
done talking now.
Thank you.
All right.
All right. Let's get back on track. We have a wonderful guest next. Dr. Wiedemann, how are you?
Great. How are you? So
Awesome.
happy
Hi
to
there.
be here. So really thrilled to join you all and join this amazing event. And I am so pleased to be able to contribute to it.
Well, we're honored to have you here for sure. Would you mind maybe sharing a little bit of your background expertise for our audience?
Sure. I guess for people who don't know me, I'll give the basics. I'm an optometric physician for over 32 years. So I've seen a lot of eyeballs in my day, and I still do work part-time. My other job is really helping to promote the amazing health benefits of this ancestral proper way to nourish ourselves. So as you all know, well, many don't. I've been carnivore for just under 15 years now. And
wow.
Yeah, I came to it out of sheer desperation. I was so fortunate to have come across in my diligent searches online on the internet. This was prior to like Facebook and Instagram. This was back in the ancient days of really just kind of surfing the web. And I myself, so I was 44 at the time. I'm 58 right now. And yeah, 58, gosh, it's 60's knocking on the door here, but I feel great. And I feel so thankful and grateful that I found this way of eating back when I did. And amazingly enough, back when I found it, I thought to myself, oh my gosh, if I had only found this 20 years ago, if I had only, and I hear that from so many people that are in my coaching groups and people who interact with me on YouTube and Instagram, that they go, gosh, if I had only found this sooner. And I thought, yeah, I thought the very same thing, but here I am, at least in the position that I found it 15 years ago. But I suffered for 30 long years of basically a carb and sugar addiction, binge eating disorder. It was horrible. It was, anybody, for many out there potentially watching this, you know how these things can be very secretive. We are embarrassed by it. And I knew I was a smart, I'm like, you're an intelligent woman, Lisa. Why haven't you figured this out? Why can't you get out from under yourself with this? And at the time, I had no clue that sugar was more addictive than cocaine and heroin, and that this actually was a true addiction, more serious and more difficult to overcome than nicotine and alcohol. So therein lied my I'm glad I'm a persistent SOB who just kept trying so hard to figure this out, and came across a group called Zeroing In on Health, started by Charles Washington. It was a group that got kicked off of a very popular low carb forum back in the day. And they had a little no carb thread on this forum, and it wasn't taken too well by the owner of the low carb forum and booted them off. And so Charles Washington started his own little online forum. And I was fortunate enough that fateful day of March 9th, 2009 to come across it. And I was riveted. There was only maybe about 60 people in there sharing their journeys and their experience and their changes that are happening and their questioning of, like, yeah, why can't we do this? Why wouldn't this be healthy? There were people who had done the induction phase of Atkins, which that first 2 weeks, from what I understand, I didn't officially actually do the whole Atkins Revolution book, but from what I understand, that first 2 weeks is really pure carnivore. It's, basic meat, eggs and bacon. And they were like, we feel so great. We're doing so well. Why would we have to climb the carb ladder? And typically you hear that same thing over and over. It's like, oh yeah, I did great on Atkins back in the day. I lost tons of weight, but I gained it all back. Why? Because you climb the carb ladder, and you climb the carb ladder until you just fall face down flat into the carb ditch. It's a very fast, quick, slippery slope right down into that ditch, as we all know, when we have been spending a lifetime of yo-yo dieting and this roller coaster of being good and keeping it together and eating healthy. And then the next thing you know, you're face down in a pile of cookies. So it came about that like I said, this group was amazing. Even though it was tiny, there was 2 women in there who were very open about their history of eating disorders and their problem with carb addiction, and that this has resolved their issue. And so I was like, I was bug-eyed. I read until 1 a.m, and I started the next day. And I said, all right, this is crazy, Lisa. You think this is healthy? No fruits and vegetables? And come on, you've been brainwashed your whole life like everybody else that you have to have this stuff. And oh, let's talk about fiber too. Got to have fiber. So all of these things swirled in my head, but I didn't care. I was so enamored with the fact that these women were in there and resolved of their addiction to the draw to get in your car and go eat this stuff and hide the wrappers and throw the wrappers out so people didn't. That whole aspect of my life that had taken over in such a big spot in my head that I didn't want in there anymore. I said, I'm all in. I'm doing this. And I decided to myself, all right, you're smart. As you do this, let's just keep researching. Let's keep learning. Let's keep understanding. And in this amazing little forum, we were sharing lots of different PDFs and books, and Fat of the Land and Not by Bread Alone and Vilmar Stephenson writings, and Owsley Stanley, The Bear. There's some great PDFs of his writings. He's been doing this for like 40 years. And so it came upon as I kept hanging in with reading in this journal with these people and doing it myself and feeling better and better week by week, and feeling amazing that there's a light at the end of this dark hole of a tunnel I had been in, that there was no turning back for me. I was like, thank goodness it wasn't vegetarianism that was going to solve this problem, because I was so happy just eating steaks and chopped bacon and you name it. I was happy. And then I wanted to shout it from the rooftops. I wanted everybody to hear about this and know about this, because in that group, it wasn't just me with my issue. It was people resolving themselves of diabetes, people resolving themselves of hypertension, of anxiety and depression, of bipolar, and skin issues, and Crohn's and IBS and arthritis. And I was just like, wait a minute. I felt like I found the Holy Grail. And then I realized you want to scream it from the rooftops, but guess what? Not too many people want to hear your wacky idea. So I decided, I was like, all right, here I am. I call it flying the freak flag. What do you mean you don't eat meat? Yeah, I do. Yeah, it's great. How long you been doing that for? I was like, 6 months or a year. It just kept going and going the longer I was doing it. And people were still like giving me that look like, and then of course you get all the comments. Well, what about your cholesterol? What about your heart? Oh, that's all well and good now until you have a heart attack 5 years from now. And that's actually what, I realized I just got to zip it up a little bit here, because most people don't want to take a look at their own eating habits, because sometimes it does start to shine a light on, the donut and Twinkie eaters and pizza and, all that stuff. And so I was like, all right, I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing, feeling good. And then as more time went on, like 10 years, and I'm just happy and healthy and going about my life, and of course, along the way, I would understand that there are some people who are very receptive to hearing my information. And I learned really quickly how to pick them out, how to really quickly know when someone was genuinely interested for their own, I call it the why that makes them cry. I think Christy Code Red Nichols coined that term, but I love it. They had their own driving force, whatever it was. It might not have been my exact one, but there's so many other people who were resolving their issues with this. So I would, I coached along and helped these people. But then it was the big Sean Baker on Joe Rogan, the big explosion of, oh my gosh, what this crazy thing, and he's doing it. And then people like, well, all well and good until you die of a heart attack. This is not sustainable. And this is not healthy long-term. And then I was just sitting in my chair reading that and going, wait a minute, I'm here, yes. So I just I decided on Instagram to just make this, little account called Carnivore Doctor. And within a couple years, it was exploding because I was willing and able to share all of my experience that people were eager to have from somebody who's done this for quite a while and doesn't have scurvy and is living proof I don't have any heart issues and my blood work is great. So that's a very long, you can tell I get very passionate and long-winded about this stuff, but that's a very big explanation of really kind of how I got into this. And now I couldn't be happier to help continue make it so that people aren't flying a freak flag. Everybody else is the freak eating that other junk, right? We're not. That's right. All of you eating that processed chemical. I said, if it comes in a box, a bag, a bottle, or a jar, it doesn't belong in your mouth. And all of this kind of came about where then back with my group, the Zeroing In on Health, Charles Washington hosted a meetup, a little luncheon in Philadelphia at Plataforma. And there was 20 of us who got together. And that was my first meetup, called MEAT meetup. And I was like, wow, this was awesome. I sat at a whole table of freaks like me.
Well, that's where you met Kelly Hogan, right?
Yes.
Was it Kelly in that group?
Yeah, she came into the group, I'd say probably about 6 months after I was in there and writing, typing away. And then, this woman, Kelly, comes in talking about her, sugar-free Jell-O and exercise 3 or 4 hours a day and all this stuff. And so, it was all of us who were trying to talk her off the cliff and getting her to stop certain things. And that's my initial, because I actually then hosted, because it just so happened coincidentally, she's down in the Carolinas, I'm up in New Jersey. And coincidentally, her in-laws lived a town over from me, and she was coming up for a visit. And I typed in that group, I go, hey, why don't you come over and have a steak with me? And then that was in that forum. And next thing you know, I had 14 people in my kitchen during that day that she came. And therein started the whole thing with the meetups, how I said, you know what? You walk away feeling so empowered, so motivated, and so good about the fact that there's other like-minded people who are seeking optimal health. And there's nothing better than getting together and talking and sharing stories. So I've been on a mission as of late to host a meetup in every state. I've been part of 30 meetups so far. And so I just feel like it's the community and the support that really helps this. And it's the knowledge that you all are attempting to bring out, which I am so thrilled about, because, everybody gets well, where are the studies? Where's the science? Where's the information? I go, I don't know. I'm not waiting for it because I feel great.
That's right.
I don't know. You all can keep waiting for the study, but now that there's more and more, I mean, of course, I feel better and better because now there's some people who thought I was a total wackadoodle 15 years ago that are now going, huh, maybe she did have something there after all.
It just took them 15 years to start convincing them a little bit.
Yeah.
Wow. That's
Absolutely.
so cool. That's amazing. Some of the things you said just really struck with me, like the yo-yo dieting over the years. I did keto. This is the thing I hate the most on carnivores, when people say just eat in moderation. I think that's been the cause of so many yo-yo diets for people over the year, because I would do the same thing. I love what you said about the carb ladder. Oh, I got down to my goal weight now. Now I can have some strawberries or a little bit of this. And it was just like you said, the carb ladder. Do it all. And if you go through all of that and lose all of that weight, it's like a life-changing thing. And then to throw it all away and gain it all back and then do it over and over again. It's something crazy.
Yeah, and you're not realizing at the moment when you are sliding down the slippery slope. I call it the ditch demon in here is rooting you on, like, yeah, all right, you had strawberries yesterday, but look at these dried apricots. They're good for you, right? It's just fruit. And it's just going and going. And then you have that, and then you're firing up the dopamine. And then it's like, and I say that there is no such thing as moderation when it comes to your DOC, your drug of choice. We don't moderate things that we are addicted to. And, you know, I've said before, it's like, there's no such thing as half a cupcake. There is no cutting that thing in half and having just half to moderate it, right? That other one is gone, and I'm also eyeing which one has the best icing that's on the platter next to it, okay?
Right.
Yeah, that's just the way it is. And, you know, I think people can understand that. And I think the big issue is, you know, of course, nobody would go up to somebody who is a recovered alcoholic who's been sober and in AA, right? And go up and say, oh, this is the best Cabernet you'll ever have. I just got it at this winery. Wait till nobody does that. Or, oh my gosh, this tequila to die for, right? Nobody's doing that. But everybody does that to us, to me. Like,
right.
Oh, Aunt Sue just made this chocolate mousse. You got to try it. Or you're at work and in the break room, it's like, oh, Mrs. Smith made her crumb cake and it's still warm. You got to grab some, right? It's all of this. It's the sights, the sounds, hearing that, the aroma, all of it hits us really strongly when it's hitting our addiction. And people don't realize, and I think that's another, you know, aside from this whole carnivore movement coming out, I think the other big piece of the puzzle that needs to really truly come out is the addiction. Because people say, oh, you can't be addicted to food. Don't be silly. You can't be addicted to sugar. Don't be silly. Man's been eating sugar and fruit all blah, blah, blah. You know, it's not recognized really, truly for what it is. And for any of us, and I feel like it's a spectrum, just like with alcohol. You can have an alcoholic who drinks 2 glasses of wine every single night, does not miss it, will not miss it, 2 drinks, right? All the way up to the blackout alcoholic that as soon as they have one, they're drinking until they're on the floor, passed out, right? But there's a spectrum. There's a spectrum with, this is, of course, my opinion. I haven't really done any full scientific studies of this, but there's a spectrum of this addiction. Because I will even say to, let's say, a friend who I call a naysayer, who says, well, I'm not addicted to it, but I mean, I do have my piece of chocolate every day. And I go, oh, really? Well, why don't you try giving it all up for 90 days and see how you do and how you feel? That means no salad dressing, no ketchup, no barbecue sauce. I mean, it's in everything. Yeah. And I say, just try it and see how you feel and what your draw is to it. And again, those are the type of people that kind of scoff, like, you can't be addicted to food. You can't be addicted to that. I'm like, oh yes, you can. Yes, I'm living proof of that.
Me too.
Absolutely.
Well, and the hard part with the addiction is that our drug of choice, not only are friends and family trying to offer it to you, but every single item in the grocery store, gas station, everywhere you go has our drug of choice in it. So it's even that.
Yeah, I say you can't even buy a hammer at Home Depot without going to the counter and saying, oh my God, they've got crushed potato chip Kit Kats now and Reese's. And it's like, what the heck? Yeah, and you walk into a mall and they're piping the aroma of, you know, the Cinnabon and the Mrs. Fields cookies. Even when you walk into a grocery store, the first thing you see is a display of all the fresh baked breads and cakes, right? Along with that bakery located over right there where you're getting the aroma of all that. And aside from that, I you know, when I talk in my groups, because right now I'm running what's called Carb Sober Holidays. I have a 4-month group, and it's to get people together and meet with me weekly to get through, for the first time, Halloween, Thanksgiving, and Christmas without falling in the damn ditch. Because if we keep allowing ourselves to do that, give ourselves permission every year, where are we at? Hello, yo-yo. We're back all the way to New Year's resolution. Okay, I'm going to get back on track. Well, you know what? We don't have to get back on track because we're not going to fall off track. And you know what? You can have a great time with your family and friends. You can have a great holiday without putting the toxic crap in your mouth. And it's very, very difficult because that's the biggest time of year where you're right. We are barraged with triggers. And I call it triggers because that's really what it is. The sight, the sound where people are saying, oh, you got to try this. Come on, you only live once. What do you mean? You're never going to have a piece of again? I'm like, yeah, no, I can. I just choose not to. It's really not. I just realized I don't feel good when I eat that. And it's very hard for somebody to come back at you and say, well, you should have it anyway. You just told them you don't feel good when you eat that food, right? So that's a very powerful word. And last week I just put out a whole video on how to respond to naysayers, because through my 15 years of this, that's one of the things that keeps coming up that, you know, what do you mean you don't eat fruits and vegetables? You're going to have a heart attack. What's your cholesterol? Oh my gosh, you got to try all of the different attacks. I call them attacks, even though some people are very well-intentioned and caring, let's say family members that are truly, let's just say, ignorant of the facts of how eating fatty red meat does not cause heart attacks and does not mess up your cholesterol, because that's our natural diet, but they're ignorant of that, right? They're brainwashed by media. And so when they come at you with their naysaying, it's truly from a point from their heart of like, they are really concerned. And, you know, a response is, thank you so much for your concern. I truly can understand how you might be concerned about this, but I've never felt better.
That's right.
And, you know, and how can, you know, and then you can go on a list of things. I ache less. I've got off some meds. I'm dropping weight. Because a lot of people say, well, it's hard when you're still obese and you're still this and that. I go, doesn't matter. Nobody can deny you how you feel. I've never felt better. I feel the best I've ever felt in the past 30 years. Any of these statements that typically us carnivores can say pretty quickly into this, you're saying that from your heart, and you are acknowledging their concern and say, you know what, if you are truly concerned, I can give you a whole list of links. This amazing Carnivore Diet movie marathon link would be a great one. Go ahead and binge on that kind of information. And then we can have a discussion if you're still concerned. That's really one of the best things, because my big takeaway at the end of that video is that we do not owe anyone an explanation. You really don't. It's nobody's concern but your own, your health, your mouth, your food. Nobody deserves to, like, for you to have to feel defensive, and that you actually have to explain to them, because, you know, you've been researching this for quite a while. I'm sure everybody who's watching this, you've done your own rabbit hole work here. you listen to all of these, you know, the Chafee, the Baker, the me, the Hogan, you know, all of us out here who are shouting from the rooftop how optimal this, you know, will take Dr. Ken Berry's proper human diet, right? But these naysayers, they're not privy to what you've been through. So you can't possibly express to them where you're coming from and where you're at with it and why. And it's exhausting. It's really exhausting. So the old just smile and say, I've never felt better. Can you pass the ribeye, please?
I love that. Yeah, it's like you said too. It's usually fear. They mean well, but they're scared, like what's going on. And it's the same thing for people that are trying to start carnivore. They're scared about it. It's just you got to do the research, like you said. You got to go down the rabbit hole and get over that fear by learning more about it, kind of thing. But so, Dr. Lisa, you've been doing this for 15 years now. What are you seeing now? Like, are there more carnivores out there now? Sean and I were talking earlier. Like, it seems like there's like an army of people out there, but a lot of people on one hand don't talk about it, but more and more are opening up about it. What are you sort of seeing in terms of the trend there?
Yeah, for sure. For sure, from my start 15 years ago to now, it's a dramatic difference. Is it as much of a difference as I would want at this point? No, because I want the whole world to wake up to this toxic, addictive crap that, you know, these companies are making. And, you know, back to what you were saying right before I came on, which is, you know, it's every other animal, right? Just eats its natural way, and it intuitively knows what to eat and not eat and all that. And because of our brains, the saying is, and I've always loved it, and I might screw it up, but basically it's something like, we're the only animal that's smart enough to make alternative food sources and the ones dumb enough to actually eat it. Yeah. So getting back, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say that speaks to the power of addiction, because we will chase after our addictions and desires. I read a quote. It said, most people don't change until changing is a less comfortable option, because they're so in that groove and so mind is so focused on those addictions. That's a huge point. And you know, I am proud to be able to throw my flag in with wave my freak flag with the likes of you, and our friend Dr. Kiltz, as the last time I saw you was in his group, and you know, and so many others who are coming to that same idea and that concept. But you guys have paved the way for all those years. Like, I've heard about this Charles Washington group, man. And did you have any idea then that it would have such a big impact on not just you, but like the whole movement that it's created and came from? Because that's really the first place I've heard that it started years and years ago.
Yeah, you know what, back then, all I cared about selfishly was myself and being relieved of my addiction. I was just like, you know, because again, so many naysayers, nobody wanted to listen or hear. I was at the point I was just like, I don't care what y'all think and what y'all eat. I know what I'm doing, and I am happy as a pig in crap, right? Like that was my thought at that point, because I was realizing, and it's so sad, and it's, you know, near and dear to my heart, is that, you know, my own parents, my parents are obese, diabetic. My brother's obese, and he's a type 1 diabetic. My dad recently passed after a slide down a horrible health, bad slippery slope of, you know, Parkinson's, diabetes, cancer, melanoma, you know, I could go stroke. And I, you know, here's your daughter, a medical professional who probably, I'm going to say, out of the 15 years, probably about 2 years into it, once I was pretty damn sure I was on the right track and these other people with me were all on the right track, I was like, let me try to help my loved ones out here. Nobody wants to give up their garbage. And it made me be very much more cognizant and sympathetic to how strong this addiction is. Because you could tell somebody till you're blue in the face. I always say, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him carnivore.
That's right.
Therein lies my, I'll go back to what I said earlier, that phrase that, You have to have your own why that makes you cry. You have to want to change. You need, just like what you were saying, you need enough of an impetus to really drive this decision to make a change, because we're all comfortable in our routines and our patterns. And why would we change if we're able to eat pasta and pizza and enjoy all the festivities of all the holidays and cookie swaps and, wait, this is fun, this is great, right? Well, who's changing? Just because somebody says, like me, wow, I'm doing this really cool thing called carnivore and it's amazing. Nobody wants to hear that or do that. Like, who in their right mind, unless you have your own why that makes you cry. And you really can't want it for somebody else. And I feel very it's such an issue amongst, like, so people that are in my coaching groups, their spouse. And I always ask, what's your home life like? Do you have children living at home, a spouse who, I even had one member it was this gentleman, awesome guy, like 75 years old, came to this, is feeling amazing, had been doing it for a year, come to find out his wife is vegan, can't stand the smell of meat, and makes him cook all his meat out in the garage. So, I mean, you want to talk about, it's hard enough as it is to come to this and make your way about it solo. And that's why I'm really big on community, both meetups and groups. Come together to be able to talk with other people who are like-minded, who are passionate about being healthy and getting healthy like you are, as opposed to sitting across from, in my case, my ex-husband, it was like everything in moderation, right? Everything in moderation. That's what's healthy. Guess what? Lisa can't moderate. So there's a problem there. But no, it's really definitely an issue. But going back, because I actually just realized now, because I do have a clear mind with this carnivore, my mental fog is gone, right? Remembering back to what you said as far as my perception now, having had the experience of being in this for 15 years and coming to this point now, it is amazing for me I was at this really great steakhouse. I was traveling in Florida, and I like to sit at the bar and chat with other people and eat my meals and I'm chatting with the bartender, and he's taking my order. And of course, I do the whole thing. Yeah, I'll have a bone-in ribeye, rare, please. Okay, super salad. No, thank you. Okay, baked potato, mashed potatoes, rice. No, thank you. All right, vegetable. You want something else instead? No, thank you. Just the meat on the plate. And can you make sure they don't touch any oil on my meat? Butter, you can use butter all you want, but please do not put any oil touching my food. And then the guy goes, oh, are you doing that carnivore thing? And I go, well, yes. Why do you mention that? Well, yes, I am. So then next thing you know, he's on Instagram. He's like, whoa, holy cow, 55,000 followers. This chick really does do carnivore.
That's awesome.
That's awesome.
I have a shirt I made up. It says, I eat only meat, ask me why. And it's kind of fun, but it's been amazing how many people started conversations. It's been a lot of fun. The going out to eat thing too. I was thinking I need to make like a card up to give. I don't go out to eat that much, but you almost have to say, like, I understand it's not going to be any less expensive. I don't want the sides. I don't want this. And they're always like, what?
Yeah, what's great is over time I've learned a couple different restaurant tricks, which I do, which is when some of the waiters are really insistent on trying to make you happy that you're not having that. Like, I can bring like a fruit cup or something, or I can. I'm like, no, but you know what? If they have any extra bacon or shrimp back there, that would be awesome. Yeah. And it's surprising how sometimes there'll be some bacon or shrimp next to my steak when it comes out. So that's great. Or the other thing that I do also, and I post about it just to show it, because I think it's really a pretty cool idea. They never charge you less for eliminating the fancy potato croquet and the, roasted Brussels sprouts, right? So I just say, you know what, can you just pack that up in a to-go box and just bring me meat on. So I bring it home, I label it, I freeze it. And then if my mom or a friend visits and I'm making steaks and they, are of course omnivores, I just pull it out. I go, oh, this is from 5-star restaurant, blah, 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 and I can just pull out a really nice, quick, and I don't have to buy the stuff. I don't have to have extra, but it's really kind of a great idea. I just have a little section in my freezer for my omnivore people who come.
We have a method for that at my house too. It's our goats. That's our goat food.
Oh, perfect. Yeah. People say they feed it to their chickens, but you might as well, right? I mean, you're paying for it anyway. And then in line with what you said, that's an awesome shirt. I'm almost thinking, oh gosh, like for me to wear that, I'd have a hard time getting through my errands of the day, because I would be so anxious to talk to anybody who wants to bring it up. But yeah, so people say, well, gosh, how can I do this? How can I just stop eating sugar and carbs and bread? I love bread. And then this is what I say. I go, it's okay.
That's awesome.
It's all going to be
Love
good.
it.
It's all going to be good. But you know what? If you want to get through this and heal and get better, suck it up, Buttercup. Let's go. You're on for the ride of your lifetime. But you got to take control and make the decision and draw that line in the sand.
Right.
I really like that. Suck it up. It's a mindset. It really is.
Yeah.
And once you get it, you can't unget it. Like you can't lose when you get that mindset. When you're waning, when you're getting off track, you can't. It's like once you see it, you can't unsee it. Like you need to get back on track. So I think that's great. I love it.
Yeah, I think that one of the main things that I really talk about is the fact that you have to change your mindset, just like what you said. You have to change your relationship with food, because we tend to go to food to fill an emotional void. We tend to go to it for emotional or entertainment reasons, anxiety, stress, even happiness. We've been programmed through most of our lives to turn to food. And so that relationship really has to change. And part of how that happens is this whole, I hate using the term over and over, but the rabbit hole. You listen to Lustig and hear about how inflammatory and damaging sugar is. You listen to Thomas Seyfried about how sugar feeds cancer cells. And you get all of this knowledge in. Now, of course, it's still typically not enough to battle that very, very strong addiction, but you have to keep piling it on with all sorts of other things, all sorts of tools in the toolbox. And then I say you really have to start also getting angry at those big conglomerate corporate food entities that hire addictions experts full-time on staff to make that toxic food as addictive as possible for you to spend your hard-earned money on and poison your body. And I tell people this is like a slow suicide. That's one of the other big things of why I think that this is not as recognized as the addiction it is that, with heroin, you can have an overdose and die. With alcohol, blackout, car wreck, there's very, very dangerous, very quick implications for some of this stuff. And with this one, it's what we call slow suicide. It's like you don't realize it, but those seed oils that stay in your body for 6 to 10 years, the data out there is very variable, but it's a heck of a long time. This stuff is inflammatory. It's really causing havoc slowly, gradually, year by year, decade by decade, until all of a sudden, now you got symptoms, you got a diagnosis, and then hopefully quickly a why that makes you cry to figure it out, turn it around and stop it. But there's really, it's very insidious, because, you can eat a package of cookies and a half gallon of ice cream and you live to tell about it. There's nothing really going on other than you having a little party on your couch, a bag of chips, whatever it is, right? Maybe a little stomach ache, maybe a little acne, most people, that's the big issue, unless you're like Michaela Peterson, who ended up devastating her whole joints and got joint replacements at a very, very young age, or you're somebody else who suffers from severe Crohn's that's under the point of them telling you have to remove part of your intestinal tract and all this. Like, if you are lucky enough to have something like that happen, to find out soon enough and turn it around, that's one thing. And then that was one thing I tend to go back to what Charles Washington has said in the past that I really like, because it was kind of mind-opening to figure out, like, well, why isn't everybody interested in this? Why doesn't everybody want to figure out that this is really the healthy way? And then what he said is, it's the lucky ones get fat, right? It's when you've got obesity and those people are driven like, oh, this is not good. I got to lose weight. I got to lose weight, right? And the fatter you get, the less mobile you are. And those are the people, for a lot of times, vanity reasons, let's just call it what it is, for women in general. Also for, I guess, evolution and mating reasons, you want to try to have an attractive body so somebody is interested in you. But for all sorts of different reasons, we're driven to have that beautiful, ideal body figure like that we see in all those photos in the 1910s, right? Isn't it interesting when you see beach pictures and pictures of people walking on the street in Manhattan in 1900, 1910? Everybody is slender and fit, and there's nobody waddling around like we have today. And so, but yeah, his comment about the lucky ones getting fat, they're typically, I'd say the majority of people that were in that group were seeking to drop weight. Yeah.
Dr. Lisa, I just had a question on the groups and the coaching. I have a woman that came in here. She's amazing. And she's in one of your groups, and she swears by it. She swears that she would not be maintaining on carnivore without your group and coaching. And I think a lot of people, probably cynically, myself included, when I first started, it's like, well, you're just doing carnivore, you just eat meat and water. What do you need coaching? Can you kind of speak for the importance of coaching in the groups and why it's important?
Yeah. Gosh, it's such a big topic, because there's also the issue of why the majority of people in these coaching groups are women. Men look at it as a sign of weakness, typically, to reach out for help. So that's my own personal thought process on it. But I do have some really awesome men in my groups, but far outnumbered by women. And I don't know, is it that we're more health conscious or concerned, or we have to take care of our family, so we need to take care of ourselves? I don't know what it is, but I have had so much information come in through so many years of this coaching for me to answer your question, in that we are we want community. We want support. We want to be acknowledged. We want to feel we're part of something, and that we're not isolated and on our own. And I say addictions love isolation. That's number one. It's so secretive, most of it, whether it's drinking, food addiction, these addiction, or even gambling addiction, they sneak off and they do it, right? They're not announcing, hey, I'm going to the casino. But so that helps counteract the addiction, is knowing week by week we're meeting, I get to know you, I really take notes each week when we talk, everybody brings up questions and topics, and it's a part of accountability as well as support. Like, I have some people in my groups now who I'm doing this whole carb sober holidays that anybody can join into if you're listening and want to join in, where it's like, you know what, I need to have this so that I stay on track, because everybody around me is going to be doing the Halloween candy and pushing pie on me and all of the holiday parties. I want a place to go to say, hey, here's my predicament. I'm heading out for this work event. Everybody's like, all right, you got it. You got to make up a lot of bacon before you go. You got to have some meat prepared for when you get back. So if there isn't food, and it's all just that interaction. And again, feeling like you're part of a tribe that gets it and is striving for optimal health, just like you are. Because I got to tell you, when even with my ex-husband, it was like his thoughts on, well, he'd roll his eyes at me basically. And it was, everything in moderation. So there was ice cream in the house. There was, you name it, cereal. And it gets, when you have that at home and you have nothing else to turn to, it is so easy for that ditch demon to just say, screw it. There's no way I can do this. Right. But when you come weekly and you start talking and you get the support and you can relate so well. I keep the groups really small so people get to know each other in there, and you can start relating to people's struggles, even if they admit like, I couldn't help it. I was here and this is what happened. And we all learn from it. And I say, there's never a mistake. It's always a learning experience. And every situation you have to look at it as, what did I learn from it? And how can I change it going forward? Because it's all about change. Change is not comfortable, but it's what we have to do, because if we're not changing, we're staying right back where we're at.
Love it. Hey, I don't want to put you on the spot here either, but we're doing the Carnivore Diet Documentary, and I would love to have your voice in the documentary. Would you be interested in participating in it in any way?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. I'm so happy to hear that.
I think a ways back, you're on my extensive to-do list that's got over 500 items on it. But I did see at some point something about sending in a video to, maybe audition for this. I thought, this is going to be my audition right here. I can scratch
you nailed it. You nailed it. Yeah. Do you mind if we take a couple of questions? The people in the chat are like, stop talking, Carrie. We have some questions.
Sure.
All right.
Awesome. All right, here we go. Super chat. Keto Vortigonian, $10. Thank you, Dr. Wiedemann, for reminding me I am not alone in my recovery from carb addiction.
Yeah, and that's a big thing for me. Now, I will add this in. I've had people come to me who really have been in the keto carnivore-ish thing for a bit, and they said to me, it's really only you and Dr. Robert Siwas, who is the carb addiction doc, who really pound in the importance and the information about this carb addiction. And I'm thinking to myself, is it that not that many people really have that, and they have other health issues they're trying to resolve? But for me, so near and dear to me, of course, is this whole sugar and carb addiction and the draw to put in here what we've already decided is not healthy for us. So why do we go back and put that in our pie hole again? It's not normal, right? We as humans should know better. And I couldn't figure out why we're not eating intuitively. Why this stuff is so incredibly addictive. And that's, I guess, a lot of people have gravitated toward me with that particular issue. And the support of having others who get it is invaluable, to be able to hang and talk and work your way out of this addiction in a group setting. Because solo, it is really hard to fight that ditch demon. He's going to convince you, just root you on right into whatever it is. For me, it could be nuts, dried apricots. I tell my groups, I said, there's all sorts of levels of sobriety with this, right? You could say, okay, yeah, I don't eat sugar anymore, right? But guess what? Because of my background, and I don't know if some of you out there can relate to this, but I talk about dairy and cheese a bit because cheese has casomorphines and it's addictive. It's an opioid derivative, right? And I realize I don't have sober behavior around cheese. And I call it sober behavior because that's exactly what I feel like. If I have a ball of fresh mozzarella and I cut off the one end, I cut off the other end, I keep going. And Lisa keeps going until she gets herself to wrap it up, put it in the fridge, and that damn thing is yelling at my name. And I go, huh, I might as well just finish it so I don't have to deal with this tomorrow. I'm like, what am I doing? This is like calling me right back to feelings of my prior issue. And yeah, I was like, oh boy, this is really this is something here. We really need to talk about this. Hang on a sec. I have to plug my laptop in.
All right.
I was just gonna say, sugar is so addictive that we take artificial sugar that's not even real sugar, and get addicted to that as well. This argument comes up all the time.
Well, yeah, and I just heard Rena talking about the whole stevia thing and the artificial sweeteners, and in my opinion, it is really it's such a driving force for the ongoing addiction when you keep feeding it the taste of sweet. And I from so many years of coaching and so many people who come from keto and level up to carnivore, they come to it because why? They get addicted to the keto treats and the keto desserts, and they're going crazy, and all of a sudden they're stalling. They might have lost weight initially, but then it's the drive to get the texture, the keto pancake, the keto bread. It's because, you're still driven for that same pleasure-seeking center of getting it from your food, as opposed to saying, you know what, I should just be eating meat, seafood, and eggs and go about my day. But all these stevia things, the stevia electrolytes, the stevia sweetened, chocolate powders that you mix in with your addictive caffeine coffee, that's a whole nother story. But when you're driven to keep putting that in, I say to people, I say, it's like you've just changed seats on the Titanic. You're still going down. You're just in a different seat. So it's important to think about that, because that drive, it's like, the other thing is, like, you could say it's like feeding a stray cat. The stevia is just going to keep the cat coming back. And it just puts you on the fringe. I mean, some people can do okay with it. Some people say, oh, it doesn't bother me, and are okay. But I say, you know what? If you're off meds, no more diagnosis, you're at a really comfortable, great, ideal body weight, gotten rid of your visceral fat, and all's good, and you put a little stevia in your electrolyte water, then have at it. I'm not here to judge anybody. I just want to try to help people think really long and hard of potentially what's holding you back. And for most people, there's that last 10%. Let's say, yeah, I'm carnivore, but I have my morning coffee with my, skinny girl, whatever thing in it, and blah, blah, blah. And I say, you know what? It's that last 10% that you cling on to so dearly that's going to make another 90% improvement and difference in your whole mindset and your whole world. And those things that we cling to, nobody wants to give up. And I go, well,
suck it up, Buttercup.
You got to be willing to make a change. Suck it up, Buttercup. And if you're coming to me for advice to stay, but I know I'm not popular with some of the stuff I say, but I'm not here to be popular. I'm here to just say, you know what? Think about ancestral man roaming the earth. What are we doing? Including all these things that are mixed and pulverized. And I mean, I'm not even a big proponent of supplements. I don't. That's another thing a lot of people ask me. I'm not a big vitamin, mineral, nutrient, like thinking I got to pop all this stuff because I'm not eating fruit and vegetable. Nope. I'm really, I don't take anything. So that's where I'm at so far. I have an open mind though.
Oh, absolutely. I'm with you on that. I went a while without the electrolytes and just have started reusing them when I started getting cramping again. But I agree with you 100%. I think that we get, if we didn't have addiction, so many things that we try to incorporate. I've seen it so many times. People, they want one foot in the benefit side of eating this way and one foot in the addiction. Like, how close can I ride that line, And I think that's something we got to go all in, or try to get as all in as we can. I think that's a point,
It's important to remember too. It's I think I've never had a problem with alcohol or been in AA, but I've spoken with enough people and known enough that I think in AA they have that, you're always 2 feet away from the ditch. And I look at it that from this perspective too. It's like there's always triggers, there's always stress, there's always something that's coming around that's trying to get your little ditch demon heading you down into that ditch. That's really pretty damn close. And it's really important to understand that this is no joke. I mean, if you really want to take control of your health and go forward with, and I just saw that you had up there, Carrie, somebody made a comment about macular degeneration. I didn't really get to read it, but that's another thing near and dear to my heart, being an eye doctor and my own father suffering with losing significant vision from macular degeneration. And guess what? It wasn't until the very end, of course, I said until I'm blue in the face about get rid of that mayonnaise and the salad dressing that's in your refrigerator, guys. Don't touch it. Avoid it like the plague. Nobody's paying a damn bit of attention because why? I've been eating mayonnaise my whole life. It's fine, right? Like they can't comprehend that substance, that soybean oil, that canola oil that's in there could possibly be the culprit. Well, when was he willing to listen? At the very end, when he really was losing vision, like to a significant issue, then all of a sudden he's like, all right, what do I do? First, he wants new glasses. No, glasses not helping, Dad. Then he wants a drop. What can I take? Nope, not anything you can take, Dad. Remember what I told you 12 years ago? No, it's very, very difficult to really make anybody understand unless they're willing to go down the rabbit hole. Go listen to Dr. Chris Kenobi's presentations. There's probably about 30 of them on YouTube right now from different interviews he's done. So this person, Carnivore Stan, says, I was diagnosed with macular edema 2 years ago. 2 years into carnivore, still dumping oxalates 3 years later. Could that be the cause? You know what? Part of the difficulty with all of this, which is a big part of it, is we are typically feeding our bodies for 60 years, 70 years, 55 years, however old we are, decades. We're feeding our bodies like they're trash cans. And then we go into this figuring out, oh, this is healthy. And a lot of times people say, I've been doing this for 8 months and I still have floaters. I still have hot flashes. I still have, like, really? That's like a blip on the radar compared to your life of eating garbage. So to Stan, I say, have faith. There's 6 to 8 years to take for your body to rid itself of those inflammatory seed oils. So that stuff embeds. It's a fat, right? It's embeds in every cell and every organ in our body, from our brains to our heart to our eyes, everything, muscles. So being patient, eating clean. And when I say eating clean, if I was somebody diagnosed with macular edema, pretty much still had any diagnosis, I would be so emphatic about, because restaurants are a big culprit. You think you're ordering a nice, healthy slab of salmon, you can go watch my video on YouTube that I interviewed Dr. Kenobi. It's very, very worthwhile watch because of how I go step by step with him, talking about all the different ways where we think, well, I don't eat that stuff. I don't buy canola oil. I'm like, oh no? Well, guess what? You just thought you ordered that nice pan-seared salmon at the restaurant, a 5-star restaurant. What do? They take the squirt bottle and then they put your salmon in it. Why? Mm-hmm. Why? Because the smoke point's low. The 8-step hexane process of making this seed oil that they try to get it to deodorize it and clarify it. It is done so that oil doesn't impart a flavor onto the food. So the chefs like it. Plus, they can heat it to that high temperature. They get that beautiful brown sear on it, and they plate it up for you. And guess what? You've got salmon that you thought was like amazingly healthy that's got a top coat and a bottom coat soaked in a sear of seed oil. So it's really important that, and I hate to say, don't eat out at restaurants if that's your scenario, but that's probably the safest thing. But I feel pretty confident that I could say, you know, like I said earlier in this interview, that I feel like there is a point where you can try to be pretty emphatic. You can say, I'm allergic to oil. Make sure they don't put it on the grill or touch it on my food. Butter's fine. Like, you can say all that. Because even when you get a meat lover's omelet, guess what? Squirt in the pan first. You have to tell them, if you're planning on eating out and eating healthy and avoiding those seed oils like the plague, you have to do that kind of thing. And, you know, there's actually a website called Seed Oil Scout that they have listings of all your local restaurants and which ones do not use seed oils at all. And it's actually pretty cool. It's pretty sparse because there's not all that many restaurants that do that, but it's so important. It's just, I mean, that's the one thing, if I could emphasize one thing, it's the whole seed oil issue.
That's awesome. Do you have anything that you want to add as far as a shout out or anything like that before we bring in Amanda?
Oh, no. You know, I feel like I shout out enough just all on my own here. But yeah, I mean, to be able to reach me, I'm really pretty good about answering messages and comments, but Instagram and YouTube, and I host every year now Carnivore Beach Retreat, and I have here on the ocean, I bring people in for 5 days, and you live my entire carnivore lifestyle with cooking demos and outside grounding, walk on the beach. You can come to the gym with me, and I'm just trying, just as best I can, to be a person who can help guide somebody and change their life. So just, you know, reach out. Like I said, Instagram or YouTube. I believe my email is listed in both of those sources.
Nice.
Absolutely.
And we have your link in the description below. And thank you so much, Dr.
You're
Weidman.
welcome. And I started a second YouTube channel called Carnivore Eye Doctor, where I'm just doing eye related topics. I just started that one. So it's just Carnivore Eye Doctor. And I'd love to help people there too, because you know what, without our vision, we're lost. So like without our health, we have nothing. Well, you could add that with the vision too, because it's so important.
Right.
For sure. Awesome.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. We really appreciate your time.
So welcome. Great being here. And I'll see you in the movie. Don't forget.
Yes.
Right.
Have a great day.
That's right.
All right.
Bye.
All right. Oh, we're falling a little behind. Amanda's waiting. You want to do a quick update, or should we just jump on with Amanda?
Hit it, Alia.
Oh, you're on mute.
I'm mute. I'm so good at muting myself, so I don't annoy you guys.
Yeah.
I'm going to share my screen. Here we go. We are at $6,700 for the morning.
Wow,
awesome.
2,300 from Super Chats, 4,000 to the GoFundMe. Water bottles, 100. That's water bottles, the custom water bottles, and what is it called? The carving boards, custom carving boards. The salt shakers are 283. So there we go.
Sweet.
There we go, people. Thank you so much
Yeah,
for all of the
those.
donations.
I didn't even
You guys are
mention the
awesome.
salt shakers, and people are getting them, so that's kind of crazy. Here, let me show them real quick. This is the salt shaker. If everyone wants to see, this is my knife my friend Bill got me. But this is the salt shaker. It's a little portable Redmond salt, and then you get this little carrying case. So if you're by friends or family, or you go out to eat or something, you don't want to leave home without your Redmond salt. So you can bring this with. There's a link in the description below. It's kind of a cool way. So we're doing $20 for these. And again, it's all for the Carnivore Diet Documentary. So any money we make off of it goes towards the documentary. Link in the description below.
I need to say one
Awesome.
more thing. We have 1,700 people watching. So you know my math. $100, 170,000. But we will take any and all donations. Let's get one donation from the 1,700 people. Each one, small, big, large, it doesn't matter. We love it all. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Goodbye. I'm putting my mic on mute.
All right.
Yay!
Hello.
How are you?
Hello, everybody.
How are you?
Are you guys
feeling? I heard
tired
you're under the
yet?
weather.
Not yet, but my butt hurts.
Not yet.
I'm ready for a steak. How are you?
I am doing good. It is a beautiful day today, and what could we ask more for?
You look great. You look like you're doing really well. You were a little under the weather for a couple days, though, right?
Oh my gosh, the past 3 weeks have been really, really rough. I got this harebrained idea to get onto our roof and manually remove all the moss off there, and I did that for 3 days. That was not very smart of me because moss has mold mixed in with it, and it created an autoimmune flare-up, and then I was hardly able to move because of that, and I'm finally starting to come out of it, so I'm feeling much better. I actually pressure washed the driveway yesterday, so I'm feeling much better. And then I was sick most of the beginning of this week. My pregnant sister got sick, and then she shared it with me for my birthday. So
wow.
Wow.
Well, I'm glad to hear you. Sounds like you're on the other side of it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for being here, Amanda. I love your YouTube channel. We've talked before. You were awesome on the 10-hour live stream. You're just awesome all around. I've sent you a couple emails with random carnivore questions and other questions. You're always answering. So I really appreciate you. Would you mind just giving us maybe a little background on Amanda for those that aren't familiar with you?
Yeah.
Carnivorous meat.
I started Carnivore June 28th of 2022, but before that, I had hit 360 pounds. I had 17 plus, probably some more I didn't know about, comorbidities at 32 years old, and I was having to use a walker because I had such severe back pain, joint pain, shortness of breath from just moving around. My background's actually physical therapy, and I had just really let myself get really beat up. And this is not something that I've actually shared before because I've had a ton of people ask me, it's like, how do you even get 360 pounds? And this is like something very personal, but I felt like I should share it, is when I was a child, I was sexually abused. My parents didn't know. And I've had so many people be like, oh, it takes determination. There was one comment, it takes determination to get that big. And it's like, I coped with by eating. And the reason I share this is because I want people to realize that there is a lot more of that going on in the world, and to have empathy that if people get like that, there are always reasons. Anyways, off my soapbox. And so I got to 32 and I was just literally dying. I was probably months away from dying. I was a type 2 diabetic. I had fatty liver. I mean, the list went on. And then I got really sick one day and my husband took me to the hospital and I thought I was going to die. And that was like the first moment in my life that I actually thought I was going to die. And I remember laying on the bed in the emergency room looking at my husband and I'm like, I could see the anguish in his eyes. And my husband's tall and slender, okay? And I just realized we had been married 7 years at that point. I realized all my decisions had led me there. Every choice I'd ever made to put in the moment me feeling better, of dealing with those emotions through eating, because that's what I learned as a child, that I had put him in that position of anguish and that I had made selfish choices to sacrifice my future life for my feel better right now in this moment life. And it was literally cake one day, carnivore the next. And here I am.
I love what you say. Are you willing to sacrifice what you want for what you need? That was huge. That was huge.
I have a sticky note that I actually look at and I ask myself every morning is, am I willing to give up what I want for what I need? And if the answer is no, because I mean, there's nothing wrong with saying no, but if the answer is no, then following the logic path of, okay, I'm not willing to give up what I want for what I need. So I'm going to eat cake. I'm going to eat fast food, but that's also going to lead me to gaining more weight, feeling bad, my autoimmune flare up. You know, I have, by the way, cured my type 2 diabetes. I'm no longer a type 2 diabetic. All of that coming back and dying a slow, miserable death. And if I make that choice, then I accept all responsibility for where it's going to lead me. So I get no self-pity because I am consciously making the choice. Versus if I choose, yes, I'm willing to give up what I want. It's a night and day difference. Set a piece of cake in front of me right now. I'm not going to want it. Why? Because I'm giving up what I want for what I need. And that cake is not what I need.
We all go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, so many times we think doing what we want to do is freedom, but that's being a slave to our desires, and it leads us down a pathway that ends up where we found ourselves. It's with discipline, consistency, the right choices, accepting responsibility, implementing mental toughness and determination, and accepting. It all starts with that accepting that responsibility, as you and I have discussed before. What are some things that you see, like, is the one thing I guess this is kind of leading, because like you and I both have discussed this already, but for those who are just now seeing it, what is one thing that you have seen over the last year and a half or whatever that is the one biggest hindrance from people being successful when they try to change this way of eating?
So if you watch my older videos, you can hear people ask all the time, should I jump in or should I do slow changes? And I think the biggest hindrance, it kind of falls into that category, is trying to do too much at one time. And then I call it min-maxing. If you are a nerd, you know what this means. And what that means is focusing on, okay, I got to change this. And it's like, you're not even good at doing the base. Why are we worrying about that like 5%? Like, I have coffee, and there are many people who want to give up coffee or give up spices or dairy in this, and they try to do too much at once, and then it gets overwhelming, and then they feel like they're a prisoner of the jail cell they've created. So then we rebel, and then we eat that. I think that's the number one hindrance. Focus on getting good at the 90% of just if you're eating keto or carnivore, whatever you're choosing, get good at that, and then worry about the small things. Because and I know all of you guys probably have experienced this, people are really good about, when I do videos, they're like, oh, you should give up this, and you should do this, and you should do that. And it's like, slow your roll. Let me get good at the 90%, and let's not nitpick, because nitpicking causes failure. You're focusing on what you're not doing good at versus what you are doing good at or should be doing better.
I've noticed that the loudest ones are the ones that aren't doing anything at all. That's what I'm seeing. Like we I can't go into details, but we started a challenge in my private group, right? And so like, there's a lot of people that's doing the challenge, and they're putting effort in. Some of them are doing great. Some of them are just getting by. Some of them are struggling, whatever the case is. But then you got some people that are hurling comments, and I'm like, well, you don't get to talk like that. You're not in it. You're not doing it. You don't get to do that. Like, nobody is perfect.
Even if you're doing well, this is something, and people might take offense to this, but this is something that I've had a nitpick. For me, it doesn't matter so much. But the problem is people make comments, and other people will comment to their comment. They're like, I'm struggling. And then you have 10 people like hound down on them. Let people get good at the 90% before you pick on them, because sometimes I know some people come at it for a good-heartedness, but if someone's struggling in dairy, because dairy is a big pinpoint for people, dairy is the one thing that's keeping them on the path. Don't tell them to give up dairy, because they're going to completely fall off. Let them try to figure it out and wean into it. How we are successful, and this is actually why every single short-term diet and stuff fails. We try to do these huge rapid changes versus small habitual changes that then build up into a permanent change. Let people deal with the beginning stages. And that's why I tell people when they come to me, it's like, what should I do my first 3 months? Just, if you're doing carnivore, eat meat. Don't worry about nothing else. Don't worry about how your macros are. Don't worry about going to the gym every day. Focus on getting the diet down. Don't focus on fasting, because I'm really good about when I don't eat, I don't have any problem not eating. My problem is when I actually eat. So get good at that before you worry about everything else.
100%.
So Amanda, I know you're a huge fan of Dr. Jordan Peterson, and a big part of doing carnivore is, well, people think you're just eat meat. It's a physical thing, but it's really kind of a brain mental game.
Oh yeah.
What are some things that, I guess, some wisdom or some things you've learned or found out doing carnivore now for a year? Well, you're a little over a year now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there anything you can share, like in retrospect, knowing what you know now?
The one it's right here actually. Something I think no matter where anybody's at in their journey, but especially the people in the beginning, I love Jordan Peterson. However, you guys are sitting on his book. Words of wisdom. start with this book first, Atomic Habits, because it teaches us that we have to take small bites to eat that entire elephant. Like I don't have it over here, but my whole logo for my channel is a mammoth, because it's like, how do you eat a mammoth one bite at a time? Because mammoths are bigger than elephants. This book will teach you how to do that. No matter where you're at, if you have not read this book, it is not only for trying to do dietary change, but life changes, whatever you want. This is a great book to start with. As far as responsibility is another thing, because I realized in the hospital what it was is I was taking responsibility for the choices I had made. It wasn't some mystical being that, bought that cake and shoved it in my mouth. Yes, I have good reasons that I used eating as a coping mechanism, but it's no excuse. I am no longer that 8-year-old that was being abused. I am now 30 years old making choices, and I have a 30-year-old brain that has to make better decisions. And so, I had, I'll share just a little bit more about this, because I had a tumultuous childhood. My parents had no idea what was happening. And my dad, I love him to death, but my dad would make me get on this, because I'm the youngest. He'd make me get on the scale in front of my middle sister and weigh me, because he had no idea why I was gaining weight. I learned food was emotional support because of my mom. I'd watch her be a size 4 and literally sit there and eat an entire bag, and I mean an entire pound of chocolate in one go, and never gain any weight. So I learned young that food helped when you were emotional. And then all the bad stuff happened to me, and my parents didn't know. And my dad went through this weighing me. And then a lot of people, because I never shared this with anybody, but I was 12 being put on antidepressants, and people are like, that's terrible. And it's like, what do you do for a 12-year-old when you don't know what's wrong with them and they're gaining weight like a sieve? Like I was just gaining and gaining and gaining, and they had no idea what to do with me. No excuse. It just is what it is. But we have reasons, and that's when I realized in the hospital, it's like, okay, I have to take responsibility. Yes, terrible things happened. I'm not the only person that terrible things have happened to, but I'm now an adult, and I have to acknowledge that I can look back with adult eyes on what happened, and, taking responsibility. That's the one thing Jordan Peterson, with his book, was a big, big thing for me, is taking responsibility for the choices I made. Because here's the thing, if I made those choices and I got myself there, then I have the power to make different choices to get myself out. That is one of the most empowering moments, is taking responsibility, because if it wasn't some, mythical being that forced me there, then I have the power to get myself out. And that is such a powerful thing.
Oh yeah, I love that Atomic Habits. I started reading that after you and I did our video together, or live together, and I also got to get the book version, the actual hold in your hand book version of Jordan Peterson's books. Like I said, I got the Atomic Habit ones. I've been going through it. I got the audio books of the Jordan Peterson 12 Steps, and what's the other one? I forget the name passes me.
The second book?
Yeah, the second, Beyond. What is
Beyond
it?
Order.
Beyond Order. Yeah, that's the other one. I want to get the book version, because it's something about holding the book in your hand. Yeah, there you go. It's just, I don't know. For me, I'm old school. I like pencil. I like paper. I like writing it down. I try to get into the technology, but I like to hold it in my hand book kind of thing. But the Atomic Habits has been phenomenal so far, and I appreciate you for that. Go ahead, Terry. Sorry.
I have a question on food. Well, first of all, I got to thank Amanda, because you're the one that told me about Buffalo Wild Wings, and big carnivore pro tip there, because I didn't know they cook the chicken in beef tallow, and it's pretty darn clean, and especially if you have an older alternative to go to. When Emma and I went to Alaska to film Bill, we were just starving one day, and it popped in my head what Amanda said. I was like, gee, I wonder if there's even a BW3 in Alaska where we are. And we went around the corner, and there was one right there, and it was like,
oh,
yes.
Nice.
It was so good. And not to do a shameless plug, but I got to do a quick shameless plug here. Have you ever had bison liver chips? Chris?
Did I have the bison ones, the Carnivore crisp ones? I don't think I've had the liver ones. Their chicken ones are my favorite. Not the chicken skin. I'm not gonna lie. I like chicken skin off chicken, but not the chicken skins. The chicken breast ones, and I don't like chicken breasts. This is the irony. They work amazing, by the way, for making like carnivore nachos. If you're gonna do cheese or not, they're my favorite.
Nice. Well, so this company, I hate to do a quick little shout out, but this company is awesome.
Oh, yeah.
For the documentary, they're willing to match dollar for dollar up to $1,000. We're doing this at 10 p.m. But I told them I'd shout it out a couple times. Oh, Sean's got some there too. So,
Well, I had some.
Oh wait, those are bison liver crisps?
Bison
no,
liver
I have not had those.
yeah, so this is from a company. It's called Nose to Tail Provisions. I have this little short 1-minute ad. I hope you guys don't mind. I'm just throwing it up here real quick. I wouldn't normally do this, but they're helping out the documentary. So this is a little ad I put together earlier. So these things, it's important. What do you do, Amanda? Do you get liver or organ meats or anything?
I am not a liver girl. I'm not an organ person. Maybe I should be, but that is not my thing. I haven't tried those. Do they taste very livery?
I know they actually don't. I ain't gonna lie. Like, I tried them. I ate the whole thing. As you can see, they're all gone. And I'm not a liver person. I don't do the organ stuff. I don't mix it up. I haven't my entire journey up into this point. But these actually tasted good. I will say that 100%. Now it's tough for me on my teeth to eat like the harder jerky stuff like that, but there's no change. But sorry, go ahead, Carrie. I know I interrupted you, but they are good. I would try them again.
I wanted to get some other feedback, so I just tasted one too. I had some the other day. I'm the same as you, Amanda. The thought of like getting a raw piece of liver and cooking it up, I've never done it, and I can't imagine myself doing it. But I know it's important to get some of that stuff. So this is good. I wouldn't say like, oh, this is like filet mignon. It's so delicious, but it doesn't have like a weird livery taste. Like it's like kind of salty and almost like a beef jerky. So, yeah, quick shout out to these guys. Thank you so much to them because, yeah, at 10 o'clock we're gonna have the Power Hour, where they're gonna match dollar for dollar every donation we have. So here's just a little, real quick.
Everyone, it's Carrie, and if you're like me and you're following the carnivore diet, you know how important it is to get liver and organ meats. And if you're like me, you're also a little grossed out by cooking up liver from scratch. There's only that or eating desiccated liver pills, which doesn't sound very appetizing to me. That's why I was so happy to find this company, Nose to Tail Provisions, and they do these bison liver crisps. I was thrilled to discover Nose to Tail Provisions, and we've since partnered with them, and they are supporting our Carnivore Diet Documentary. They offer these grass-fed, grass-finished, regeneratively raised bison crisps. Just look at this, a thin, crispy, salty, savory snack that just so happens to be liver. Grass-fed bison liver and sea salt. That is all. And the best part? Free shipping for domestic orders. Check out Nose to Tail Provisions. Their website is www.nosetotatailprovisions.com to place your order.
Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate the sponsor. Sorry, Alia's got her finger up. You're on mute, Alia.
Amanda, I tried cow heart, cow kidneys, and cow lungs, which is illegal in the US apparently, but I think I understand why. I tried all that one night. My husband prepared it for me with some seasonings because I at least wanted to make it like a little bit pleasurable in my mouth. And bacon grease. Within 5 minutes, I had never felt so good as far as I can remember. Like on the carnivore diet, my mind was like, it was crazy. So maybe like where you're at on your journey, if you prepare them, at least maybe some seasonings, bacon grease, and just try it, you might be surprised. I think people that are addicted to sugar and then they try that, they're going to hate it.
I'm just a texture person. Like I have weird, like there's certain things I don't like. Frozen cheese a lot of time, it's this texturiness, and I can't even, it doesn't matter how good it tastes, I can't eat it. But I will. At one point, maybe I'll convince my brother-in-law to try to make it because he's quite a good chef, and see if I can eat it that way. I'm not against trying things.
Maybe crispy. It was really good because it was kind of crispy, and so it makes it a little bit easier. Okay, that's all I wanted to say.
I've got to watch some YouTube videos on it or something because I don't even know how I would prepare it or anything. I've just never had it before, but I've heard good things about it. But
I'm not against trying.
Have you had any, Sean?
No, the only thing that I've had is these bison liver things right here for the nose to tail things. Literally, I have before in my life, but it's not for me. Honestly, I'm weird about certain things like that too, like the sardine thing. I know a lot. That was the big thing. Everybody's doing the sardine fast. That ain't for me. I'm not eating those sardines. I don't know what you want me to do with that little fish anyway. Like, you better give me a steak or some chicken, or you better give me a plate full of something. Because that little sardine, unless you got a whole bunch of them, that's not gonna do nothing for me anyway. I just can't do it. But nevertheless, I'm weird about it. I don't know. But it didn't taste like liver. Like I said, it was a little tough. But if I were going to try it, I would have to do the Dr. Berry thing and have it ground up in with my hamburger meat or something to where I didn't know it was in there and couldn't taste it real strong. Because if I tasted it, it'd be out for me.
I had that once. This company sent me. It was called their Ancestral Blend, and it was ground beef with liver in it, and it was delicious. I could do it that way. Yeah, I didn't really have to think. I wouldn't even have known if they hadn't told me, but that was pretty good. But hey, so Amanda, I've got a question. So I know you're doing coaching, and I've heard on your channel before you talked about at one point, I don't know if this happens often for you, but getting like a little bit of a meat aversion for a while. I haven't had that. However, my wife, Jen, started carnivore and was doing really good, and then she got keto flu, and she's crazy. She started out as a vegetarian for many years, and she jumped right into carnivore. So that's a whole other thing. But then also in my community, I guess maybe as a result of those videos Jen and I did together, I've had a lot of other people say that. And just yesterday, a woman said to me, she's like, "Could you ask someone on the stream tomorrow? I'm a woman. I don't know if it matters if you're a woman or not, but she just said, I have a bad meat aversion. Like, I know I should be eating it, but I just can't do it. Like, and they want to do carnivore, but they just don't know what to do. So do you have any advice or any thoughts on that?
That is the one time that fasting is a good option. And here's why. Logic always works for me. If I was starving and you put a steak in front of me, would I eat it? Yes. Like, I'm starving. So if I have a steak in front of me and I don't want it, then I obviously am not truly hungry. And always it happens, always, that it's like the brain is super powerful, by the way, y'all. Like, this is side note, but there are actually diagnoses where the brain, they don't exactly know the mechanism, but the brain can actually have the legs stop working. There's nothing physiologically wrong with the legs, the nervous system. It's just a block in the mind, and the legs literally do not work. Okay. So if you take that into consideration, then you look at or people having meat aversion, it's a preference. So I fast. Sometimes it's 12 hours. I think one time it took me 48 hours. At the end of the 48 hours, oh man, that steak looked delicious. Meat aversion gone. And that's my suggestion. I'm not a big proponent of fasting, because here's the thing. I've been a binge eater, and I don't have problems not eating, or when I don't eat. I have problems when I do eat, and that's what I want to focus on. So fasting is my answer. Again, 10 hours, 12 hours, sometimes it's 24. It gets you right out of it every time, every single time.
Right.
Absolutely. You talk about how powerful the mind is with the legs like that. Look at broken heart syndrome, or Prinzmetal angina, I think is what they call it too. Like, where you literally can have symptoms of a heart attack, and like from emotional issues in the brain. Like, it's crazy what your mind can do. And your mind knows all your tricks. It knows all of your deepest, darkest secrets that nobody else knows. So when you start trying to make mind transformation, it knows what to use against you and how to trick you better than anything. And it's wild how it works, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I want to answer, because there's been actually a couple questions about avocado oil. This is going to vary person to person. I intermittently do use avocado oil. The reason is avocado has a very high smoke point, so you can use it on meats. If you're going strict carnivore, things like ghee, bacon grease, tallow are better, but I keep it in reserve in case we run out of bacon grease. Do not ever, you guys, ever cook meat with butter. You can add it. Butter has a very low smoke point, meaning it burns quickly. And even if you're just searing meat in a pan, it will burn and becomes carcinogenic. Just FYI, butter is for low temperature cooking. I just saw a couple people ask about avocado oil, so I thought I'd put my 2 cents in there.
No, that's a good one. I didn't know that. I love what you said about fasting too, because prior to starting carnivore, I think I tried every diet, and I did fasting for a while. I did a 3-day once, and once I did a 5-day. And when I did the 5-day, it was the closest I've ever felt to how I feel now as a carnivore. The brain fog started clearing up, and I was a little less anxious and things like that. It just wasn't sustainable, but that's a great tip, because it's like, then you get hungry, and I was definitely hungry after 5 days, and I wouldn't have had a problem eating a steak for sure. So, should we take some more questions? We were getting yelled at a little bit before in the comments. There's some good questions in there. Sometimes I blabber on too much. Adam, do we have any questions lined up we can ask Amanda?
Before we get too far from that, I see people saying stuff about butter. So browning butter isn't carcinogenic. It's burning it. And it's the milk solids and this is why ghee has a higher smoke point. The milk solids have been pulled out. That's the difference between butter and ghee. Okay. It's when the milk solids get burned, not browned. And this is why it's a very testy thing to cook meat in butter. I add butter after, because then there's no chance of burning it. Now, yeah, medium temp is fine, but no high cook.
Got it.
Anyways, go ahead. Sorry.
No worries. Adam, do we have any other super chats or questions we should cover?
We have super chats. I don't see any questions specifically for Amanda.
If you guys have some questions, throw them in the side there. I have another question. So you've given me some great tips. Buffalo Wild Wings was a game changer for sure. Do you have any other tips like that? Maybe like where to go out to eat? The butter one right now too. I didn't know that myself.
The one thing about Buffalo Wild Wings is if you are super duper sensitive, they do cook their fries and stuff in the tallow. So there's a slight trade-off. I mean, it's not the best, but it is one of the better options, I think. Their sauces are full of vegetable oils, even their dry ones, okay? Their dry rubs have vegetable oil in them. Don't ask me why, but they do. So I actually take a little container of my homemade buffalo sauce with me when I go, and I have no shame. I'll eat it in the restaurant. Get them naked, take your own, or eat them naked for Buffalo Wild Wings.
Yeah, and if you can't get your own sauce, eating them naked, I was like, oh, this isn't going to be that good. They were good. I put some salt on it. I think your tastes change once you're doing carnivore for a while. I don't know. Everything I eat now seems to taste amazing to me, but they were delicious naked, and I never would have thought that before. That used to be my go-to before carnivore, by the way. I love going to Buffalo Wild Wings, getting the sauce and dipping it in the ranch, which is full of seed oils and garbage, but no ranch and just plain. They were delicious.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they're good. I eat them. I've eaten them plain too when I haven't had about it. So, yeah.
What good books are you reading?
Really quickly because we have so many people and I'm slightly desperate. I have a beautiful dog named Olive here. I know this is about carnivore. I am trying to find her a home. She is a 65-pound hound dog, and I am trying to find her a wonderful home. We're just housing her right now. She is high energy and she needs walks. So anybody that is looking for a dog or knows someone, please share that. Like, she is the absolute sweetest dog, well socialized. I'm just gonna take over the stream here. Sorry, Carrie.
No, go for it. Hey, I love dogs. Go for it.
Do you want another one? She's super sweet, super well socialized. She's just a lot of energy, needs a lot of walks is her problem.
Yeah, I'm good on the dogs. I love them, but not that much. We got the 2 dogs, 2 cats, 3 goats, 12 chickens, and we have the dog kennel, which I think there's 3 dogs in there right now. So
you're like, I'm full of animals.
Yeah, we're good on that. You're just so people know though, you're in Washington, right?
I am. I'm in Washington.
Okay. Yeah, so shout out anyone in the Washington area looking for a dog. Lots of carnivore dog lovers.
Got a super chat from Julie Watts. Amanda, your channel converted me to carnivore. Forever grateful.
Awesome.
Oh, thank you, Julie. I'm super happy for you. Like, super.
There's another one, Julie Watts. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just gonna say that you never know who you're gonna help, who you're gonna influence, and the kind of impact you're gonna have. So it's critical. It's very, very much critical that we share our experiences. And so I appreciate that as well. I just asked a while ago, what books are you reading right now? Are you rereading back through some of the old ones, or do you have anything new that's inspiring to you that you would like to share? Or
I'm reading a book called Tiny Habits. It's by BJ Fogg. That one's a really good one. It pairs really nicely with Atomic Habits. So if you've read Atomic Habits, the Tiny Habits is perfect. It's a really good book.
Nice.
And then I've got the Gulag Archipelago, which is a very heavy book. So that's what I'm reading right now.
I know, Amanda, you've read this one already. We're so fortunate. He's going to be on later. I can't wait because I have a lot of heart conditions and my daughter had open heart surgery. And then this one, the man himself, I don't know if you guys read this one or not yet. I haven't read the whole thing, but just the beginning was fascinating. Dr. Baker's background story. Like, I didn't know he was a rugby player. I knew Dr. Chafee was. He was a major in the Air Force. I knew some of these things, but then when you start reading one after the other, it was really interesting. In terms of, we were talking about books like wisdom and stuff, this one you probably haven't heard of, or maybe you have. This book is one of my favorites. I carried it around with me. I gave it to my friend JT. I can't hold it for the camera here. It's called The Richest Man Who Ever Lived. It's not about getting rich. It's about gaining more wisdom and knowledge and things like that. It's just I love this book. I think I got it 10 years ago, and I've probably given it out as a gift maybe 20 times now. And I always have it nearby. It's a really good one. Quick read too. So,
here's the one I'm reading also right now.
Nice.
Andy Priscilla.
$50 super chat.
you.
Silent majority.
Oh yeah.
Lynn just said I should keep the dog. We already have 3 dogs. We do not need a 4th dog.
And then
Scott's like, we're not keeping this dog. He's like, don't get attached to her. Even though she's sweet. He's like, do not get attached.
Awesome. Hey, so one really crazy thing with this Carnivore Diet Documentary is we talked about it before, but sharing the examples of real people, it's so inspirational to me. There's other YouTube channels, but sometimes you got to watch a bunch of videos. So we asked a bunch of people to give us some recordings, and I have a whole bunch of them, but I wanted to share one with you guys. Is that all right?
Go for it.
Cool. I think you'll like this one. I have a whole bunch of them. I put them all together at the end of the live stream at hour 24. In 19 hours from now, I'm going to play every one of them for 2 hours and 10 minutes. I asked for a couple, and the floodgates open. They're all 2 to 3 minutes, and it's 2 hours and 10 minutes worth of them. I was going through them yesterday, and some of these are really, really touching, but this was one I kind of stood out. Let me see here. This is Carnivore Brothers on YouTube, and every one of these I show, just so everyone knows, they get a shout out. It's in the description. I want to elevate all these voices. If you're doing carnivore, you're talking about it on YouTube, you have your own unique voice, tell me about it. I will subscribe myself and try to shout you out. So the link for any one of these I'm showing is in the description below.
Hey, Carrie, and the 24-hour live stream. What an amazing event. Super excited that you're putting this together. You've done so much for the carnivore community. Big time shout out, more to come. This is Ashley Rogers. I am one of the Carnivore Brothers. Our channel is the Carnivore Brothers on YouTube, and we started our channel, me and my brother Rhett Rogers. We both have introduction videos on there and a couple other small videos, but we started the channel because of you. We wanted to document our journey. We want to document the success that we've had. And we can thank you for that. We can thank the whole carnivore community for being so welcoming and amazing. And it's been remarkable, the turnaround in both myself and my brother. One of the things that you mentioned early on in several videos is that ripple effect. And I actually started my carnivore journey about the same time as you did. Heard about it from a friend of mine who recommended I watch a couple of videos, and I thought, this is pretty cool. I can get into this, all meat. I can eat meat. I love meat. But I didn't do a whole lot of research, and I was kind of into it and not really serious about it until I saw your 30-day video, and that's what got me motivated. That's what inspired me, as it has, I know, a lot of people. You put out an amazing video there that just it hit a chord with me, and so I was all in from there. I researched like crazy, just like you did. Watched a ton of Dr. Berry, a ton of the other doctors that are on there. Learned as much as I could, but I went in. I went all in, and that's when the ripple effect started. I started out at my heaviest. I was 250 pounds. I'm now down. My recent weigh-in was 184, which is my high school weight. Absolutely thrilled with the results. But more than that was more about my why was the type 2 diabetes. My A1C score was through the roof again, and I needed to do something about it. So I feel like I've completely reversed that now, and doing much, much better. So a couple of weeks on the carnivore diet, my wife is amazing. She posts our lives because our family spread out all over the world, and our family is posted on Facebook quite a bit. My brother saw a picture of me and he called me, dude, what are you doing? You're looking great. So I was telling him about it, and that's when the ripple effect started. He got on it, and man, he's had amazing results. He's gone from almost 300 pounds. It's what he looked like before. This is what he looks like a couple of weeks ago. He's lost over 80 pounds. It's absolutely amazing. Not only that, his depression he's dealt with for many, many years is almost gone. So many other things have improved with him. My parents, who I never thought would change their diet this way, but they started seeing our results, and they both started on it. My dad, this was his before. So excited to see his progress. He's lost over 30 pounds. I think they hit day 85 today. And this is him now. He got into his old Boy Scout shirt he hadn't put it on since he was 25 years old. That's amazing. And he's so excited. I'm so excited for him. It's just really, really neat to see the effects. The ripple effect continues. My brother's wife and one of their sons, they are working on starting. They're just new into it, so we'll keep you posted on their updates. I've got a cousin who's reached out to me. My dad's got multiple friends that have asked him about it, and the ripple effect continues. So thank you. We hope you check out our channel, Carnivore Brothers, on YouTube. We're going to be putting out more videos, but again, we're kind of new at it. We love the community. We want to document our story. We want to have some of our family also document their stories on our channel. So more of that to come. We're looking forward to sharing that with the carnivore community. So I hope you'll subscribe to our channel and keep up with our updates as well. Thank you, Carrie. All you've done, absolutely amazing. Love Homestead Hal. Love the channel. Love the information you're putting out. Keep it going. You got this. We got this. Carnivore community rocks.
Awesome. The ripple effect's pretty cool. Amanda, you've had to see in the ripple effect. Well, maybe you don't see a lot of it because people watch your channel and they get fired up and then they go off and do it. But have you had family, friends, people nearby?
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing the people that we touch. And sometimes they don't even tell us, but the emails that I get, it is. You improve one person's life and they can improve 10 people's, and it just grows and grows and grows exponentially as we share our journeys and impact other people. And it's amazing. I mean, it warms my soul. A lot of times I let Scott read the comments too, my husband, because he just gets so moved by it. It's amazing. Even his story, because I don't really talk about him too much, but he lost 25 pounds. And my husband's quite a bit older than I am, but for him, the big difference was he's always had low testosterone, switched to carnivore, changed nothing. His testosterone almost tripled. Wow. And so that for men, like concerns for them, is just sharing these things is just a huge impact on the world.
Yeah.
For sure.
It's kind of a good addiction to have. It seems like on carnivore you don't have any more addictions, but it is kind of addicting when you start hearing some of those stories and seeing people change their lives. And even if it's just some small way, they saw my video and then they watched a bunch of Dr. Berry videos and decided to do it. It's hard not to get fired up and want to share it with more people. So
Well, and it redesigns your focus, man. Like I know for me it has. You know, finding success. You're finding success. You're looking great. You're doing great on your journey, and I mean, like it's almost like once you find it, man, it just does something to you to be able to share that with other people. That's huge, man. And so thank you for doing what you do too.
Yeah, it's like the first video I did, it was like, this was just going to be kind of fun. And then I was like, whoa, this is actually kind of an important thing. And then I was fortunate to talk to Dr. Beard, and he's like, yeah, it turns into more of a responsibility. You have this information, there's hopeless people out there that just, I didn't know, I wish I knew about it 20 years ago, but I just didn't know about it. So.
That's probably one of the biggest comments is people wishing they had found it sooner.
Yeah.
And, you know, we can't turn back the clock anyway, but as long as we can share it, because what is it? I don't even remember the statistics exactly, but the comparison of 50 years ago of the 20-year-olds compared to the 20-year-olds now, but we're almost at 50% of Americans being overweight. And a large portion of that is obese, morbidly obese. And you know, especially on Twitter, I know you guys probably have seen this too, like there's a lot of these fat liberalists or liberationists and activists, and it's like, I look at them, I'm like, I know what you're going through, and you're literally selling a lie to other people that you're happy fat, because it's miserable. At 360 pounds, I struggle to wipe my own butt. Like, most people don't want to admit that, but I will wholeheartedly admit that. It is a struggle being morbidly obese. It is miserable to the nth degree being morbidly obese, and sharing with people that you haven't gone too far down the road to turn around. And that's sometimes what people need to see. And that's why I think sharing all different journeys, because I've had people come to my channel. It's like, I don't need to lose weight, but I have like polycystic ovarian syndrome. And because I have that as well, it is so important to have so many different people and views to share their journey, because maybe they don't, you know, relate to me. They're not a female, or they've never been morbidly obese. It's hard to figure out, like, how did you get that big? But there are a lot of people that I can connect to, that like you, Carrie, that you can connect to that I don't. And I think that's why it's so important to have all the different stories.
Absolutely. Yeah. So let's see. Wow. That time flew by. Do we have any more super chats or questions we want to get through for Amanda, Adam?
We have a couple questions here. Let's see. First one. Hi, Amanda. Rhett here. I'm in Washington, and we'll ask around. What part of Washington? No way my wife will let me have a dog in the house, but I know lots of dog lovers.
I'm in Northwest Washington, so Bellingham area. It's north of Seattle is where I'm at. So you want a dog? I've got a 65-pound lump of sweetness for you. She just needs exercise.
Nice. Let's see. We've got... where can I find beef tallow, and is there precautions to be aware of when cooking with it?
You can buy tallow. It is much cheaper if you make your own. It's very simple to make. Like, guys, it's so simple to make. Go to your butcher, or I go to Whole Foods. One of the ladies lives here, goes to Safeway, ask for the beef fat trimmings. You literally put them in a crock pot, stir them like every couple hours for 6 to 8 hours, strain it. Boom, you have beef tallow. That's all it is. It has a high smoke point, which is great to cook with. There's no precautions other than, which most people should know this, you should sanitize the jar you put your bacon grease in, and you should never use a fork or, a knife or anything that has food on it inside the jar, because then it makes it go bad faster. That stuff can keep out on the counter, the tallow that you make, for a year, unrefrigerated. It's super duper awesome.
Awesome. All right. Pierre says, love you. You saved my life, from France.
Thank you. That's so sweet.
Yeah, that's awesome. And we've got a 32 more super chats. I don't know if Amanda wants to sit here for me to read through them
real quick. That's fine.
All right. Gina Westra, $9.99 super sticker. Thank you so much. Bev Gray, $4.99 super sticker. Thank you. Richard Cooper, $50 super sticker. Woohoo. Thank you. Gina Westra, $10. I just figured out how to use this. LOL. Just love all you guys. Thank you so much. 5 years on the proper human diet. All diseases reversed. Go documentary. Let's support. Christy Smith, $20. Thank you so much. Richard Cooper, $100. Awesome. Thank you. Living La Vida Carney. $20. People do not need to suffer and die of diabetes like my dad and brother. Let's change the world. Absolutely.
She submitted a video too, by the way. We'll be playing her shortly.
Ah, very cool. Esther Sprinkle, $20. Dr. Wiedemann, oh, why is my halting on the progression of macular degeneration? Thanks for all you do. I'm sorry we didn't get to your question while she was here, Esther. Let's see. I agree with Sean. Carnivore critical mass is coming unless YouTube shadow ban succeeds. Another CDM title candidate, Thrive. Carnivore Climber, $10. Thank you so much. Airline Vital, $50. Thank you. 78-year-old carnivore who loves Dr. Lisa, her humor, and her popular message. Suck it up, Buttercup. Thank you, Carrie, for your passion in the creation of the Carnivore movie. We need to change the world. Happy 40th birthday, Alia. All right. Christy Smith, $20. My husband, Tom, and is 45 days carnivore. Thank you to all sharing your stories. Thank you so much, Christy. Rose Bailey, $10 super sticker. Thank you so much. Westfield 90, $10. Such a remarkable community. So many people have completely transformed their health, which the medical community said could never be done. Thank you all for being motivational, helpful, and knowledgeable. Thank you so much, Westfield. Scrappy TLS, $10. Started carnivore 6/11/23. After watching Carrie's interview with Sean, down 43 pounds, reduced inflammation and joint pain, autoimmune, in remission after 4 years. Thank you. That's awesome, Scrappy. $20, chronically sick to chronically carnivore. So grateful for this community. Happy birthday, Alia. All right. Kathy Title, $20. Let's do this. My family needs to see the movie. They won't hear me. We hear you, Kathy. One Hope for All, $50. Wow, thank you. Let's turn the minds of the vegans and vegetarians. Let's talk about the toxic plants that are wreaking havoc on their bodies. They don't want to hear about eating meat. They don't realize the lies of veganism and vegetarianism. Thank you so much for the super chat. Nina Blackburn, new member, thank you. Adam S., $10. Catalyst Carrie. I've been part of the carnivore community for almost a year now and so impressed with how much it's grown. Carrie is the spark that has ignited the explosion. There you go, Carrie. Nessie B. Carrie got me going 89 days ago after playing the low carb debacle since 2011. $20. Thank you so much, Nessie. Daryl Johnson, $4.99 super sticker. Thank you so much. Leaf G, 240 NOK. $24, $1 per hour. Hello from Norway. Thank you so much. Fiat, $20. I would love my family to get on carnivore, but they think I'm crazy. Thank you for making this documentary. God bless everyone. Well, God bless you, Fiat. Thank you. You are my sunshine, $20. Carnivore is life-changing. Lost 40 pounds, inflammation and snoring since April 1st with the Carnivore Quest Challenge. Now I'm lifting weights at the gym. Thank you, Carrie at Homestead Hal, and everyone involved in this community. Thank you so much. You are my sunshine. Okay. NBGS TV, $5 on carnivore for three months, down 22 pounds, and I'm concerned about vitamin C. What's your take on it? Amanda, you want to answer that?
Meat actually has some vitamin C, and then also Dr. Berry, Dr. Sean Baker, and them have talked about it, that when you're not consuming all the chemicals and stuff, you actually don't need as much vitamin C because your body is not wasting it. Plus, I do want to point out this. Every single one of the daily nutrient intakes that we need for vitamins were done on mice. And the way they did this is they literally starved them of nutrients and they would slowly increase until they saw a subjective change in their behavior. Mice aren't human. We don't eat the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a best guess at that. So plus, I don't know of one carnivore that's had scurvy. They actually found that it was because they were giving them grains. You look back in the reasoning behind scurvy and vitamin C, it's actually the grains.
Oh, wow.
That's my opinion. And I will say, I do take a daily high quality multivitamin. I agreed to do it because my doctor following me, but that's me.
Very cool. Do you have anything you want to plug before we bring on the next guest?
Nope. Thank you guys so much for having me. I appreciate it. And everybody that is thinking about doing carnivore is on the fence. If carnivore is too much for you, then think about doing ketovore or even keto heavy meat, something. Just step into it, because you'll find, or at least I found, a lot of people go keto to ketovore to carnivore or somewhere in between. Your life will be different. Not being held to food controlling us. It is night and day. I don't think I even mentioned this. I've lost over 120 pounds so far from the start of my journey.
Awesome.
And it saved my life. That's one thing I didn't actually finish saying is it saved my life. I was on the verge of my body just giving up. And I went from using the walker to now I paddleboard. I can hike 8+ miles. You know, I'm walking 3 times a day, especially with this doggo that we're watching right now. Life is different, and it can be different from you. You've never gone too far that you can't turn back. Thank you guys for having me. I appreciate you guys. And take a break, walk around. I saw Sean walking around a little bit ago. Give your booty some rest.
I love it.
Seriously.
Everyone check out Amanda's channel too, Carnivores to Me. I got a link in the description below. We always appreciate you and love having you on. Thank you, Amanda.
Bye,
Thanks,
guys.
Amanda.
Have a good day.
Bye.
Bye.
You too.
Alia,
Walk
update.
around.
Yeah, okay, here we go. Here we go. Give me 1 second. I need to get this grid. It's all ready. It's all updated. You guys are amazing.
All right.
Everybody watching is freaking amazing. So look at this. $8,400 this morning. 2,500
Wow.
super
That's
chat.
awesome.
Yeah, this is amazing. GoFundMe is 5,400, water bottles 160, and the salt shakers are 36. But I need to
Nice.
show the GoFundMe. Let me see if I can. 1 second. I gotta show the GoFundMe because there's some people doing some amazing stuff inside the GoFundMe. Becky Troxel just donated $500.
Wow.
That's the
Amazing.
second person this morning to donate $500.
Wow.
Let me just, I'm having a hard time pulling up. So 1 second. I will just read it some names out here. Timothy Jones, 50, Becky Troxel, 500, Joyce Derrick, $100, Frederick, can't pronounce his last name, $100, and then tons of other ones. Sandy Mullins, $100, Cindy Beatty, $100, Barbara Collins, $100, Deanna Montgomery, $100. I'm going to find this other anonymous $100. It's just going on and on. It's like totally going crazy in the GoFundMe. So you guys are
That is
awesome.
awesome.
Thank you so much. We are going to take down this 50K.
All right.
There you go.
Thanks, Alia.
Here comes our
Yeah,
next
you're
guest.
All right. Hey. Welcome.
Hello, I'm
Howdy.
not sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yay! I'm so excited to be here. Sean, Carrie, it's so nice to meet you. Aaliyah and Adam, this is my
Yes.
first time seeing you guys. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you.
Awesome.
I've
so
been
happy to
watching
have
all
you
being
morning.
here.
I'm writing hi. This has such amazing energy. I'm like in the background, like cheering and clapping, and so cool.
Thank you. It's an honor to have both of you here. I'm so happy to have you. I wish we had a lot more time. That's one thing with this event, is just going so quick. But could you maybe give us a little bit of background on yourself, a little bit about your expertise and background?
Totally. I'll go first then, and then Emily, you can go.
Okay.
So yeah, I was an ex-vegan. So I was vegan for 6 years before going carnivore, and I had a lot of skin issues that I really wanted to heal. I thought that the vegan diet could help me with my skin issues. I had cystic acne, psoriasis, eczema, and rosacea, and a lot of those were autoimmune issues. They did not get better. In fact, they got worse when I went vegan, and my weight started fluctuating so much. By the way, hi Steak and Butter Gang. I love you guys. I see the chat is going crazy. I see you. I love you. And then I found carnivore and I saw incredible healing. My period, which I lost on the vegan diet, came back within 2 months. My skin got better. My acne went away. My mood was incredible. And I just felt like my life was changed for the better. Also, I had severe anxiety when I performed. At that time, I was studying for a master's as a pianist. Every time I went on stage, I was so scared, so nervous. When I went carnivore, even that got better. So I had this carnivore confidence and I just felt on top of the world. So that's me. And Emily, introduce yourself.
Okay, I'm Emily Harbo. I'm 52 years old. I'm coming up on my 3-year carniversary. So
Awesome.
thank you. My background was kind of a mom life, morbid obesity, energy, mood. And so I came into a fasting keto type of a lifestyle when I was 46, but I had 4.5 decades of horrible habits, emotional eating, being in bondage, and just feeling like I couldn't be the wife and mom that I wanted to be. I have 4 kids and I gained weight with every pregnancy. So I started getting higher and higher. I'm 5'8". I'd gotten up to 300 pounds and I wouldn't lose the weight after the pregnancy. And so I was a grazer and I was into carbs and sugar, not really knowing what I was doing. So for me, the big win started with carnivore keto and started with keto fasting, ended up with carnivore with fasting. I still love fasting. The win for me was having energy to be the mom that I wanted to be, to do activities with my kids, and to just feel like I was going to be here for a long, long time with them and doing as much as I could do to change that future trajectory. Because when I was in my mid 40s and was 300 pounds, I had a hard time getting off the couch. If I exercised, I injured myself. I had a meniscus tear that landed me back on the couch. And I had anger problems with my kids. I had a lot of mood issues. And so it just made a world of difference for me, which has changed our entire dynamics and who I can be as a mom. So now I coach with Steak and Butter Gang. So now I just love being in the carnivore community.
Love it.
That's awesome.
I wanted to ask more about the Steak and Butter Gang. I have had several different people tell me about it, including a close friend who told me, listen, Carrie, I've been through every different coaching group, whatever has been out there. And he tells me the Steak and Butter Gang has been by far the best option for him. Like he doesn't think he would have been able to stick on carnivore without it. Can you guys tell us a little bit more about the Steak and Butter Gang?
I think I know who that is, but I won't say his name. That is always the biggest compliment, because I started the Steak and Butter Gang about 4 years ago, kind of the same time I put myself on the internet, on YouTube, sharing my carnivore progress. I created that group because I saw so many women at that time alone. And it was also during the pandemic. So all of these ladies who just wanted to lose weight, get healthy, and heal, they were so alone. And on top of that, they were depressed because the world was falling apart. So I said, ladies, come join the Steak and Butter Gang. It's off social media. I picked a platform called Mighty Networks. And to this day, I am so grateful I picked that platform because it is the best for community building. And it has grown exponentially. It is now 12,000 members strong.
Wow.
Emily is a superstar in there because she's like the mama bear of the family. Everybody looks to her for light, for hope, for advice, and for love. And we have Coach Raymond, who's kind of the papa bear, who all the men look for advice and inspiration and fire. And it's just a great place to block out the noise and just focus on supporting each other, getting to your goals, and receiving the support that you need to succeed. And Emily, I don't know if you want to add to that.
Of course I do. I could take 2 hours and talk about it. I joined as a member early in my carnivore journey in 2021, and I just immediately felt so connected and so enthusiastic. Part of that was because we do have a fasting curriculum, which I know that's not for everyone. And I came from that background. And so I was like, oh, somebody in carnivore that is fasting friendly, because that wasn't my initial experience. When I came to the carnivore community, I was muted for talking about it. It became the F word of, the carnivore life. And so I was so happy that I'm like, oh, I can talk about my joy of fasting here. This is the group. But it was so much more than that. To me, it was seeing each other on the Zoom meeting, seeing those vulnerabilities. It was so real life, humble stories, real life mistakes. Like we were like, there's no failure. There is only keeping at it, sticking with it. But when you see that in a community, in people's faces, it makes an impact in your heart. And so to me, Carrie, it's just been like all of these different questions, and we don't have a one size fits all kind of an answer. I'm sure you don't either. And so we have so much, like, if you're dealing with food aversion, this is something you might try. If you're needing some recipes, that's what I love about our community too, is we can share recipes, we can share goals. And then Bella has such a great relationship with our leading doctors in the space too, that we have often, we'll have doctors there that your question can be answered specifically by Dr. Chafee every month, Dr. Hampton. So it's just this thing that makes us feel so known and seen, and known as very human, not as superstars, influencers that have this certain body or this certain look. It's just very humbling and connecting. So it's been wonderful, and I love being a part of it.
I absolutely love what you guys are doing, man. Like, honestly, a lot of people are doing a lot of stuff, but like one of the main things, and I mentioned it before, I'll mention it again. Like, I love when I first came into the group with Bella, and got that initial message, just the heart that was felt through that. It shows people what you're in it for. Because one of the things that I've asked everybody that I've interviewed since I started interviewing people in this space is, what drives you? What makes you do what you do? Why are you doing this? And what keeps you going on those days when you don't feel like it, when it's aggravating, when you face the same things that we all face? And it always comes back with Bella and the Steak and Butter Gang to the heart of the mission, which is to help see change lives, to see people make meaningful change. And those are things that I can always align myself with, and I love it every chance I get. So I appreciate you guys. I appreciate there's a bunch that aren't with you guys today, but I know you guys are representing them, and you do it well. So thank you guys for doing what you do, and I appreciate you guys for that.
We love you so much, Sean, and the Steak and Butter Gang. Every time you show up to one of the meetings, my eyes light up, and I drag you to the top of the screen, and we celebrate you. So thank you for those words.
Thank you.
We had a comment on the last video I did with Sean, and they said, this guy should be a motivational speaker. And I'm like, yeah,
agreed.
You nailed it.
Well, maybe one day.
Right? Well, you're kind of doing it now.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm like, he is a motivational speaker, a motivational writer. He's in it.
Right. Well, to play devil's advocate, though, if I was being cynical, some people would be like, well, carnivore's just easy. You just eat meat and you drink water. Why would I need coaching? What do you say to that kind of statement?
I think that's a beautiful, powerful statement. It's so easy to do until you come across little hurdles, which are really inevitable, myself included. I am probably the most high willpower, if I make a commitment, I do it type of girl. And I promised myself that I would go from vegan to carnivore overnight. I did it. Now, I actually regret that I did it that way because I had some extreme oxalate dumping phases, but I willpowered my way through that initial adaptation phase of carnivore. But I sure did have my hurdles that I had to survive, that I had to troubleshoot, that I had to kind of guess and be in the dark. And I wish I had a community like SB Gang, or I wish I had a team like Coach Raymond and Emily guiding me through it all, holding my hand and telling me, look, Bella, you're not crazy. You don't have to quit carnivore. These symptoms happen to the best of us. So this is why we started the group, and ultimately the 30-day challenges is if you do need that coach's support, or even just members speaking up to each other, like, hey, Emily, don't worry. That skin itching and getting worse is normal. It's probably histamine intolerance, is probably oxalate dumping. We kind of help you troubleshoot it so your life is easier. And you can focus your energy and time on other things that matter way more than eating carnivore. What's the next thing I need to figure out and troubleshoot? Emily?
Yeah, having that extra support on the journey is going to keep you in the journey. And so, of course, we want to get this message out there. We want people to be interested in an all meat diet and what that can do for them. But if they give it a couple weeks and then toss it because they're going to hit things that we can probably say are going to happen, that our community has seen happen, I think that it gives people a much longer chance of staying with it long term. I myself am not sure where I would be. I started with the 30-day whatever with Sean Baker in January 2021, right? I felt so good. I kept with it. I found community at my 6-month point. That was when I found Bella and Raymond. And so that helped turn it into a long-term vision for me, which gave me so much more energy for the other things I want in life. Because yeah, once you get that carnivore dialed in, it is fairly simple. You can just get on with the other priorities that you have. So I think that it's just super helpful for people that want to stay with that long-term vision of it. We have so many people, we hear this every day, that have said, I've been carnivore for a couple of years now when I first heard about it, but I couldn't stay. I couldn't stick with it. And this was a crucial component, the information and the support to help them actually stay. And then I also love too that, you know, we do, a lot of people come to carnivore for the weight loss, which, but I think that having a plan is really helpful. And so we do have some very specific plans that can help people with that aspect of it as well. Of course, our focus is always on healing. That's our number one win.
Love it.
Awesome.
I see the community side of it too. We had Rena on earlier from 5 Minute Body, and she mentioned this. And it was a really good point that struck home with me. It's like, you kind of want to surround yourself with people that you want to be more like. And living in my world I am now, it's, you go out in the grocery store, it's just sugar and junk food and everyone's eating sugar. And so to be able to surround yourself with other like-minded people and other carnivores, that's got to be a huge thing. Definitely got to help you to sustain that long term. Today's my 6th month on carnivore. And thank you. It's been so smooth for me, but interestingly, I was telling Sean about this the other day, like 2 weeks ago, like a switch went off. All of a sudden, I just got ravenously hungry. And I was like, I thought this was just going to be smooth sailing from here on out, but it's something I definitely help with, where I could see coaching would certainly help with something like that. I'm eating a lot more, but it's a weird thing, because I was so smooth for 5.5 months and all of a sudden it changed. But I love your guys' story.
All the time. That we really do, and we have, you know, a very specific protocol that we teach that Raymond created. And so we have something that, you know, absolutely we believe in overnourishing, priming, getting, you know, that it's always a safe idea to get back to that spot, especially when you're not feeling good. Right. And then you very naturally, you know, will adjust, and your hunger signals will adjust over time. But I think that people not feeling good on carnivore long term, what are they going to start thinking? They're not going to think feasting, priming. They're going to think, oh, maybe I need to add fruit. Maybe I need carbs. This is why I'm low on energy because of that. And that's, you know, that's not what's happening. And so I think that having support for just having a very specific way that we can get through those road bumps is super helpful.
No.
And I'm eating like it's my job since I got about my goal weight. Like that's what Raymond says, right? So you eat like it's your job. Mm-hmm. And I swear, I know you talk about 2 weeks. I got to get the schedule underhand that you guys teach, but like for 3, maybe 4 weeks now, I have been eating 3 times a day. Like if I want a snack, the whole thing about and it's weird because not gaining weight. Like I'm eating 4 or 5. Maybe even 6 pounds of meat a day, and I'm not gaining any weight. I'm not losing a whole bunch of weight, but it's slowly going down. But I don't care. I feel good, and it's maintaining that. It's just your body saying, hey, you're hungry, go get something to eat. Those are things that you learn with the coaching, with experience, with, you know, inside those communities where, you know, that you're not going to get other places. And there's always that experience level and, you know, what works and what doesn't. And there's a ways to avoid having to figure that out for yourself. But if it's that easy, just do it. Just do it.
Right.
Love it.
So Bella and Emily, you've coached and you've got groups and have a lot of experience with a lot of people. Are there any sort of remarkable examples or stories that you'd be interested in sharing?
Of course, we can go on for years just talking about these member successes we've seen. The most recent one, Lindy. She is known as Limitless Lindy on YouTube, on Instagram, on all platforms. And I recently posted a video of her speaking up about her 500-pound weight loss.
Wow.
Yep. I mean,
That's
I get
awesome.
goosebumps every time I think about it. And this is her first time ever turning on camera and speaking up. I know, Emily, don't cry or else you're going to make me cry. She was in the gang for like 3 years. She always turned off her camera. She never felt brave enough to even join the chat, unmute, raise her hand ever. And then she reached out for extra help. So she worked with Emily and Raymond quite closely for 2 years. That's when all of the true progress started happening. But honestly, 99% of their work was because she made it happen. She committed to carnivore and she put in effort every single day to get to where she is today. The extra cherry on top is just her reaching out to me and saying, hey, I want to tell my story on your channel. That's why my channel is there. That's really the purpose, is to spread the word and share these powerful stories. So she shared it, and that video is getting so much love. And Limitless Lindy is, I think she just reached 1,000 subscribers in just a day or something.
I love that.
I just wanted to celebrate her. Yeah.
Just huge shout out to her too. I know who you're speaking about. We did the 10-hour live stream a while back, and she popped on. It was very disorganized. We just had anyone jump in, but she jumped on. And when you said Lindy, I remembered it because I was like, "You're Lindy the legend. This is crazy what you've done. Amazing."
Yes,
amazing.
I love that.
We have more adjectives: legendary, limitless, Lindy, and the kindest, sweetest soul you will ever meet. Just phenomenal what she's accomplished.
Yep.
Like,
she's killing it.
That's amazing. Like, what bigger calling in life to be able to be a part of someone changing their life forever like that? It's just amazing.
Exactly.
That's kind of a good tie-in for this carnivore diet documentary. That's the whole thing. Here, I'll show you guys this real quick. This was my favorite. I was fortunate to have Dr. Kilt on, and this is just a two-second clip.
Documented stories that matter.
Oh.
Yeah, it's the documented stories that matter. That's the whole thing with the carnivore diet documentary, is documenting these stories and just sharing the examples. Not saying you should do carnivore, but look, here's someone that had mental health issues and they did carnivore, and this is what happened. So stories like hers are just amazing. And then Bill from Alaska and all these other stories that are coming in. You were talking about not starting to cry. I was joking before. I'm like, carnivores don't cry, but I think carnivores cry a lot more. We're more in touch with our emotions, or something's going on because
100%. Yes.
Yeah. Yesterday I went through 2 hours and 12 minutes worth of, they're like 3-minute video clips, testimonials from individual carnivores. And I was like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this 24-hour live stream today, because I was just breaking out. It's just so touching. So many of these people too, they don't even have a YouTube channel. They just want they want to get their story out. This is what happened to me. People need to know about these changes and what happened. So we're sharing those throughout this whole event, and then at the end of it, I'm gonna show all 2 hours and 11 minutes just on hour 24. So
grab our tissues, have a watch party, and we'll just bawl the whole time.
It's cathartic.
We have a once a week in our community, we have non-scale victory party, and it's kind of like that. I'm on the verge of tears the entire time, because it's people only have a minute or two to share what went well, but they have a minute or two to say, oh, I used to be crippled and couldn't get out of bed, and now I can work full time. Carnivore did this for me. Wow. I mean, who's not going to cry at that?
Yeah,
right.
Those ones get me
emotional.
The mental health, overcoming depression. I suffered from horrible depression for years. I get that one a lot. And the other one I've been getting, I don't know if you guys get this in your group a lot, but just lately, I get so many messages from elderly folks in their 70s or 80s thriving on carnivore. And it's so sad to me that our senior citizens, they work their whole lives and they're retired, and then they're suffering and they have mobility issues. And from what I'm hearing, it doesn't have to be that way. A lot of it's inflammation in the food they're eating. And I get so many comments like that lately. Every time I read one of those, it's hard not to soak up a little bit.
It's super emotional for me, because like a year and a half ago, you see this couch right here? I know it's dirty. You can barely see it, but like this couch right here, that was my life. These pillows, where these pillows sit now, that's where I sat. That's where I laid. Like, there was no hope. There was no getting out of it. I didn't have the money. I didn't have the motivation, and I didn't have the desire. I didn't have the know-how. That was a year and a half ago. But look where it's at now.
Unbelievable.
Not just is the weight gone, the depression gone, the health issues gone, but it's going through me and helping other people. It's reaching other people. It's helping other people who are on that couch in their house to find hope and answer. And that's what it's all about. The story's still being written. And no matter where you're at today watching this, next year you could be sitting right here saying the same thing. It's not limited to just me. It's not limited to just this individual for this reason. There's not a person out there that should go to bed tonight not having hope or understanding that there is a way to change your life.
That's what we talked about when I interviewed Sean, which I will be posting soon, is you just never know where you're going to end up a year from now if you just share your story online. I understand a lot of people are not ready for that. They don't want to put themselves out online to be judged, to be exposed. Just document it for yourself. If it means just creating a private Instagram account, a private YouTube channel, and just posting it for your own diary, journaling, do that. And when you feel like you're ready to tell your story, guess what? You just have a whole archive of videos, posts, photos to refer back to and to share if you want. So Lindy did not know that she would be that light she is today, but what she did well was she reached out to a community who made sure that she was on track, and she found some coaches who made sure that she made progress. So if you need help, we're here for you. Emily is so loving. She is always near her phone, ready to help. And I am too. Like, this is our career and our passion now. So just wanted to say, if you guys need help, check us out in the Steak and Butter Gang.
Awesome. Yeah. We were saying that earlier. It's like a passion turns into a responsibility when you have this information. It's like you gotta share it with people. So we've got a link to your YouTube channel. Is there anywhere else you want people to check you out?
Yeah, sure. So YouTube channel, check out Coach Emily. She is Healed by Meat, just spelled out Healed by Meat on Instagram and YouTube. And the community, Steak and Butter Gang, you just go to SBG Meat, as in fatty meat, meetup.com.
Awesome.
Yep.
Love it.
Great work, you guys. I am so excited about this project. Thank you to everybody that's contributing. This is going to make a difference in so many people's lives.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you guys.
Yeah.
Thanks, ladies, for coming.
Thank you.
Bye, Sean.
Appreciate you guys. Bye. We'll see y'all later. We'll see you soon.
Awesome. All right. Should we do a quick update?
Yeah, do an update, and I will twist my way back to my other house.
All right.
Where did the piano go? What's going on?
Let's see here. I want to show some of these, what is it called? GoFundMes. This is amazing. Haresh, I hope I don't mess up your name, but he's done multiple $20 this morning. Charles, 25, Holly, 100, Carol Jansen, 50. Did I read Judy already? 100, Timothy Jones. Yeah, I read those already. But guys, this is incredible. Look at this. $8,800 this morning.
That's awesome.
$8,800. Oh,
I can't believe
do
it.
that one yet. Let me show you that. Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm doing this as I go. 1 second. I want to show the grid. Share screen. Here we go. Look at this. $8,800, $2,500 in super chats, $5,600 in GoFundMes, water bottles, $160, and the travel salts $387, but $8,800. That's a lot of very caring, beautiful human beings. Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
everybody.
This is amazing.
Just amazing. Hey, I'm going to share my screen real quick. We got to shout out the water bottles once. I didn't even show the screen earlier. Just 1 second here. There's the water bottles, and the link is in the description below. Some really cool designs. And again, it's $30, but it's engraved too. So this is custom for you. You can put your name on it. You can put your YouTube channel on it. Compassionate Carnivore. They've got the I Eat Only Meat design. And Carnivore Life, run with the pack. So you got a bunch of different ones to choose from. There's also a cool cutting board And again, all customizable. So $30, and the proceeds, the profits, go towards the Carnivore Diet Documentary. So
Absolutely. Carrie, I want to add too, these things are like super, super high quality.
Yeah.
I mean, these are every bit as good as a Yeti, in my opinion.
Right.
And they don't cost as much, and they're custom. They're
Double-walled
they're really
stainless
nice.
steel, very heavy duty. This is
Yes.
like definitely your last water bottle you'll ever need your whole life, sort of thing.
Yep. It's not an El Cheapo. It's very nice quality.
Right. So we have that, and then I was going to share my screen with one other thing here real quick. Redmond's salt. Here's the Redmond salt. There's a link in the description below. It's kind of you get a different design. It's a random design. You can put it on your keychain. I'm telling you, I have mine. I use it all the time. So if you're out and about and you're going out to eat, or you're at a friend or family's house and you don't want to use the table salt that's bleached or who knows what's in it, you can bring your own Redmonds with. So
yeah.
And the link for that is in the description below.
Awesome.
All right. Hey, it looks like we got our next guest on here.
Yes. You think we're ready?
Sure.
All right. There we go.
Hey, there he is. Dr. Sean Baker, how are you, sir?
Good.
How are you?
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, I apologize. I had to be in my car. I'm actually I had to go pick my son up from he's got a little lesson he's at, and so I was the only one that could do it. So it just happened that it was at the same time. So hopefully you can hear me okay. But thanks for doing this, guys. Appreciate it. And thanks for having me.
Thank you for coming on. It's an honor to have you on here for sure. I think next week you're actually going to be on my channel, so I'm looking forward to talking to you a little bit deeper on that one. But I guess just real quick, on behalf of our co-hosts here, Alia, Adam, and Sean, we really thank you for coming on. Would you mind giving us maybe a little bit on your background and expertise, just for our audience that might not be familiar with you yet?
Yeah. So my name is Sean Baker. I'm an MD. My specialty was orthopedic surgery. I got about, I don't know, 10, 12, 13 years now, maybe long. It's been longer than that now. 15 years ago, I got interested in nutrition for personal reasons, because I was kind of at a point in my life where, despite performing at a high level as an athlete, I just wasn't as healthy as I should be. And so I got into just, looking at diet more intensely. And then, long story short, about 8 years ago, I discovered this crazy group of people eating all meats. And I thought they were nuts, just like everybody else does, right? But for whatever reason, I decided to try it, and I was blown away by how much better I felt. And then as a physician, I had already been kind of playing with putting people on low carb and ketogenic diets and seeing pretty good results. And so I went on to write a book called The Carnivore Diet, which some of you guys may have seen or read. That was kind of, in fact, the Carnivore Diet, I was the first guy to call it the Carnivore Diet. I mean, people were calling it prior to that zero carb, and so I kind of came up with the name. And since that time, I've been, pretty much a pretty vocal advocate of, meat-based diets for what they can do for people's health. And I think some of you guys are aware of that. Personally, have experienced that. I was, fortunate to get on Joe Rogan's podcast to talk about that, and that kind of propelled more sort of awareness about what's going on. And since then, I've subsequently gone on to what we're doing right now. We formed a company called Rivero, which is a digital health company, and we're going to be using diets, nutrition, to include carnivore diets, to help people with their diseases and get them off medications and treat the root causes. And so a lot of people are frustrated because they go on these diets and they don't have physicians that will support them in a way that I think they should. And so we're going to, that's one of our missions, is to support people as they do these different diets that may not be approved by some other physicians. A lot of people push back, oh my God, you're eating, meat, how dare you, type of stuff. So that's kind of my background. I am, I've got obviously several social media platforms that I kind of participate in. I try to, sometimes it's goofy stuff. Sometimes I've discovered that if you're not able to entertain people, then no one's going to watch. So you got to kind of do some of the goofy stuff to get there. But at the end of the day, the message is really just about, empowering people to take control of their own health, and then showing them some things that they may not have thought of that tend to help. I'm trying to get, I've helped to get studies done, like the Harvard University study and several others. I've had a fairly significant role in getting those done. I'm working to get more actual clinical trials and clinical studies done with this, and our company will do some of those. Once we start getting our patients going, which will happen very, very soon, within a month. So anyway, yeah, that's me. That's kind of me. So, and I eat a lot of meat. I'm biased. I eat a lot of meat, and I support ranchers, and I think that they're a national treasure. Or if you're outside of the United States, we need to keep those guys in business. So, the way to do that is to, of course, buy meat, eat meat, do those types of things.
Love it. Yeah, I think I mentioned this to you before, but I got my big cutting board now, and I eat all my meals on it. And my wife came in the other day. I was watching one of your videos, and she's like, "He's copying you," and I'm like, "Oh no, honey, it's the other way around." So I got the Dr. Baker cutting board, but I got your book here, and I've been reading it, and it's amazing. What's so fascinating is your whole background and your initial story. The first chapter or so talks about your background. And I was like, wow. So you did rugby, you served in the Air Force, practicing medicine, saving people over in Afghanistan. I'm like, this is just the beginning before the carnivore part. So I've really been enjoying your book for sure.
Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, it's kind of funny, that chapter, my autobiography. I had no intention of writing anything about me because I didn't think anybody would care. And the publisher said, "Hey, we need you to put your story in autobiography." So I ended up, and in fact, the initial draft that I sent them, I included a whole bunch of stuff that didn't make the cut because it was too, I guess, it was too unsettling. Some of the crazy stuff I saw in medicine, and some of the war trauma stuff. So a lot of it was cut. But anyway, I'm glad you're enjoying it, and I think I wrote that book for kind of like the everyman audience. I didn't write it really super technical because I felt that a lot of people wouldn't really enjoy that. So hopefully it's written to a level that it makes sense for people. There's enough science in there that kind of backs up what we're talking about, and it's because I never wanted to be a writer. I mean, I've never had. In fact, when I was going to school, I hated English. I hated grammar. I hated literature. I hated those classes. Like, this sucks. I was more of a math and science guy, and so this is funny that I wrote a book. I still think it's funny to this day, and so. But anyway, appreciate that.
Yeah.
I definitely appreciate the fact that, the stance that you've taken for a long time, the effort and everything that you put in. Not only are you putting in the work, but you're living this as well. It's not like you're saying, do as I do, do as I say, not as I do. You're setting an example. You're setting the bar high, and I appreciate that, and it means a lot, and it's influence. There's no telling how many people you've already impacted and changed their lives. So I definitely want to say thank you for that too.
Well, I appreciate, like I said, likewise, and I've said very beginning, you can't just depend on one people. And I'm so glad that everybody else has got their social media channels, and they're getting out there. And this movement, if you want to call it that, has expanded, and it is expanding rapidly. I mean, every day I put up one post on social media, I get hundreds and hundreds of responses in the affirmative that things are going well and we're doing well with this. And so just as much everybody else deserves credit, and I think we need to do that. And this is something that I need to make a video of this for my YouTube channel. But as you guys know, I mean, some of you guys may follow guys like Eric Berg or some of the other ones, and they're seeing that the policies, we saw that through COVID, where they sort of suppress information, and they're going to start doing that around things like ketogenic diets and certainly carnivore diets. And, so this message is going to get harder to get out there because of that. And I think we have to respond as a community by demanding it. Like, and how do they know you demand? Well, you like the channel, you comment on the channel, you share the channel, you watch the stupid ads that they make you watch, because that tells them. I mean, I know it's sad because sometimes I get Beyond Meat ads on my channel. People tell me I'm like, this is so stupid. But I mean, I think as a community, what small thing can I do? Because all of us doing just little small things can make a difference. It's not a big sacrifice. No one's asking you to move the earth and move mountains. But if you just hey, I'm just going to watch this stupid little ad before the video. because that sends a message to their sponsor that this channel, this message is something that people want to see. And I know it's like, I had a, it's interesting. I was just back over in Europe a couple of weeks ago, and I was there with Dr. David Unwin, who's just a wonderful, wonderful man. He is just and his wife Jen. They're wonderful people. They're low carb. His wife Jen is mostly carnivore anyway. They certainly do that. And David's big thing is, he's been promoting low carb diets for diabetes. And one thing that he pointed out to me, he says, I've got a journal article that is the #2 journal article of all time in the British Medical Journal of Nutrition, right? And I said, it's #2. I said, well, who's #1? And it turned out it was a vegan article, a vegan COVID article, right? And I said, well, that can't fly. Let's fix this, right? And so what I did is I put a series of tweets and Instagram posts and YouTube videos saying, hey guys, everybody go in and just share this link, make a comment on that, and guess what happened? It went to #1. And I mean, that's great. That shows the power of the community. But why is that important? Because that's the #1 journal article. So guess what happens? The next time he wants to publish a study, guess what those journals are going to do? They're going to beg him to publish studies, right? So little things like that can make a big difference. And this is how we change the world. Because as you guys know, this is an uphill battle. And there's people that don't want this. There's a lot of people that lose money when you get healthy. They lose money when you stop eating their garbage, right? So, and we're talking companies with a collective combined incomes of trillions of dollars in assets that are opposed to what we're trying to do. So this is like a little war we're in. I mean, I don't need to make this a heavy topic, but we literally are. We're at war for the health of our future, for our children's future, for our food sovereignty. And I mean, like I said, I don't know how many people are watching this, but that's something that, we have to band together, and just say, look, what can I do as, maybe I'm not a doctor, maybe I don't have a big YouTube channel, but what can I do to make a difference so that my kids are not eating friggin' bugs, or whatever kind of slop they were. So anyway, I don't mean to be on a soapbox, but I think it's important, and I appreciate you giving me a platform to talk about this. And if there's somebody has a question or something more lighter you want to talk about, of course.
Yeah.
Again, the movie that you guys are doing, Carnivore Diet movie, again, that's going to be another opportunity to further this information out there. Because here's another story I'll tell you guys. So I'm trying to get a study funded and done with carnivore versus diabetes. I mean, as you guys know, some of you guys are diabetics. It works really, really well, right? And so the U.S. Cattlemen's Association, the former president, Brooke Miller, MD, asked me, he said, hey, man, can you help us get this study done? We're going to approach the National Cattlemen's Beef Association, literally the beef industry, for funding, because they've got like $40 million that they're going to spend on various things, beef promotion and doing studies and things like that. And so I put together a team of researchers, really high quality researchers that are interested in doing this study. I got some ranchers that said they would help to donate some meat. We went to the National Cattlemen's Beef Association this September, a few weeks ago. The researchers presented an excellent, well-designed study that they're very well capable of doing. And they said, well, we kind of think lean meat and this, that, and we don't want to fund it. This is the beef industry, mind you. And why is it? Because the beef industry is captured by the USDA, which is captured by, the food companies. So it really frustrated me that this is sort of thing. So we're on our own, literally. Even the beef industry itself is like, So anyway, I'm tempted to go out there and sort of shame people publicly about that whole process, because I'm like, what, are you kidding me? This is a group that is the Beef Promotion Committee. I mean, it's a Beef Promotion Organizational Committee or something like that, the BPOC. These are cattlemen ranchers that are tasked and given literally millions of dollars to promote beef. And I'm like, what could be better than showing that, an all-meat diet beats diabetes? I mean,
cures, yeah.
Anyway, so there's a little frustration on my part. I don't mean to be a downer, but the movie, again, I'm glad you're doing the movie. And if I can help in any way, let me know. Of course, I think if we mentioned that before, I'd be happy to talk at length. So anyway,
I appreciate it so much. That's the biggest thing, I think, is sharing these real examples. They're so powerful. When you see story after story after, some people are like, oh, that's just an anecdote. And then, well, there's like 10,000 of them and they just keep going. It seems like everyone that's doing carnivore, whether it's diabetes or depression, anxiety, or whatever, the results are just amazing time and time again. So that's kind of the idea with the documentary, is to share some of those more real examples with people. I just had a question, Dr. Baker. So like, a lot of people go into healthcare and medicine because they want to fix people. You did a lot of that. You've done surgeries, trauma, Afghanistan, things like that. Was there a certain point where you're like, I think I can help more people with nutrition versus surgery and kind of using your hands? Was there like a point where like the light switch went off and you kind of wanted to switch gears?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. This was I was one of the busiest surgeons in the entire state. I was on billboards, voted best doctor in town, had great, I was literally, the hospital loved me, right? Because I was bringing them lots of surgeries, lots of money was being generated, on and on and on. This is the way it works. And sure, I mean, I was helping people. I was fixing their broken bones. I was giving them new knees and new shoulders, new hips, and so on and so forth. But then I got to a point where it was kind of a funny story. So as a community of orthopedic surgeons, we realized that if we kept operating on these people that had pretty significant obesity, our complication rates were higher, right? We wanted to be this center of excellence. And so we said, we are going to insist that our patients get below a certain BMI before we would offer them things like a primary knee surgery, a knee replacement, right? And how can you do that? How do you get people to lose weight so they do that? And it's hard. And so some people would say, we're going to send them to a bariatric surgeon so they can have their stomach, rearranged, basically, the bariatric surgery stuff that they do. And I started at that time, just out of luck, I was doing a ketogenic diet. And I said, hey guys, I say to my overweight patients that were waiting for knee surgery, I said, hey, we need to get your BMI below a certain point, below 35. This is the way I suggest you do it. Now, a lot of people would say, wouldn't do it. There's still people that they're not going to do it, but some did. A few would. And what really struck me as interesting was I would see them back, because I would check them out. I'd say, here's a diet, try this. I'd see them back in 2 weeks. How's it going? And very often 2 weeks was not enough time for them to lose significant weight. They may have lost a pound or two, maybe some of them lost 5 or 6. But the thing that was shocking to me was like they would say, hey, doc, my knee really doesn't hurt anymore, which to me was an aha moment. It was like, wait a minute, you have bad arthritis in your knee. I've got you on the schedule for surgery, and you're telling me your knee doesn't hurt anymore? Well, then I don't need to do surgery on you, because that's the whole point of the surgery, is to fix the pain. And so I started to delve more into this. And then as I got to realizing how nutrition impacts not just how much we weigh or diabetes, but all of these other conditions, I call a lot of the arthritis and tendonitis and some of these sort of orthopedic manifestations of metabolic disease, right? This is what I've come to discover. And I think there's a decent amount of research now that supports that. So I, as I, got frustrated, I said to my hospital administrators, I said, hey, look, I'd like to spend a half a day a week doing a lifestyle clinic, right? Because I felt really strong about that. And the answer was, no, we don't want you to do that. We want you to keep, basically cutting people open and making a lot of money for us, right? That was, so I started to become a little bit jaded about that. And so I persisted with this for about a year before I finally said, I'm going to do it anyway. And then I, ended up getting in a fight with the hospital, a long legal battle, left clinical practice, started doing just lifestyle-based stuff. And at this point in my life, I've, as you mentioned, and fortunate some of it's luck, but I've been able to help literally orders of magnitude more people than I could have helped as if I would have kept just operating on, the whatever 15, 20 people a week that I was operating on. I've now that those numbers are into the many, many thousands. And hopefully as we, develop Rivero to the extent that I think we will, that number will be in the millions. And so, I mean, to me, I'm happier. I'm very happy. And it was kind of like the silver lining in a cloud. It's just like that was a good part.
Right. Well, and then there's that ripple effect too. So you help one person. Like when I found carnivore, now all of a sudden both of my sisters are doing it, my mom's doing it, my stepdad's doing it. So it's like every one person, it seems like it's just going like wildfire now. I'm hearing more and more people coming out and saying, "Oh, I'm a carnivore too." That's crazy. It's like really starting to spread. So
Yeah, and I know some of you guys may be old enough to remember there used to be like a shampoo commercial. I think it was like Breck or something like that, or something. It was like, if you tell two friends if you tell two friends and they tell two friends and they tell, and the screen would just, you see how rapidly, it's like, two to the third power, two to the fourth power, two to the fifth power, boom, 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 boom. Suddenly you've got a wildfire of people doing this. And so this is what I tell people: get out there, put your own channel together, get the message out if you can. I mean, not everybody has the personality they want to do that. But the interesting thing about going carnivore is it often makes you a more confident speaker, causes less anxiety. A lot of people will tell me I had a fear of public speaking, and now since I've changed my diet, my anxiety's better, and I feel more comfortable speaking to audiences, speaking to other people. And so, I think it's important. And so you're absolutely right to grow this. So sorry, my son just arrived from his
Yeah, you're absolutely right on that one. There's 1,900 people on at this very moment, and prior to carnivore, I would have any excuse to be the heck out of here right now, not talking in front of people. Everything changes that way for sure. On the Rivero front, is there anything people can do now? Like I noticed on your site there's a wait list or any sort of call to action for Rivero at this point?
Well, I mean, like I said, so let me just describe what we're going to be. We're going to start out with people with cardiometabolic issues. So that's diabetes, obesity, hypertension, metabolic syndrome, so on and so forth. That'll be our initial cohort, and then we will go on to the autoimmune conditions, and then probably mental health. And so it'll be fairly comprehensive for everything you can do on a digital platform. Obviously, if somebody breaks their bone, you don't get on the Zoom call and say, "What I'm doing," you get taken care of. But I think that obviously, if that's something that interests you, and you're looking for a physician or healthcare that is aligned with what you are wanting to do with nutrition and the type of diet you might want to eat, then get on the waiting list. If you know people that you think might benefit, have them sign up for the waiting list. And then once, and again, it's the same things, word of mouth. This is how, the reason we're able to even have a company is we raised, $3 million in crowdfunding last year because so many people are interested in this type of thing, exactly this type of thing. And so word of mouth has allowed us to form the company, and then word of mouth is going to be how we grow. And so let people know, hey, this company Rivero is something that might benefit you, and you may want to look into it. Just share it with you, because a lot of people, and again, I will be fully transparent on this. We're not 100% carnivore in that company. I mean, we will use carnivore diets when necessary, but some people go on a ketogenic diet, some people go on a low carb diet, some people. I mean, it's mostly going to be a lower carb stuff, but the people that you think could potentially benefit from, your mother, your sister, your aunt, your uncle, your coworker, you may want to let them know that, hey, this might be an option, because so many people are frustrated, with the way their healthcare is. They go in and, they go to doctor after doctor after doctor, this pill, this drug, this test, that test. And when a simple dietary trip, I mean, how many of you guys in the audience spent years trying to solve health problems? And it was like, man, it was just as simple as just cutting out the sugar and the grains and the crap and eating some more meat. I mean, it's amazing how simple it is, but we have this $4 trillion a year industry we call the healthcare system that can't figure that out, or won't figure it out, or is disincentivized to figure that out. And so, instead of just talking about it, I'm trying to do something about it. And like I said, whether we're successful or not, I really hope we are. I'm going to do everything I can, but it's something that, it's something that I think it's going to require the support of the community to get it off the ground and get it going. And then my sort of imagination is 10 years from now, this will be either our company or something similar, or a bunch of companies like ours, will be the norm for most of the way we do healthcare, because we're at a breaking point in the United States. I mean, if you look at, we're 20% of our GDP goes to healthcare, and we don't get anything for it. Life expectancy is going down. More and more people have chronic disease than ever. And this is, like I said, instead of just bemoaning, because we talk about it, we complain a lot, but what are you going to do about it? And so, like I said, but it takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of effort and a lot of time. And, but anyway, that's the Rivero thing. I would appreciate for people, go in, sign on the waiting list, share it with other people. Be aware, and we're still over the next month, a year, it's coming. It's coming. We have to, anytime you start something new, there's going to be, roadblocks and hurdles and bumps, and we have to react to those things. So we're going to start with 10 patients. I mean, it seems like small, but we've got to make sure all the software works like we want it to. Make sure the process works. And then probably within a month, we'll expand that to a few hundred, and then we open it up, because we have, I think, over 1,000 on the waiting list already. But a good signal is to say, hey, we've got 5,000 people waiting for this. And why is that important? Because then, as we seek to get more funding to expand this out to a really huge presence, it's very easy to get investment capital in that, so we can then do all the great things that we need to do. So anyway,
I love that you're doing that. I'm 100% behind it. Anything I can do to support it. I'm just showing these because it's exactly what you said. All of these pills were just nutrition. For years and years, going to the doctor over and over again, it was just simply nutrition. Someone asked me, I'm working with this really good documentary filmmaker.
Can you guys still hear me? I don't know if I can. I can't hear anybody else talking. So.
Yep. Can you hear me now?
Looks like I can't hear you guys.
Anyway. Oh, I'm still here. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yep, I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Oh, can you hear us,
it may have killed the.
Unfortunately, I don't be able. I don't seem I don't think I can hear you guys anymore. Unfortunately.
Okay.
So.
We can hear you.
Anyway, I'm not sure how long I'm scheduled for either. So.
We can hear you.
Was it a 30-minute slot? I can't remember, guys. I think so. So I'm good. Okay.
Yeah.
I will. Thank you guys so much for doing this. Thanks for making the movie and doing this. And like I said, if there's anything I can do to help with the movie, please let me know. I'm happy to participate in any way I can. And like I said, we're all in it together, guys. This is literally kind of a war, and we need to fight. So thanks for being warriors, guys.
Absolutely.
Thanks for being here, Dr. Baker.
Bye now.
Absolutely. That's amazing, man. And I think the community is going to come in behind him and that Rivero, and I don't see why they wouldn't. I mean, it's literally the people at the top putting action with their words and bringing about those changes. I think that's huge, and I can't wait to see where it goes.
Likewise. Yeah. I was just going to say, at the end of the documentary, if we get nothing else across, I wanted it to be that message that most of the things people are going to the hospital for are nutrition, but they think they're medicine, and you end up with a bunch of pills like these when you don't need them. It's just simply nutrition. So, Alia, what do we got?
I got to do a last-minute update of something amazing that just happened. 1 second. Oh, by the way, I get to ask Dr. Kiltz the first question. It's the most relevant.
Yes. It's your birthday.
Okay, so Anissa, I hope I'm saying her name right, literally just donated $1,000 in the GoFundMe.
Woo!
Oh, wow.
You are amazing.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anissa.
So that brought us
Very
to
generous.
$10,000 for the morning.
Wow.
Amazing.
Wow.
That's awesome. Thank you. Everyone keep donating. We got 1,800 people watching. 1,800 times $100 is 180,000. Let's go.
Nice. All right, let's get Dr. Kiltz on here.
The man, the myth, the legend, Dr. Robert Kiltz.
The team in the house. How's everyone doing today?
I love me some Dr. Kiltz.
I'm going to put in $1,000. I haven't pushed the button yet, so you'll get it sometime today. That's my donation.
Thank you so much.
And I got to tell you, this is such an important thing. And I just got a little bit of Sean there. He's a rock star. Has really been leader in this, and so many more people are joining in. And Carnivore is the most kick-ass amazing thing. I was in clinic this morning talking to patients all around the country, and they haven't heard this story, and they're suffering from the exact same thing that we're talking about. Is a standard practice of medicine is leading people to slaughter, and we got to stop it.
Absolutely.
Yep, that's right.
All right,
I'm
so
so thankful.
I'm asking the first question, remember? Because I'm the
Yeah,
female
Alia's
here.
got the first question. I was just going to say real quick before Alia does it, I'm so happy you're here, Dr. Kiltz. We're really thankful you're here. And I hope you don't mind, but I got to show you this real quick.
Documented stories that matter.
I've played that like 20 times today. That was when we spoke last time. You said it's the documented stories that matter. And that resonated with me so well because that's the whole thing with this Carnivore Diet documentary is documenting the stories. They're so powerful and sharing them. So I thank you for that. If I had to pay you a licensing fee for using that, I'd owe you a lot of money now because I kept playing it over and over again. Showing people. It encapsulates everything we're trying to do with the documentary. So thank you so much for being here. I know we have limited time. Alia, 40th birthday today, has the first question for you.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. So it's an important datum that will tie into my question. So 6 months ago, more or less, I started eating this way. I would say I'm pretty much like 95% perfect, but it's changed everything. Within like 3 weeks, my period was normal and I experienced no pain and I've suffered from endometriosis. It got a lot easier after I had babies. But it was terror for years. I did get pregnant very fast 2 times. Like within a month of trying, I got pregnant twice. So if you would have asked me 6 months ago, do you want to have another baby? I would have been like, no freaking way. No way. No way am I ever having another baby. Pregnancy sucked. It was terrible. 2 C-sections. So here's my question. Within like a month and a half on carnivore, my sex drive went through the roof and then the baby drive went through the roof. Would it be safe for a woman who's 40 years old on carnivore to have another baby? What do you think of that?
All day long. The age is a number. The feeling is in the mind. And when you are carnivore, you get back to our ancient nature as hunters. We were in the caves. And we didn't have all the stress and struggles of devices and vices. We were living on the land in the way we likely should have lived. And we were focused on feeding and making love and making babies and building families. And we've lost that. And I talked to today, I had a couple high BMI over 55, considered morbidly obese. They won't take care of her because she's too overweight. They won't help her. And no one has given her the answer that her only problem is that she's eating a plant-based low animal fat diet. And that's the problem. And when you go carnivore, it's true. Your sex drive goes up on both sides, by the way. And you realize that you're flattered, fed, and made love to. And what more do you need? And babies just show up. Because the family is ultimately the only reason we're doing any of this.
Right. I'm not sure if it will happen, but it's definitely, we're not trying to do that at the same time.
Yeah. Well, the universe didn't say you had to try. I always say try. I mean, our sensuality and sexuality is being deformed because of the non-proper human diet. And that's it. Plants make all the chemicals to make us a little crazy, plus the sugars damage our reproductive organs right away. And the abortion pill and the birth control pill are made of plants. And so there's no wonder everyone's miscarrying or infertile and don't feel like that they can have a sensual relationship with their partner anymore.
I do want to make mention to the patient, whoever that might be that you saw this morning. I started out with a BMI of 67.9. So, and now I'm at like 28-ish BMI, something like that, something in the 20s. Okay. So there's hope for you. If you get on this and try this out, it could radically change your life, and it doesn't take forever. It just takes it one little choice in the right direction, one foot after the other. And also I want to say thank you dude, you're always the most positive guy in the room, and it is so inspiring, and I thank you for that.
Well, Sean, listen, I think this is one of the most important things because I always focused on mindfulness and positivity. I read The Secret years ago and I was like, okay, that's the focus. But Jesus Christ actually taught this to us like a couple thousand years ago. And when we realize that everything happens the way it's supposed to, and we can use the struggles and the challenges as our training grounds to improve and live a better life, and recognize we all have problems. It's the nature of life, and they're there to build us in a better way. And so the sharing the carnivore idea is something that it's supposed to be hard. It's supposed to be a struggle, but the last I looked, eating steak and eggs every day ain't so bad.
Absolutely. Amen.
And interesting, one thing I tell everyone, being obese is not the cause of any disease, and adipose tissue is actually the healthiest, most important tissue you carry on your body. We've been maligning fat, but if there's a famine and you're skinny, you're fertilizer fast. And ultimately, it turns out the adipose tissue contains all the minerals, all the vitamins, all the amino acids, and all the simple sugars, along with all the fatty acids that are required in your survival and in creating a baby. And so when people just, again, science says obesity is the problem and being fat is the cause of all disease, they've just got it all wrong. It's the food we recommend that sits in the bowels and that it's secreting sugars and all the toxins and the antigens and the fermentation that's damaging our bodies, not the fatty tissue at all.
All that is just a symptom of the problem. The problem is shoving our face with all that stuff it was never intended to have.
It really is Occam's razor. Simple answer is the one. And this is simple. And the more and more, and I see carnivores growing. I don't know how many carnivores were here 5 years or 10 years ago or 20 years ago, but we know that how many people are joining the ranks. And when you hear the story in a way that is not difficult, it's like, it's so simple. You can't have boyfriends and girlfriends along with your husband or wife or your boyfriend or girlfriend. You can't have variety. That's the biggest killer for all of us. We need to narrow it down and focus on what we are, and that is lionesses and lions. And when you do that, you're like, wow, it's like, this is easy. But the paradigm, the brainwashing, of vegetables are good and fruit is good, and you know, it's the green brainwashing that we've been doing all around the globe for thousands of years. We got to change it.
I completely agree. I thought you was gonna say something, Carrie.
Yeah. So, Dr. Kiltz, if there's a young couple out there and they want to start a family, and they of course they want the baby to be healthy, they want the whole family to be healthy, but this whole carnivore thing, proper human diet thing, is just insane to most people. What advice do you give to a couple like that?
Well, it's an easy one, but it's hard for those listening. And I asked the simple question, is sugar good for you? And the answer is no. And then they say, well, I don't eat any sugar. I said, fruits, fiber, and vegetables turn into sugar. Did you know that? Gee, I didn't think about that. So ultimately, the sugar diet is what we're eating because we're eating a plant-based diet. And just, you don't even have to worry about all the plant chemicals and all those other things. Even the sprayed on stuff, you don't have to worry about it. But I always start, I try to get their story, how long they've been trying, have they in pregnancies, any miscarriages, any of the medical disorders. One gal today had history of ectopic pregnancy, irritable bowel syndrome, and she had part of her colon already removed. And so, I dig deep, but it only takes a few minutes to get their history. I ask everyone what they eat, and it's usually clean, organic, healthy, you name it. That's the story, but I'm no exactly what you eat. And it's always fruits, vegetables, almond milk, oat milk, and lean meat, which I go right down to it. And I said, you're eating a deadly diet. And it's silence. But I don't let go. I write books on it, but I keep talking about it. And I'm slowly simple. What you're doing isn't working. And the doctors keep telling you to continue to eat plants, but they break down to sugar. But fatty meat contains all the minerals, vitamins, and nutrients you and your your children and your eggs and sperm and embryos need, that that is what you need to do. And I call it the baby's way: bacon, eggs, butter, beef, Kiltz's ice cream from time to time. I think it's okay, and salt, and it just clears the mind of all the messes. But you have to do it. It's so opposite. And like anything else, we've got to just do it. Do or do not, there be no try. Well, my doctor says it's bad. I say, well, what he's doing or she is doing making you pregnant yet? No, they won't even touch you because you're too fat. And they don't even know the number of overweight women who have babies naturally all day long. Why you? I got plenty of thin people don't have babies all the time. And so I really just hone on the fact that your body never has to eat a plant. It's never required. And it's likely the single leading cause of every disease we suffer from. And if you want to keep doing what you're doing, thinking you're going to get something better, you could pay me a lot of money. But I also have a lot of people on our blogs, 44, 48, getting pregnant on carnivore diets. So amazingly simple. It's radical. And people think, well, I'll never get pregnant. I'm saying, well, number one is don't think that way. You gotta think as if you are, and you will get there, and never give up. And if you do, give it up to God and have faith, and just, visualize the baby in your arms, in your life, and in all ways. And I think that's the best way. But it sounds, you tell the story as a physician who, diet doesn't matter, or Mediterranean diet. And the gal who was a gastroenterologist telling her diet doesn't matter. She's got IBS, and diet doesn't matter, and eat Mediterranean. And then when she hears the story, she goes like, they're lying to me. And so again, I specialize in fertility, but so many patients, they're suffering from all the other diseases. And in literally 2 to 4 weeks on carnivore, at any weight, they'll suddenly feel like, wow, I feel amazing. And then they look at their partners, and the partners look at them, and they're like, okay, let's do it. Let's get it done.
Having
pretty simple.
Right.
It's
having
all
a family and having children and starting a family is obviously, without saying, one of the most important, beautiful things for people. What is it like for you as a doctor to be able to be such an integral part of that? And I'm sure over the years you've had so many stories where maybe people were hopeless and now they have a thriving family.
Well, I feel very, very blessed to be able to be in this space to help people. The greatest hardship is, I believe, infertility or pregnancy loss or miscarriage, fetal demise, or any of these things, because ultimately reproduction is what we're here for. We're not here to be doctors. We're not here to do anything else other than build our families and then take care of our families in ways that we're meant to, and share a faithful existence, and also the right proper human nutrition, which is fatty meat, salt water, throw in a little Kiltz's ice cream time to time, and that's all you need to do.
And share the love.
It's sharing love every day. And I feel blessed. It doesn't work the way we hope sometimes, but I always say God is a mission that we just have to be patient with and have faith and never give up to it. But I'm 67 and a half, and I've been doing this for a long time, almost 40 years. And I just love it every single day. And I can't imagine doing anything else but this.
Wow.
Awesome.
That is awesome, and thriving. I love the message. I love the way you present it. I love what you're doing, and I appreciate you so much for it. I read a quote this week. It says, "Too many of us care more about how our lives look rather than how our lives are." And I think you touched on that perfectly. We have to do it. That's the main takeaway that I got from today. We have to do it. Put that choice in one step at a time. If you can't walk yet, crawl. I mean, yeah. You don't have to do it perfect. Just do what you can do with what you have, and we'll figure it out together. How about that?
That's absolutely so true. And you, even if you are locked up in a bed and you can't move, or a wheelchair and you can't get up and out the way you used to. And I see so many people that are inhibited in their physical, but they still have their mind. And the mind is the real master. And that's why I think listening and reading positivity, love and forgiveness, gratitude, everything I listen to from everyone here, I've listened to you many times, and it's always a positivity. We're listening to all those that are suffering. And suffering is the sort of the flare that is looking for another flare out there to bring the light to each of us. And I know for myself that sometimes you get caught up in like, hey, I know the answer. More and more I'm realizing I have to listen more. Listen to the stories. And as we said, it's a story. And then we connect because we've all been through some of it in one way or another. And that's the part I think that's critical. Tell your story. That's why the movie is so important. And I've even inspired by you guys to inspire my Kilt's Mighty Tribe that we're going to do a KMT movie. We're going to all shine the light and put this out there together and inspire people that are suffering, whether it's you feel as if you're overweight, you can't move, you're depressed, you're down, or you have a myriad of all the diseases that we've lined up as your problem, but you only have inflammation that shows up as different diseases, including depression, anxiety, suicidality, criminality. I'll go down the list. Inferiority, fearfulness, it's all of it. And we in medicine think it's genetic. And I talked to a young gal this afternoon that was like, all these diseases are life. It's for life. PCOS, polycystic ovarian syndrome, is a life sentence. Type 2 diabetes is for life. And so it's imperative that this story gets shared more and more. And the beauty is, as a carnivore, you're like the gladiator. You're the warrior. You don't care. You're going to go out there, and if they're going to cut your head off, albeit we just get back up and keep going.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right.
Put me back in the game, coach. That's all I need.
Right. That's it. If you look at the Mongols or the Vikings or the barbarian, I mean, they're meat eaters. They're meat eaters, and they know how to keep going. And we're not here to listen. I don't fight against anything. My intention is to work for it. And by sharing the stories of those people that have succeeded, like I know everyone here, it's like, wow, there's someone just like me. Size, shape, age, weight, gender, color, doesn't matter. Politics, it doesn't matter where you are in this world. The story is there for all of us to realize that we're all the same.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah, you can hold to your beliefs, and it is what it is. But the more we work together, the more we come together, the more that we help each other out, encourage one another. You can focus on the positive, or you can focus on the negative. Everybody knows those people who are against things, like you said. You're going to get a lot further. You're going to be a lot more peaceful and a lot more happy when you focus on the positive and what you can come together about. And I think that's a very, very big point.
And struggling and suffering is part of the game of life. And you got to embrace these things. But what you need to do now is reach out. And that's why I love the struggling team. It's a team of strugglers. The misfits in some way, if you think about it. And being a misfit is like the best fit of life, because as an outcast, you're able to see things most people aren't seeing, but someone will show up to help you and guide you on the way. That's what I know.
Yeah, I love that. That's the thing with all carnivores. We're all misfits, or we're a little weird, or I said it earlier, you got to be kind of brave to be a carnivore because you're sort of going against everything you've ever been told. But I think that's why it's such a strong community too, because we all kind of need each other, and it's nice to have each other, and definitely see things differently living this way for sure.
Yeah.
I went to a polycystic ovarian syndrome conference a week ago. It was great people doing amazing things, helping so many people suffering from polycystic ovarian syndrome, which is really prediabetes. It's a metabolic syndrome, but I call it plant-caused ovarian sickness. That's all it is. And everything we're suffering from is plant caused. Just throw PC, whatever you want to do. And the dietitian and the therapist and some other great, amazing people, but my words were like never heard before. So I was in like enemy territory in a sense. But the dietitian, we differed in our opinions, but we graciously listened to each other, and I found it very, very inviting, and that's where we need to be. We need to be in territory where words haven't been heard, and that's where I think the gospel needs to be spoken. And again, this isn't a religion; it's a life practice that brings back to the lion's way. You are what you eat, and lions we be.
Absolutely. It's not a religion, but it sure does help to have one and tie them together. I mean, you know, they go hand in hand. You can't separate the mind, body, and soul. It's all one, right?
It's all one. And it's community. And again, whatever your religious belief systems, that fasting and eating fatty meat is still part of that. And I think that is something quite amazing. You know, I talk a lot about keto because I want to invite people wherever they're at. And as a keto, it's high fat and eat less frequently, and you'll feel better. But carnivore will be like, you're looking around, is like, does anyone else know this secret? It's just fair. Like, is it just me that feels like the most awesome human being ever created?
I've said that in a couple of videos, Dr. Kiltz. I'm like, you deserve to feel like this. Just for one day in your life, you're missing out. No inclination whatsoever. I feel amazing every single day on carnivore for 6 months now.
I'm a broken record. I say the same thing all the time. It's eat fatty meat and repeat, right? And you can occasionally have a cookie, cake, or ice cream. But if you're one of those people that still uses the words "I'm addicted," don't ever use those words, by the way. Then give it a little time, and again, from time to time. Interesting. Most people don't know that amino acids from proteins are converted to sugar before they become fat in the liver. So amino acids and sugar are actually metabolized the same way. So a high protein diet is deadly for us. It is a high fat, medium to low protein, and low to no plants. That's my basic way. And I do eat some French fries from time to time, and I do occasionally have a cookie, cake, or ice cream, but that's a treat, and I never cheat because Tia would be mad at me for cheating.
Real quick, Dr. Kiltz, there's a question for you here.
Oh yeah, Adam, please. Thank you.
Yep. Love this. I saw improvement and want to continue, but have dental issues, so struggling to chew steak. Allergic to dairy, fish, seafood. What do I eat?
Well, you eat beef, and you ground beef is great, and even raw ground beef is the best. And throw an egg in there, and forget fish and dairy. Number one is the problem with dairy. It's not from a human breast milk; it's from a cow's. Some people are more allergenic to cow's milk because it's foreign milk. So you might try goat milk or goat cheese or butter, but I'd say once you heal the glycobiome, the glycocalyx is the sugar layer that protects the skin on the outside and the skin on the inside. Every cell is coated with a glycocalyx. And tomorrow, with Stephen Thomas and Richard Smith on UK Carnivore, I think that's it, their show at 2:00, I'm going to talk about the glycobiome and the glycocalyx. But fish, I don't touch fish very often. It stinks. And fish evolves in the oceans of the world, and the oceans of the world are highly contaminated with whatever we consume, and we piss or poop, it goes in the waters, and then all the stuff we dump in there anyway is not good. So I don't touch those anyway. Fatty meat, salt water, raw is very best. If you haven't read Pottinger's Cats, you got to read Pottinger's Cats. Pottinger did a really great study where he cooked the meat and pasteurized the milk, or it was raw meat and raw milk. The cats that were fed the pasteurized milk or cooked meat were harmed, their current generation and future generations. Those animals that ate the raw, they were healthy and well. We're likely meant to eat raw meat. You're better off getting some really good fatty meat and grounding up yourself and putting in some eggs. That's what I would do. And don't forget, salt it up with some good either Redmonds, Malden, Himalayans, and there's so many great salts out there. I think it's the best. And then I add butter. It's salt is the spice and butter is the sauce. I don't use anything else on my meats. Okay, that's a lie. I do occasionally blue cheese melted from time to time.
I love that. We have another question here. I'm in a plasma donor trial to see effects of donating every 2 week 2x in now. If I start carnivore now, are supervisors likely to see shocking effects in blood samples and have questions?
Yeah, they'll think you're a lion. They're like, oh my God, it's got blood of a lion. I haven't seen this before. I don't know that answer, but all I can tell you is that you'll feel better, and you'll be donating blood to those that are going to get the very best blood samples, plasma and RBCs, red blood cells packed, for sure. They might. I mean, your cholesterol goes up, and all those things that they say are signs or indicators of disease might show something, but I don't believe they're true at all, actually.
Awesome.
And let us know. See what they say. I'm interested. Right?
For sure.
Before you have to take off, what's some good stuff that you're reading right now that might help us out?
Let's see. Well, I'm just finishing up. Let's see. It's White. Oh my God! It's Dead White, and it's by Pure White and Deadly by John Yudkin. But I just pulled a book out about sugar by James Walvin. I started listening to it. We've got to learn about the actual history of the production and manufacturing of sugar around the globe and how it's evolved. And basically, it's the biggest drug, and still today it's the biggest drug. I'm reading that, and we're going to get to Ravenous again. Ravenous by Sam Apple, which is about Otto Warburg's work, and always read the Bible every day, or some excerpts of the Bible. That's really helpful.
Absolutely. Awesome. Thank you, sir.
It's my pleasure, you guys. No, thank you for what you guys are doing.
Carnivore Scott says, thank you, Dr. Kiltz. Let's see.
My pleasure. Again, yeah, go ahead. I'm time. Kiltz's ice cream. Oh, yeah.
$5 for a Kiltzy ice cream.
and remember this. This is why it's so important that people have to understand this. Plant sugars are not killing you. Excessive plant sugars and low fat. That's what the deadly thing. And eating 3 to 6 meals a day. We're meant to eat 1 meal a day or less. And look at drkiltz.com. We got a lot of stuff there for free, by the way. And don't forget to donate to Carnivore Diet Movie. Really important. I'm putting $1,000 in, and let's meet that and do better. And let's invest in everyone's health and wellness around the globe, because we're killing people globally on a plant-based, low animal fat diet. Done.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Dr.
You're amazing.
You're too generous, and we're so thankful to have you here. I really appreciate you.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
I love you guys.
Love
you too, brother. Appreciate you. Love you, brother.
Have a great day.
See you
Press
guys.
Press that button.
Press that button. Press that button every day.
Right.
I gotta find it.
Right. That's right.
You guys,
See you.
it's coming. I love you guys.
Love you too. See you soon, brother.
All right, bye everyone. Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Awesome.
He's the best.
I love him.
The last time I spoke to him too, he told me, he said it shouldn't be called carnivore, it should be called fativore. I was like, ooh, he got over all that. I was like, I kind of got away from that a little bit, and I shouldn't have, but
right.
That's awesome. Let's see. Should we do an update? I was gonna say too. So my mom and sisters are coming on. Sister is coming on next, and so that's gonna be awesome. But if anyone needs to jump off and take a little break,
who's gonna take a break when we get a chance to get some inside scoop on Carrie?
So should we?
We need to do an update. We need to do an update. All right. Hello, everybody. I'm gonna share this screen. Every one of you is amazing. Every single person that's here. We have $11,200, and then the 1,000 promise from Dr. Kiltz. They'll bring us up to $12,000. That's awesome.
Awesome.
The donations just keep coming. I'm trying to put everybody who's donated to the GoFundMe into the chat so people can see who's doing that there. Keep the donations coming. Keep them coming.
Absolutely.
We almost have 1,900 people watching. Guys, we can make $200,000 today. 100 each, $200,000 in the bag.
Yes.
I will let
Yes.
I will let our next guest speak.
I want to do a quick shout out though. Alia Wells, happy birthday. Alia Wells 955. Link in the description. Go subscribe to her channel. She's killing it over there. And it's her birthday. And
Yes.
there's 1,958 people on here, so we could get her almost 2,000 subscribers. And the same for Intentional Carnivore. Sean, if you guys aren't subscribed already, shame on you. And shame on you if you're not subscribed to Adam at Carnivore Today. Those links are all in the description below. These people are the best people in the world. None of this would have been possible without them. Alia's idea, so much work put into it from Alia. Adam's just an incredible amount of work. And you do photography for a living. You're like a web dev guy and you're working on 60 things at one time. You're a true carnivore. Really good friend. I can't say thank you enough to all of you. So I really appreciate it. And you guys are just doing a great job. You guys are doing a great job. Look at this. What are we, 6.5 hours? 6.5 hours?
Wow,
How you
that's
guys
amazing.
feeling?
That is amazing.
A little sore back yet or no? Nothing?
Nope, we're good.
Carnivore power. 4
That's
hours.
right.
Sleep. All right, should we bring on my mom? Let's get some dirt and my sister.
Oh, okay. Doesn't move.
It
There
does,
we go.
but
Okay,
well,
don't.
one more
Oh,
click and
God.
it's going to go too far.
Oh, okay.
Mom, you're on.
There's somebody
Mom,
else.
you're on.
Somebody's on.
Hey, Holly, how's it going?
Could you?
Can anyone hear me? Mom, you're on.
Mom, you're on.
Holly.
Oh, I need the
Can you
volume.
hear
I
me?
can't hear anything.
Do you have to hit that start button?
Mom, you got to turn the volume up. Turn the volume up.
You have to hit that start button.
Oh, I hope I'm on now.
You are. Mom, turn the volume up. Oh, wow.
Do you want me to
Oh, good time, guys. Let's move on to the next one. Holly, can you hear me? Mom, turn the volume up. Oh, wow. Good time, guys. Let's move on to the next one.
Hit the start button.
Holly, can you hear me?
Hit that arrow.
I'm going to mute them for a second. Holly, can you hear us?
Yeah. Can you hear me okay? Or is it too quiet?
Thank you. Mom's
great.
having some technical issues. Everyone, welcome my sister Holly. She has a YouTube channel at Life and DIY. She's been
Hello.
doing YouTube videos for a long time. She's been my
Hey.
sister for as long as I can remember, a couple of years. She lives way up north in Wisconsin, and then she recently told me that she decided to do carnivore, and she didn't tell anyone. And yeah, so how's it going, Holly?
It's pretty good. I've never done a live stream before.
That's all right. We don't. You're just following Dr. Baker and Dr. Kiltz, and Dr.
gosh.
Baker's going to jump on any second now. So no pressure. There's 1,947 people watching right now. You'll be
Oh
fine.
my gosh. Okay, now I'm scared.
So if you could, well, on behalf of my co-hosts Adam and Alia, and Sean just stepped out for a minute, could you give us a little bit? Tell us how you found carnivore, your carnivore story.
Okay, well, obviously, I actually found it from you, but for just a little of my story, like I started having health problems. Oh gosh, in like 2010, I had carbon monoxide poisoning at a house that I was renting, and then just after that, I just started developing like tons of health problems, and during that period. And the biggest issues were like chronic fatigue and severe pain, and then like pain with my shoulder, my arm, my knees, my wrist, like carpal tunnel. And then I had like severe stomach issues for a really long time. And then also a thyroid problem, Hashimoto's. And so since that time, sometime after that, I started adjusting my diet, and I initially like got rid of gluten and dairy, and that made like a really big difference. So for me, everything has like progressed over the years, and then I ended up noticing that I was feeling like better and better the lower carb that I got. And then after hearing about what you were doing, as you know, I've had like some addictions to like a couple little things, but I finally got rid of those things.
Yeah, you were always like, I eat pretty much only meat, but I still have to have an avocado and like a little fruit cup. I was like, you're pretty much 99% there. Just stop the avocado and the fruit cup and you'll be good.
Yeah.
But you've
Yeah,
since done that, right?
Yeah, I've done that.
So how long have you been carnivore now?
Like 2.5 months.
Wow.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So what kind of things have you noticed in the 2.5 months?
For me, it's a little bit subtle because I was already, I don't know, like a lot of the changes have happened over time. But I have noticed something really interesting is that I used to think this was normal, that when I would wake up in the morning, I would be like coughing excessively and like I barely had my voice in the morning. And that's completely stopped. It took me a while to realize, like, notice that it wasn't normal. So yeah, it sounds like something very subtle, but still.
What about like your energy levels?
Yeah, I noticed like a slight improvement in that. I do have some issues like with the lack of energy. That's what I really want to have improved. Because like in addition to having the thyroid problem, I also have supposedly was diagnosed with narcolepsy. So having like fatigue is an issue for sure. But I have noticed some improvements, and I've actually cut down my thyroid medicine to like half the dose. And I'm working on, I was like, I want to get off of it completely.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And I sometimes notice like after eating that I have like a lot more energy, and that's usually the opposite for people.
Yeah. I noticed that too, particularly when I eat a very fatty meal.
Exactly. Me too.
So as Dr. Kilt said, it should be called fativore. You got to get more fat. I started doing it recently.
Yeah.
I cut up ribeye fat into little chunks. I put it in the air fryer. Now I don't eat a steak unless I have some of that fat. Actually, Jen and I did a video the other day where I put beef tallow, fat, and butter in a cup and melted it, and I just took a drink of it.
Oh my gosh, I would do that. I've done stuff like that.
I was worried I'd get a stomach ache or something, but it was just like you described. I got an energy boost afterwards, so it's my new go-to move.
That's awesome. Yeah, I need to do something like that because for me, I can't have dairy, so I need to work pretty hard.
I don't know how I did Lion for a while, but I don't know how I could start carnivore without doing dairy. That's got to be tough.
Yeah, it's fine. Like I'm used to it, but I do have to like really make an effort to have more fat.
So what are your plans? Are you planning on just doing carnivore for a while and reintroducing food?
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure yet. But I've tested it very slightly. Like I've tried introducing a couple of things and it didn't work at all. So not that long ago, within the last couple of years, I was diagnosed with SIBO.
I don't need to use that. Something.
Oh, I hear Mom. Yeah, so this is like a really good cure for SIBO, by the way, but it still takes a really long time to heal the stomach. So I need a lot of time, I think, if I'm gonna try to do that.
We had Dr. Wiedemann on earlier. I don't know if you saw that part, but she's great. She's been doing carnivore for how long was it? 15 years, I think she said. And she was talking about some people will come to her and say like, well, I got this condition or that condition. She's like, yeah, but it took you 40 years to get that condition. So it's going to take a little while longer than a couple months to overcome it. Some of these things she could say take a while. She was saying, I never heard this before. I know how horrible seed oils are. She was saying those can stay in your body for years. Did you ever hear that?
Yeah, a lot of people don't know about how bad those are, and they're in absolutely everything.
Mm-hmm. It sounds like you're describing sugar. So now we have two things to worry about: sugars and everything, and then if seed oils and everything else, including.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Or should we try to bring Mom on here and try one more time?
Yeah.
Give her one more chance.
Yes, give her a chance.
Hey, Mom, can you hear us now?
Yes, I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Awesome.
We got it fixed.
Awesome.
Oh, one comment about Holly didn't mention that she noticed in an airport. Holly, you got to mention that.
Oh, yeah. You want me to tell them that?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I was traveling recently and I didn't prepare properly, so I didn't bring like anything, any snacks or whatever you want, any meat or anything. And this was the Minneapolis airport. I couldn't believe it at this one shop they had. The very first thing that was on display, which makes me think that carnivore is becoming like way more popular. Like the most important display area, they had stuff that is carnivore. So they had chicken skins in a bag. It was like $10. I was so happy. And then for people who are okay with
Please don't touch
like some seasoning, they had biltong. And if you haven't had biltong, it's a great option. It's not like high fat in any way, but
What? So for people that don't know, what exactly is biltong?
oh gosh, I believe it's like a South African style, like sort of like beef jerky, kind of. It's very different.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it does have like some seasoning, usually. I don't know if they all do. They probably don't. But yeah.
They just had this stuff in the airport. That's kind of crazy. I hope to see
Yeah.
it. I hope to see it around more. You can go to the airport, or you can go to the world famous Montello Theater. We got pork rinds and beef sticks now. We're trying to build up some stockpile of carnivore food. But
Yeah, the chicken skins are like so good though, because I'm kind of sick of pork rind. I don't eat pork rinds that often anyway, but
Right.
and then I noticed White Oak Pastures, they sell just the chicken skins. Like you can buy like a pound or however many pounds of it. So I'm probably gonna do that.
yeah, I know Dr. Barry's wife Nisha has done a couple of videos with the chicken skins. Those are supposed to be pretty good.
Yes, they're very good. The air
Um,
fryer.
Real quick before we jump back to mom, what do you think our childhood eating screwed us up at all?
Oh my gosh.
No offense, mom, while you're on mute.
First, let's say it. She's an excellent cook.
Mom's an excellent cook. I'm not saying that. I'm just thinking of all the gas station food we used to eat when we
Yeah.
were
Oh my
teenagers.
gosh. We had such bad habits. Every single time we went anywhere, we had to get candy from the gas station. That was
Yeah.
like was a requirement. And
Something
then,
unmuted the mic again.
oh gosh, I can hear.
Hey,
I
man.
lived on candy for a long time. Like when I was 12, I remember that going to the gas station and that's all I ate. Besides, we had chips and dips sometimes at home.
Don't.
So we had some difficult periods.
I was thinking of one in particular where I think I brought home some fast food and you tried to take one of my breadsticks or something and we got in a little
Oh my
tussle.
gosh.
It was brutal back then,
I
man.
was
Every man
hungry.
for himself.
We were hungry.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we had some difficulties. I took a bite out of your Rocky Rococo's breadstick, and
That was the
then
end of
what,
it.
what happened, Carrie?
I think I pushed you or something. I don't know. I
No,
got
I
mad.
I flew across the kitchen.
Don't mess with me. Don't mess with the fat man breadsticks. So, mom, I think we can hear you now. Okay, you dropped off a couple times. Are you on?
I hope so.
Okay, good. Could you tell us your well, first, real quick shout out. Holly and my mom are both carnivores, and my stepdad, and they both have YouTube channels. I've got them scrolling on the bottom of the screen, but the link is also in the description. So go check them out. Holly's been doing YouTube for a long time. She's got some really cool videos doing like biohacking and skincare, and now she just recently did her carnivore video. And as you can see from my mom, Traveling Carnivores, they're traveling carnivores, and they're putting on some really awesome videos. So, mom, could you tell us your carnivore story? How long you've been doing it? What you've learned? What's changed?
I sure will. I'll first start. I'm retired 4 years. I've been in the travel business about 45 years. So that's part of the traveling, but now we're seeing the U.S. About getting into carnivore, I first was into keto, and I wish I would have marked the calendar, Carrie, because you mentioned keto to me about a year ago, and I was on that at least 4 to 5 months, but it was not doing good because I bought all that processed keto junk that they have at the store, or I made keto cheesecake and quiche, and even using it, were all the fake sugar, the monk fruit. But anyways, about 4.5 months ago, I think you were on carnivore for a month, and you told me about it, and that's when I started it. And so I'm going on 5 months. What it did for me is I did lose weight, but more importantly, health issues. I could go on to so many. I just noticed a couple of weeks ago, I used to have to take just an example, antacid every single day. because of heartburn. That's minor compared to 20 years ago, I was diagnosed bipolar 1. I was on so many medications for that, clinical depression. I had alcohol problems.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
We lost Mom again.
Oh no.
Oh, well, hopefully she'll jump back on. Oh, there she is.
I don't know why it keeps going off.
You're back on now. You're okay.
I'm not sure if you heard everything I said. The bipolar 1.
Yes.
I've been at so many medications. Stress, alcohol. I had panic attacks. Now it's such a different lifestyle, and it's so nice not being on statin drugs that I'm constantly was put on. My blood pressure's fine. My what's the other thing? Blood pressure and cholesterol with the statins. Off of all that. I do take magnesium citrate at night and D3, listening to Dr. Barry. I'm sleeping well, and I feel wonderful. I just need more exercise. I probably would like to lose maybe 3 more pounds. I did lose 32 pounds, I think. Wow. And I feel great that way, but it's more of on the mental side and than the physical. Right. Although I do try walking, and I'm doing weights now too, being 67 years old. And thanks to Carrie, both Bill and I are both this lifestyle now.
Yeah, so that's awesome.
Is it for a forever thing for you?
Pardon me, what was that?
Are you forever carnivore now?
Yes. I gotta admit, I cheated a few days ago. I was dying. Maybe I mentioned this at another video. I needed a piece of bubble gum. It sounds stupid. I had 5 carbs of sugar. I know it was.
Did it
the double bubble.
Were you able to just have the gum and go back?
It was hard because and then I craved sugar later that day. But I ended up eating bacon instead at about 7 o'clock at night instead of the sugar thing.
That's good.
What else? Carrie, what you mentioned of your videos showing the different people that, because you wear that shirt, mention what is it? And we had a similar thing when when Bill and I both did our video, our 5-month one, out on a deck by our RV resort we're at. Right. A motorhome saw us, and they're looking out their window, and they asked us the next day, "What are you doing? Are you making a video?" And then I told them, and I go, "Tell us more about this carnivore. My husband's got, or John had celiac, and he can't eat eggs and all this." And I referred them to Dr. Barry, and I showed her the picture of the before and after, which I don't have here, of us. So you can make an influence. People do ask. And I think those t-shirts really help.
Yeah, it's been fun. That second video I did was just, it was literally, I put the shirt on and Jen and I went into a Target. And it was the first interaction we had that stopped with someone. He asked, he's like, "What's that shirt?" And you know what you say to him? I just tell him the truth, but it's not from an obesity perspective. I just say, I did this, I eat only meat. I've eaten only meat for 6 months now. It's gotten rid of my depression, anxiety, arthritis. I had bad inflammation. I had a sore back. Everyone you tell that to, I swear, everyone I've told it to, they'll all say the same thing. I have a lot of those things too. And then they want to hear more. And then someone suggested this. It's probably hard to read, but I made this little card up I give people, and it just says, like, if you want to do carnivore, it's 3 simple steps. You need to take control, be the captain of your own ship. You need to know your why. And then number 3 is you need to do your research on YouTube. And then I've got Dr. Ken Berry, Carnivore Diet, Dr. Chafee, Carnivore Basics, and some YouTube things. So the guy at Target, he's like, "Do you have any more info?" I was like, "Well, actually, I do." And I pulled the card out. So yeah, that shirt's been a lot of fun, actually.
Yes, I saw that. I saw that video. That was awesome. And that's what brought me to mind about this neighbor down the road here and other people. But Bill's got a few things to say. I'm just going to move the camera.
Carrie, Holly.
Hi. You can turn the camera horizontal if you want.
And what?
You can make it horizontal if you would like.
Okay, go.
Then you guys can both be in it.
Well,
That's okay.
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 Never mind.
Let's just leave it at this. Anyways, one thing I'd like to clarify that Liz said. You know, she's a great baker, and when she mentioned cheating, I consider it more in the line of medical research to discover the effects of sugar added in when we're on this diet, and some of the bad effects of it. You know, anyways, yeah, from your inspiration and through your mom, I started the carnivore about 4.5 months ago, and I was hoping to lose 15 or 20 pounds, and I've lost about 35. So I'm happy with that, and I just want to stay on the diet, because from the research that from the discovery that I've done, and from listening to the presentations that you put on, Carrie, I've learned a lot about the effects of all the other stuff we've been eating for many years.
Yeah.
And a lot of the benefits of cutting out the sugars, and along with a lot of other things. Now I can justify the fact that I've never eaten salads. Now I can finally justify that it's something that that I should have been doing all along, not eating salads.
Right. You're ahead of your time.
That's right. I subconsciously, I was aware of this since I was a child.
Right. That's great. You guys are both looking great. Are you encountering other people? Because you guys are traveling all over the country. Have you had any, my mom mentioned a little bit, but have you had any other encounters or neighbors or anything like that you've had carnivore conversations with?
A few. We're getting more into it, and we can knowing more information and what we know now. We can start trying to break the ice with people.
Yeah. That
we talk to, and break the ice and get them talking, and a lot of the other people are we see them all around. So many of them are or they could stand to go on the carnivore diet also, put it that way. And if when we talk to them, if we can break the ice, some of them have seemed very interested. So it's just a matter of getting started talking. But like you did with the T-shirt, just come right out in front and say, "Here it is, carnivore forever."
Yeah. So you've lost a whole bunch of weight. Mom's lost a bunch of weight. What other sort of off-scale things have you noticed?
I guess I've had arthritis problems in one knee that I've noticed. I haven't noticed the problems in a half a year now.
Look at me.
And then I think actually at times when I start eating a little too much sugar, that's when some of these effects start coming back. Some of the arthritis seems to come back, and I don't know what the true reason is, but it could be just some of the experimentation I'm doing with the sugar.
Science experiments? Yeah.
Inflammation.
Yeah.
Right.
So
yeah, I've had that before switching to
we don't have a
carnivore.
ton of time left. I was going to ask both of you, Bill, Mom, and Holly.
Yes.
Dr. Barry might be jumping on the call, possibly. And we're going to just have a limited time with him because he's at a thing in Poland right now. If you could ask Dr. Barry one question, what would it be?
I know what mine would be.
Yeah.
I think I messaged you it, but I don't have the statistics on it. I have scoliosis. My back is I lost an inch. I have severe back pain. I didn't even go into any of that, but it's all gone. My knee is gone. I'm curious. I know that's from the inflammation and arthritis. That's why I don't have it, because I'm on this carnivore way of life. But I've seen a post from somebody, and it sounds like it's unreal, that He showed a before and after of his MRI. I have an MRI of the before, and I'm really tempted in the next couple of months to have another one. I can't believe it's straightened out, but anyways, I'm happy without that pain. I'm just curious about that particular inflammation on the back. And I also was supposed to almost need a knee replacement 6 months ago, and I have no pain in that knee anymore. And it was bone on bone with a lot of arthritis also.
Wow. And a question I have is some of the effects that we notice from the carnivore diet, how much of it can truly be said to be an effect of carnivore diet, or can it have something to do simply with mind over matter?
Right.
Positive thinking.
Oh, no, I don't believe that.
Just a thought.
Yeah, love it. Thanks. Holly, you got anything for Dr.
Yeah,
Berry?
I have a very specific question I thought of. Okay, I'm glad you asked this. So there's like a community of people who are into longevity, like really specifically, and taking supplements to help you live longer and stuff. It's very popular. And the only thing is, some of these people who are really into it, especially this one scientist who is very popular, he's become vegan or vegetarian because of his new girlfriend. But with that aside, well, kind of because of that, he's had a big influence on a lot of people. And I even know people personally who have become vegetarian, and they kind of just follow what this guy does. So his reason, he says, is that when you eat too much meat, you're over activating something called mTOR, like mTOR. And I'm just curious. I'm assuming Dr. Berry would be familiar with this. I'm sure he's heard about this before. So I'm kind of curious about like what he would say about that.
Yeah. So it's mTOR, M-T-O-R.
Yes.
Cool. I'd love to ask him that too, because I have yet to see him get stumped on thousands of questions. I always watch his Q&A. And that's not one I've heard before. So.
Okay. I know it's kind of weird, but I'm very curious.
All right. So let's see. We're almost out of time now. Holly's at Life DIY. Link in the description below. So you recently did your carnivore update video?
Yeah, I did a video.
Carnivore videos?
Yeah, I'm gonna do more. I'm afraid I didn't really explain here too well, so if people want to watch it, that'd be great. But I have had like tons of benefits from changing my diet, and I was like disabled before, considered like disabled, on disability. I was so unhealthy, so I feel like I'm doing so much better.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny when you list your stuff. I'm like, I had so many issues too before carnivore, and people from the outside are like, man, these people are messed up. But you literally did a laundry list of things you had wrong with you, and same for me. Mine were all different than yours, but
yeah, it's almost embarrassing. I was like embarrassed, but I'm like, no, share everything.
Right. All right. Let's see. And so, Mom, you and Bill are doing traveling carnivores on YouTube, sharing your story. You've done a couple of videos now, right?
Yes, and we plan to do more. I've just got to learn more YouTube lessons.
Yeah,
but
I'll
it's
help
one.
you.
I know, and I'm thank you for that, especially the banner that's on there today too.
Oh yeah, no problem.
Awesome.
And I want to wish Ellie a happy birthday too.
Thank you. It's a very fun birthday.
Someone said in the comment, what's Holly's channel? The link is in the description below. It's at Life and DIY. And then my mom and Bill are at Liz Bill Traveling Carnivores. Both of those are in the description below. All right. Yeah, unfortunately, that went by so quick. I think Bill's coming on shortly. So we have to say goodbye for now.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Say hi to
Thank
Bill.
you. Yes. Yeah, watch. And I know Mom and Bill, you guys love Dr. Chafee. He's on for a couple hours later tonight. So
I already got it marked, and we're on Pacific time.
everybody's got Dr. Chafee marked out. Everyone that's watching too. We got Bill coming up next, Dr. Chafee later. We got Kelly Hogan, a whole bunch of amazing guests still. So,
Nice.
all right, Mom, Bill, bye. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
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 All right.
Very cool.
Yes.
Carrie
So
making ripples in the entire family. That's awesome, man. I love
family's
it.
rippled up. That Holly was a surprise for sure. Because she didn't tell me till way after, and we were talking too. She's like, "Yeah, I'm just kind of thinking about it." But so up next, well, let's see. We should do some updates quick.
We need to do some updates.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna do one more quick, Alia, while you get that ready. I'm gonna shout out one more time.
Sure.
Johnny, our carnivore diet. These things are awesome. The link is in the description below. They're fully customized. These are some of the best water bottles you can get. Stainless steel. It's a carnivore run business. The guy's awesome. He's given us like all of the proceeds for these are going to the Carnivore Diet Documentary. So you can donate to a good cause and you can get a really cool water bottle that's going to last your whole life. We got I Eat Only Meat, Ask Me Why, Compassionate Carnivore. They're $30. There's also a cutting board for $30. You can get it in different colors. And the best part is it's completely customizable. So he'll put your name on it. You can put your YouTube channel on it, whatever you want on the side there. So huge shout out to Johnny F. And that link is right in the description below, along with, we mentioned earlier, but this, I was having a lot of people because I showed this on an earlier video. And I'm like, you got to wait for the live stream, but you get your travel size Redmond salt and you get a little container, and they sell these on Amazon. So you can always get refills. I just refill it myself. This unscrews. So these are individually sealed. And then when you're going out to eat or you're at your friends and family, you'll have your own little special thing of salt. And everyone will look at you like you're a little crazy, but we're carnivores, so we don't care.
Awesome.
We don't care.
Yep.
The crazy part was Jen said this to me the other day, and it was true. I had a steak. You guys are going to say I'm nuts. I used this entire thing full of salt on one steak. And
oh, wow.
I'm still getting my blood work back. I did my blood work back, but my sodium came back, and my sodium was low. And Jen was like, there's no way. I take it on. I use an incredible amount of sugar in my
salt.
Sodium.
Hey, Carrie, I'm going to try to share my screen for just one photo real quick. If I can figure this thing out. Let's see.
While you're working that out, I'll just show this. Here we go.
And we just hit 7 hours.
Here we go.
Yeah, we just hit 7 hours, and we are at. Oh, he's showing his thing. Yeah, exactly.
Is that seeing it?
Oh, yeah. Wonderful!
He's already got some of these orders already made today. So that's Carnivorous Grandma Robbins.
She's the best too. If you haven't subscribed to her, we have her testimonial video coming up too. I should show another one of those after Alia does her update.
Yep.
Okay, so here we go. Oopsies. Who wants to add it? I'll add it. Okay, $13,540 so far today.
Wow!
Yeah.
And,
thanks, everybody.
Dr. Kiltz's donation, he did that about 15 minutes ago, so that's in that total. So look at that, the GoFundMe, $10,000 in the GoFundMe. That's amazing. We will take donations in any sector, but we definitely love the GoFundMe.
Wow.
And we have almost 1,800 people watching. That's amazing. Let's get those likes. Let's jam some more people in here and get some more flowing towards the documentary.
Yes,
absolutely.
Thank you, guys. Awesome. Hey, this is going to be fun. We have another individual story testimony, and this is from our good friend, Primal Mike. Friend, family, brother. He's the best. I really enjoyed watching this one, so I'm going to share this one with you now. Primal Mike, here we go.
Hi, Carnivore family. I'm Mike, also known as Primal Mike on YouTube. I have been on carnivore lifestyle for over 4 months now, starting on May 1st of 2023. I had previously been on low-fat, high-protein diet, eating vegetables as my source of carbohydrates. I was a victim of mass media propaganda that assured that this type of diet is healthy, it's protective against infectious diseases, and would eventually lower my chance of severe complications if I ever catch the C virus. Whether the latter statement is true, I'm not sure, but the first part for sure was not. I became malnourished. Most of my hormones, were out of balance. I went from near 180 pounds of athletic, yet puffy look on standard American diet to below 140 pounds, losing significant amount of body fat and muscle in the process. Eventually, my whole body was hurt. My soul was hurt, and I was a wreck. In April of this year, I decided to go for a pilgrimage trip to Mexico, hoping that I will fix my soul that was damaged. And yes, I have. After I came back home, after 10 days of amazing experience, I decided to fix my body, mentally and physically, with the carnivore lifestyle. And I am thriving like a wild animal. My hormones start to improve, and I gained about 12 pounds so far, mostly muscle, but along with body fat, which is equally important for humans. I am getting stronger, much stronger than ever before. I work out like an animal every single day. I eat like an animal every single day. And I feel like an animal, strong animal, every single day. And the best is still to come. I love each and every single one of you. That's why I call you my carnivore family. I'm always here to hear what you have to say and support through your journeys. I love you guys. Thank you.
That's our good friend Primal Mike. He's awesome. He's on YouTube. Link is in the description below. Thank you so much, Mike. So I think next up, Bill's going to drop in here sometime soon. I think Bill's next, right? Yes. Yep. Maybe in the meantime, do a quick shout out. Quick shout out. I mentioned this a couple hours back. Bison Liver Crisps. This company, at 10 o'clock tonight, we're doing a power hour, and they're going to match dollar for dollar every donation we get for 1 hour. So these are the Bison Liver Crisps. It's from Nose to Tail Provisions. And you saw my friend Sean. He just got his, and he ate the whole thing in like 1 day. So it's a great way to get that organ meat and not have to cook up some liver from scratch. So I'm just going to roll this real quick.
Everyone, is Carrie, and if you're like me and you're following the carnivore diet, you know how important it is to get liver and organ meats. And if you're like me, you're also a little grossed out by cooking up liver from scratch. There's only that or eating desiccated liver pills, which doesn't sound very appetizing to me. That's why I was so happy to find this company, Nose to Tail Provisions, and they do these bison liver crisps. I was thrilled to discover Nose to Tail Provisions, and we've since partnered with them, and they are supporting our Carnivore Diet Documentary. They offer these grass-fed, grass-finished, regeneratively raised bison crisps. Just look at this, a thin, crispy, salty, savory snack that just so happens to be liver. Grass-fed bison liver and sea salt. That is all. And the best part? Free shipping for domestic orders. Check out Nose to Tail Provisions. Their website is www.nosetotaleprovisions.com to place your order.
So huge shout out. Thank you to Nose to Tail Provisions. We really appreciate it. We have Bill's coming up here in just a minute. He was having trouble with the link, so I resent it to him. But I want to show you guys one more of these real quick. This one is amazing. Hanging with the Browns. And they're the ones that fired us all up for this whole thing. They did theirs, and I was like, this was so good. We got to do some more. So I'm going to share this one with you. It's their quick testimonial, Hanging with the Browns.
This kind of stuff you do when you lost weight. Did you catch that?
I did.
Hey, honey.
Hey.
Come on in and sit down. Carrie from Homestead Now.
Ooh, Mr.
How?
Carey.
I don't know why I always want to say is now, because it is a right now.
Yeah.
Yes, he invited us on his 24-hour live. So we're going to do a little recording real quick and tell the people who we are. All right. So, hey, everybody. My name is G Brown, G Brown, the Lifestyle Changer. And this is
Frederick Brown, the husband.
And this is Hanging with the Browns.
Yes.
So we have some specific things to share. And I think one of the most important things is letting everybody, first of all, know I'm a carnivore. And
so am I.
All right. We're carnivores. And we are 106.
106 days.
And I'm 104. We did not start on the same day. Tell you about that later, y'all. Share our why.
Well, the why specifically for me dealt with pain that I was experiencing and had been experiencing pretty much all my life. But recently, in the end of 2022, I had severe case of gout, inflammation in my body, in both feet, toes, ankles, knees. It was horrendous, and honestly, it was debilitating. One of the things that I experienced is there were times when I would alternate between a cane and my mother-in-law's walker, right, to get around. And my wife had actually recorded me trying to get to the bathroom one night, unbeknown to me, and she played it for me later. And when I saw it, I'm glad she did it. But guys, I was in so much pain. It wasn't even funny. And that was my end point when I was just sick of being sick of the pain. And I had gone to rheumatologist, and he didn't know exactly what was going on. He was supposed to be one
of the best ones in town too.
Yeah, absolutely. And couldn't figure out what was going on. In the meantime, he was prescribing me medication after medication after medication, a series of medications taken at various times of the day, various times of the week. And all he kept doing was shaking his head. Well, let's try this, let's try that. And I was looking at my wife. I was really getting really angry, at the whole process. And never once did he ask me about nutrition. Did we even talk about food? Yeah,
were you having an allergic reaction?
Yeah, never once. No. And I had given him my background, my history of some of the experiences that I've had in terms of my body's pH being off, very acidic, which I thought may have had something to do with it. But he just kind of brushed it off and just wanted to keep going down this path of medications. And that was my reason why. I mean, wait
a minute. You were reduced to chicken Caesar salad.
Well, yeah, that was in my quest to find out what was going on. I had eliminated everything except for chicken Caesar salad. Unbeknown to me, that even the dressing and if I ate a salad that wasn't romaine lettuce, that would kind of trigger me as well. So I was trying almost everything and eliminated everything from my diet, and it was frustrating. I did this for almost a solid month, and I was still having pain, still going back and forth to the rheumatologist and not being able to figure out what was going on. And enough was enough, and until my brother-in-law, my wife's brother, introduced it to us at the same time, right?
Now, what I like is the fact that once you heard it, you hadn't done any research.
No.
None whatsoever.
None.
It just clicked.
It clicked. And the thing that clicked for me, I think the most was I was excited about being able to eat again, because this chicken Caesar salad, day in and day out, 1, 2, 3 times a day, it gets old real quick. It gets old real quick.
30 days on that.
Yeah, it gets old real quick. And I was frustrated and didn't want to eat. And when he started talking about a carnivore diet and how I could eat, the food that I loved at any portion that I wanted, man, I wanted to hear. I kind of perked up, and I'm like, yeah, let's do this. But then, afterwards, I did take on the first day he introduced me. I started that day before I had my chicken Caesar salad. I said, okay, let's do this. And he cooked me a ribeye. He had like 5, 6 scrambled eggs, 6 or 7 slices of bacon, everything that I love, right? And I ate to satiety. I ate until I was fully satiated, and that was great. and I was excited about it. And then shortly thereafter, I went in and started looking at Dr. Ken Berry and Dr. Chavis and Chaffee. I'm sorry, Chafee. I keep forgive me. I always mess his name with Dr. Chafee.
So I always try to say it.
Yeah. And Dr. Baker and watch Carrie and watch some of the other people that were in the carnivore community just sharing their experiences, you know. And I was like, this is it. This has got to be it, you know. And then it wasn't even a week, and all the inflammation had left my body. I kid you not. From my ankles, my toes, I was able to walk. Didn't need a walker anymore, and it eliminated every inflammation in my body. Back pain, lower back pain, which I hadn't even said anything about, and it eliminated it all. Right in a week, and then within 30 days, I actually was able to get off blood pressure medicine.
Yeah, you were off all meds.
I was off all meds by the end of my 30 days. And that was like, whoo, unbelievable.
For me, I didn't start with him right away. I was 2 days later because I was a vegan.
Yes.
All right. The thing is, I mean, we tit for tat. You see him, you see me. It just took me a couple of days. But I didn't start with beef. I started with lamb. And my why, I had a slew from fibromyalgia. I was getting back injections. I was doing all of these different things. And now, honey, we are medication free.
Yes.
And on our channel, it's Meet the Browns. And with that, we take you everywhere with us. If we're on vacation, you go with us. From the ship to the train ride, to the grocery store. There's no topic off limit for us.
What's your favorite one?
Sex. Sex is mine to talk about. Go to the channel, I'll tell you about it. Yeah, so if you are bold enough to ask the question, honey, I'm bold enough to answer it for you. Yeah. We have videos. What was your pooping experience like? What was my pooping experience like? And mine, I didn't trust the carnivore diet. I did not understand, because I was a vegan going 2-3 times a day, and you gonna tell me that I'm not going? So there's a video over there for that. Like I said, no subject is off limits with us. This is Hanging with the Browns. And I want you to know, I have on my Alaska shirt for Bill in Alaska, because we support what he's doing as well. Yes, yay, yes. Bill and Carrie, once again, you have changed the carnivore community. And we are so Absolutely. Glad to be a part of it. So we hope that some of you guys come and check us out. Yes. It is what it is. Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Enjoy this 24 hours.
Awesome.
Awesome.
That was amazing. What an awesome story.
Yeah.
I want to talk to her.
So good too. I of course I subscribed to their channel, and I've seen like 3 or 4 of their videos. The other day, Frederick got a huge ribeye roast from Sam's Club, cut it up into like 20-25 steaks. I'm hooked on their channel. They're doing a good job over there. So I think we're ready to, well, real quick before we jump on with Bill, let's take a look at the schedule one more time. I just ate some food real quick too. That worked out pretty well. I had a Power Bowl. It's delicious. I prepped it ahead of time here. So what a lineup. Wow, look how far we are already. So up next we have Bill Knott, followed by Kelly Hogan, Jonathan Griffiths, TD and Faith, Russ Mitchell. That's going to be a lot of fun. Aaron Edwards. We got Carnivore Kip at 9 o'clock. Dr. Philip Ovadia. And then Dr. Anthony Chafee after that for a couple hours. I can't wait. We're going to be doing some really fun segments with Dr. Chafee. And then throughout the whole thing, we're going to continue showing you some more of those carnivore individual stories. Alex Cannon from Liverpool. Ryan Murphy, Against the Grain. This guy here, Nathan, is awesome. He's weird. He calls himself weird, and he likes being weird. And I'm weird, so when I saw his Instagram, I'm like, we would be good friends. So he's actually going to sing us a little song and tell us a little bit about what he's doing. Kent Carnivore, Michael Mason, Russell Banks, semi-retired Bob, Todd Bachner. So we got a heck of a lineup remaining. But right now, should we bring in our next guest?
Sure.
Here we go.
Here we go. Whoops.
Bill.
Bill.
Bill freaking Nutt.
Yeah, buddy.
Hi, Bill.
How you doing, buddy?
Hey, everybody.
You're looking great, sir.
Oh, thank you. Feeling good.
Somebody sent me a picture of you. They took a picture, your day 1 carnivore, and then I think it was your day 50. And you don't see it because you look in the mirror, you look whatever, slow progress for yourself or for me when I was losing weight. But when you see a picture, it really tells a different story. Here's the picture. It's probably going to be hard to see on here, but let's see if we can share it. Progress.
Wow.
Little
Progress.
Your skin looks so much better.
That's
Right
awesome.
here. You had the chin before. It's gone. You got nothing under there now.
Oh, it's there. It's just a camera angle.
Yeah, you're killing it.
But it's better. It's definitely looking better.
Yes.
I almost didn't make it. I'm sorry I'm late. I used the wrong link you sent me. I used that last live link that you sent.
Oh, so you
And
were
so
sitting there all alone?
Oh yeah, I was sitting there like waiting, and then I noticed like this live stream is ended. I was like, what the? And I realized I used the wrong link.
Nice. Well, I'm glad we found it. What's it looking like outside there? It's kind of hard to see. Did the rain let up yet?
No, it's still coming down. It's only sprinkling, but it's just kind of nonstop. The water is still coming up.
I hope it lets up for you. Well, hey, before we get too far, there's people on here that maybe don't know the Bill story. Would you mind giving us a little background?
Oh, yeah. Well, how do I put it into a nutshell? So much has happened.
Hey, everyone loves to hear from you, so take your time. Whatever you want to share.
Yeah, well, I'm 56 years old, from Alaska. Lived 99% of my life here. I spent a few years in Ohio when I was younger. I haven't always been big. All through when I was in my teens, I think like 15, 16, I was 300 pounds. In my early teens, I went big. But then I lost all that, and all through my 20s and most of my 30s, I was in great shape. A professional musician, a professional cook. I would cook during the day, usually breakfast and lunch shift, and then I would play the clubs at night, the bars and clubs, music-wise. I didn't start packing on the real weight until mid to upper 30s, and I was a very bad alcoholic for years and years, long time, bad, like pass out, blackout drunk, alcoholic for a long time. I beat that, and I haven't had a drink in over 8 years, maybe creeping up on 9 years. I just don't keep track of that kind of stuff for some reason, but it's been a long time. So yeah, as I pushed 40, my weight just started getting more and more and more, and I got to the point where I couldn't cook anymore because I couldn't stay on my feet for an 8-hour shift. I was too heavy. I was 400 pounds, 500 pounds. So I just kept gaining weight and becoming more depressed as I did. And as a result of my depression, I would, eat. So it was just a vicious cycle until I got to about 600 pounds. And then we had that fire 4 years ago that wiped out our entire property, lost all our homes and lost everything we had. And then after that, I packed on at least another 100 pounds. After the fire, I just kept gaining weight to the point where I was immobile. I haven't been outside in over 4 years. I haven't stepped outside. So I was in just a terrible, deep, dark, just like everyone else my size, my story's not, unique. There's so many people suffering out there, but I haven't been outside in 4 years. Bedridden. I could only walk a couple steps, 5 feet to my toilet, barely. That was a nightmare I had to do every day. But through a whole series of, I could talk forever about this, meeting you, Carrie, a series of what we call Providence, because I truly believe it was actual Providence. I met you, and that set off a whole chain of events of me starting Carnivore. And it's been, almost 2 months now? 2 months later of being on Carnivore and on the Lion Diet version of Carnivore, just beef, salt, and water. and it's changed my life. I went from a completely black, they call it black hole depression, no reason to live, absolute hopelessness, to now my life has changed. I have great hope, and I'm planning for my future, and everything is just went from darkness to light. It's just been so amazing meeting this great man, Carrie, who is changing people's lives, and the incredible carnivore community, the most incredible group of people I've ever met in my life. So here I am now, from that terrible place to this place of renewed hope and feeling better, walking better. Just everything is enhanced. Everything is better. I have my hopes and dreams back again. So it's been an incredible ride in such a short amount of time.
Yeah.
Awesome. I love that.
What advice would you give, Bill, to someone else that was in your situation, I don't know, 50 or 60 days ago when you were ready to start? Like, you seem to have done really well at this. Maybe it's not as easy for everyone. Everyone's different, but what has it been like for you? And if you could talk to someone else who's was in a similar situation to you before, hopeless and depressed, and
well, like you said, everyone's situation is different, but I just for people who are feeling absolute hopelessness, there is hope. That's all I can say, because I was hopeless. I was praying to God, please help me. I got to the point where I'm like, just hit me upside the head with something so big, because I have zero hope. When you have zero hope in your life, you have to experience it to realize how terrible it is. It's a living hell. But to those who maybe going through what I went through, there is absolute hope. It's just you have to make the change. That's the incredible thing, is even you're in the deepest, darkest pit. There it really is hope. All you have to do is make the change, and putting the proper fuel in your body is a miraculous way to start, because it's those poisons, those toxins from sugar and carbs and all that crap that we stuff on our face 24/7. You stop eating that and you start putting in the fuel our bodies were designed to burn. It's the most incredible thing. Everything changes. Your spiritual outlook, your mental outlook, your physical, everything changes for the better. So if you're in that deep, dark hole, just make the change. And, at first, some people have an easier time than others. You have to go through, a lot of people go through the keto flu, So when you do make that change, you have to do it gradual. You have to do it smart. There's a lot of good videos there, like Dr. Barry, learn how to do it properly. But yeah, you can do it. You can get out of that deep, dark depression and back into the light. And I tell you, when you do, getting your hope back when you haven't had hope for so long, it's the most incredible thing. I'm getting chills right now. I'm going to tear up thinking about it. Getting your hope back when you haven't had any in so long is you can't put words to it.
what are you most looking forward to, I guess, when you walk out those doors for the first time?
Oh, meeting you and your family, bro.
I can't wait to come back. I said this before, but your family's great. You're great. Emma and I really felt like we really legitimately felt like we're part of the family. Like, we got to come back up for Thanksgiving and Christmas and the next holiday and everything. It was.
You are, some people you meet in life, and there's just that. It's almost like a soul recognition. You just click and you just feel at home with that person. That's how I felt with you and Emma, and so and with Jen. And even though I haven't met her in person yet, I still feel that connection. And so that's a precious thing when you do find people like that. When you have that kind of this crazy special connection.
Yeah.
But I have too many things to even list of what I'm excited about once I get back outside again. Living in Alaska, one of the most incredible places on the planet. There's a lot of incredible places on this beautiful planet, but Alaska is definitely one of them. And I used to be able to go out and experience all the wonders, the ocean and the fishing and the hiking and my photography, which I haven't done in so long. And so those things, getting back into the hobbies and interests that I used to have but haven't been able to fulfill in so long, that's some of the biggest things I'm looking forward to. And helping others along, what we were just talking about a minute ago, helping others get themselves pulled out of that deep, dark depression and get their feet back on the path to physical healing, spiritual healing. So the world's my oyster. I can't wait to get back out there and start doing good.
Nice. Yeah, I can't wait for it either. I can't wait to get back up there. And the cool thing is, whenever it happens, it happens. But it seems like you're going way faster. Like it's going to happen sooner than we thought when we initially talked about it. So, but whatever.
It is kind of going at breakneck speed, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I mean, I'm so happy when I see your videos come out. The last video you did, the rain thing is very unfortunate. Lots of prayers Bill's way for the rain to let up and the flooding to stop. But your other updates on your health and yourself, it's just been amazing. Could you talk a little bit about some of the things that have changed other than you've lost some weight and you...
The two biggest things is, besides my depression and that, that's the number one thing is, but the physical wise is my, all the pain that I was in, the swelling in my joints and my feet. I used to call them my feet, my footballs, because they were puffed up the size of a literal football. It was crazy. And my ankles and my legs, terrible edema, just terrible, terrible edema. And my inflammation was just, everything hurt. Like everything from the top of my head down to the tops of my feet, just everything hurt all the time. My sleeping was a nightmare. I had to sleep. Well, I showed you when you were here how I slept sitting up.
Unbelievable.
I use a paper towel it'd take me a while to explain it, but just to lean forward and I had to sleep sitting up. Very rarely could I sleep laying backwards, but that's all changed. That's all changed. The pain is gone. The inflammation is gone. My feet look like normal person's feet again. Even weeks later, I look at them all the time. I can't believe they're my feet. I haven't seen my regular looking feet, in years and years and years. But another huge thing, the pain, huge. The pain being gone, so huge. All my pain's gone. I'll say 98.5. I still have I'm still a big guy and I got a long way to go, but the majority of my pain all gone, because of the inflammation is gone. And now my sleeping is just getting better and better. I'm able to recline way farther. I have a whole new sleeping system now compared to what I had 2 months ago. So I'm sleeping more and more normal, and that is just so amazing. So because I haven't been able to sleep like that in a long time. So yeah, the pain, the swelling, the inflammation, all gone. Sleeping way better. The change is just miraculous. And I keep like, man, I've had such incredible changes in only 2 months. I keep thinking, 2 years from now, I'm just going to be back to like my old self from 20 years ago.
Right.
So it's incredible.
I'm so happy for you. When you showed me the sleeping thing and the paper towel and you're just basically with your head forward, I couldn't imagine it. Like I thought I had an idea going in there what you were going through, and it was completely different when I went and filmed with you. Your other big struggle and frankly scary thing you have to do every day is you walk to the toilet. Has that gotten any better?
Oh yeah. Well, if you remember when you filmed me walking to the toilet, remember how I was completely leaned over and I was using my hands on top of my knees basically to support myself. That's changed. That is so improved. I should send you a video of me walking now. You'd be like, wow. But you better get up here quick because soon I'm gonna be walking out that door.
I know. that was the big thing. Like, and I had asked you at the time, just so people that are listening, like Bill has to completely hunch over with your hands on your knees. And I said, can't you stand up straight? And I think you said I could maybe for 2 seconds and it would just be incredibly painful and I wouldn't be able to maintain it just because you've been gravity and you've been sitting down and leaning down and kind of bent, and you sleep that way too. You're kind of walking in the position you're sleeping with your head forward and kind of down.
Yeah.
So you're able to straighten up a little more now. And
straighten up and not have to use my hands on my knees. It's incredible. It's still a struggle. Like I said, I'm at the beginning of this. So even though it's still a struggle, compared to what it was just a few weeks ago, it's such an improvement. It's just such an incredible improvement. So just going to keep getting better and better.
I'm so happy for you. All this aside, like this is great. We're doing the documentary and stuff, but I'm really happy. I'm going to get a fly in my eye now, though. I'm really happy that we met because I feel like I made a new best friend. I mean, we're talking all
Me
the
too.
time, and it's just completely away from the documentary and all this other stuff. I think we both know it. I'm here for you forever, regardless of anything else. It's unconditional. It's like you said. It's a weird connection. It's like you've been my brother my whole life, and I never knew it. I found
Well,
you.
you know, I gave you my favorite knife, so everywhere you go, you're carrying me with you.
To everyone's annoyance too. My hands are cold. Oh God, I'm gonna screw it up on live TV. Wait, where's your bill? Come on, this is a quick draw. There we go. There we go. There we go.
All right, the quick draw challenge.
We got to get you one of these. The little Redmond salt.
Oh,
yeah.
I don't think that
Like
was
butter.
on camera, was it?
Like butter.
My speed, Bill, my speed is improving drastically.
Yeah,
Not the first time I just did it, but you got to warm the finger up first. It's like a millisecond, and then the close. See that?
Good job.
That close is tricky. Bill and I were joking because he keeps challenging me, and I was like, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do a YouTube video, 500 opens in a row, and if you mess up one time like this, you have to start all over. And then Bill's like, yes, but you have to do the full close, and that close is very tricky. Sometimes it just goes a little bit
There
like
you go.
that.
Almost.
Just like now you'd be on 399, you have to start all over again. All right, people are going
I don't get that close right every time either.
It's a tricky move. People are going to start yelling at me. Shut up about the knife already, Carrie. We know about the knife.
Sorry again, man.
Hey, so Dr. Berryfinger, all of this is amazing. The focus should be on you, but something else incredible and remarkable has been happening for the last 50, 60 days, and that's you sharing your story as were you like doing YouTube before this? What's going on with the YouTube channel? You are killing it on YouTube. I'm happy. A little jealous, but every one of your videos, you're getting more views than me. You're just killing it.
Not quite, but
you are. I'm happy for you. I would rather be there because you have more of an inspirational story than I do. But when you were starting and you were thinking there was a whole reason we connected was YouTube. You left me a comment on my video, and you said in that comment you wanted to start YouTube so you could support yourself, and I was like, yes, do it. Let's do it. I can help you. Whatever you want. Let's do it. But you were really nervous to do it. You'd never done YouTube before.
Still am.
Why? You're killing it. You're absolutely killing it.
I'm better than I was. I still get the butterflies even before I came on the live stream today. I'm like, okay, just breathe. But it's better than it was. I'm sorry. I last drank of water went down the wrong pipe.
No, the proof is in the numbers too. Nice. You look at your numbers and your analytics, and people they're stuck. They're sticking on there. That's all YouTube wants is engagement and people to stick around. And you're doing it because you're such a good storyteller. And I kind of briefly mentioned this before, but I just want to say it one more time. This is one of the craziest things with all of this was you reached out to me. I said, let's do the YouTube, however I can help, whatever. But then I thought after that I was going to be like, okay, I'm going to be on with Bill, and we're going to be like YouTube this and that, and the carnivore stuff, advice, and this. But you were kind of more like, listen, I think I got this. If I need some help or something, I'm going to reach out. But the last 60 days, 50 to 60 days, whatever you're at right now, it's been all Bill. It wasn't Carrie like, oh, Bill, do this on YouTube, or oh, Bill, you should try carnivore and you should do this instead, or try line or anything. You're like, no, if I need help, I'll ask. So you've done all of this yourself, and you're killing it. You're killing it on YouTube. You're killing it on Look what the carnivore thing. The carnivore thing is so hilarious to me too. Did you guys even hear what he just said earlier? He's like, I'm doing lion now, and then he's got some 3-day fasts in there. Just nonchalantly, 25 minutes into your video, you mentioned that. If I started lion, I'd be like, oh, I could do a whole video on the fact that I'm going lion now. And you just casually mention it. So, anyways. Credit where due. You're killing it. I'm so happy for you. You're a natural on YouTube for sure.
Yeah, this whole YouTube thing has been really unexpected and just incredible. The amount of support that I've gotten, and especially everyone reaching out and telling me their stories, their struggles, how I inspire them. It's been the most wondrous journey. I had no idea there were so many good-hearted just incredible people out there who are just giving me love and support. Every video, I just get this tsunami of love and support. It's still, I'm not used to it yet. It's still incredible.
Yeah. It's
Hey,
amazing.
Bill, couple things real quick. So anytime you want to come on the Keto Cookout, you're invited anytime, brother. Any Tuesday you want to come on, you're invited. Secondly, I wanted to get your opinion on the Carnivore Diet Documentary and kind of your take as far as the importance of something like that. Like, you know, what's your thoughts on that?
Wow. You know, this is another thing I could talk forever about, but, you know, Carrie, just God bless you, brother, is on a mission from God. I tell you what, 100%. And this movie, you know, I see just how many people that he's affecting. And when I put out a video, you know, just how many people are touched and moved, how many sick people are out there looking for a way out of their terrible illness and depressions. So I know in my heart, this carnivore movie is a meant to be Providence thing. And who knows how many people it's going to reach, especially if it gets on a big platform like Netflix or one of the big platforms. It's going to reach millions and millions of people and help thousands, tens of thousands, you know, potentially, or more. It could help millions of people stop intaking poison and start putting in the proper fuel. So this carnivore movie is just paramount important, because even if it could change one life, it would be worth it. But it's going to change countless lives. So it's beyond important. It's going to be a miracle.
Awesome. I love that. So we have a couple super chats. Let's go. Well, we'll show this comment here real quick from Emily Harbeau. Bill, looking so good, looking calm and satisfied.
Yes, thumbs up to both. Thanks, Emily.
Yep. Georgia Carnivore, $20 super chat. Hey, Bill, you look amazing.
Oh, thank you. Got a long way to go, but thank you.
Let's find some other ones. Here's one. It's nice to lose the multiple underchins after so many years. Mine are gone again, now forever. $24 super chat. Thank you.
Yeah.
And here's a scripture from Keto Oregonian. Hope deferred makes the heart sick, but when the desire comes, it is a tree of life.
Very true. Wise and very true.
Absolutely. Try to find a couple more here for you specifically. Here it is. From Deborah, $20. God is good. He heard Bill's cry and answered his prayer. God may be stirring your soul to change your life too by going carnivore. Try it. You've tried everything else that haven't solved your health woes like carnivore will.
100%, Deborah. 100%. Yeah. It's going to stir a lot of people's souls and change a lot of people's lives, especially this documentary.
Absolutely. Gary?
Yeah. People that are scared to try it too. I don't know where I heard this one, but I love this statement. It's like, you should be more scared if you don't try it. Imagine 5 years from now, if you continue doing what you've been doing that got you to this point. That should be more of a scary proposition than trying to change for 30 days or so.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest hurdles to get over, is the fear people have of going on carnivore because of all the misinformation out there about, you know, the information that the World Health Organization and, you know, most doctors is just complete inversion of reality. So people are brainwashed into thinking just the exact opposite as far as living a healthy lifestyle. And so breaking a person's belief system, you know, that's not an easy thing to do.
Yes.
So you got to show them by example, which the carnivore community has so many examples of miraculous healing from people who start carnivore. And so that's the reason this documentary is going to be so important, is it'll show people the truths that they've been taught an inversion of reality, and to show them the right path to health and happiness.
Yes. Yeah, it's the examples for the documentary are huge, but you're absolutely right. How do you get that message across to people who are scared and confused and they've been told the opposite their entire life? That's going to be the real delicate challenge of the documentary, is
for sure.
Speaking to that. Yeah. it's a challenge. So Alia's got her Dr. Gray's finger up.
I mean, you kind of said this, but I would like you to say directly, why should people donate today, right now, for the documentary? And how much should they donate?
Jeez.
Well, I can't attest to that, but you know, being a part of something good, you can't put a price tag on that. If they're able to help, they should help, because just giving a small amount and giving a small part, you put all those small helps together, it's going to create just an avenue for Carrie and give them the ability to do what he needs to do to put this documentary out properly. You know, doing it very professional and putting it out properly is going to be very important to reach the maximum amount of people. And unfortunately, it's, you know, it's not cheap to produce something like this. So we need all the help we can get. And you can't find a better cause than helping to change someone's life, to pull them out of darkness like I was in and lead them to the light, and to, you know, literally save their life. This Carnivore documentary will literally save people's lives who may be on the brink of death like I was. Pull them back and start putting the proper fuel in their bodies, and who knows how many people, how many lives this documentary will save. So you can't put a price tag on that. So if you're able to help, even the smallest amount, any help is good. Bigger help's better, but
Yeah.
any amount is will help change people's lives. So that's such a noble thing to do.
Right. And if you can't help and you don't have the money to, just sharing it, prayers, all those things.
Prayers,
of course.
huge.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely welcome. And I know I've said this before, but there's always new people on here. Every penny for this is going entirely to the documentary. I always want to make that clear. This is a passion project. I've got thousands of dollars of my own money into it. Some people ask too, like, well, how much do you need in order to do it? Our goal for this today is $50,000 to hopefully be able to do the rest of it and not have to raise any more funds. It's expensive to do a proper documentary to the caliber that's needed in order to get on one of those big streaming services Bill mentioned, like Netflix or Hulu or one of those. And the thing is, like, with less money, we could still do it, but then maybe you don't get on one of the big streaming services. The goal is to reach millions of people. And in order to do that, we need to get in on one of these big streaming services. But if someone's considering donating, I just want people to know that sincerely, every penny is going towards the documentary, as well as my own money and my own time. And it's not going to go to waste for sure. It's a passion project. If you guys see my minivan, I'm going to be driving around the country. You'll understand what I'm saying, because Jen was like, "You're not taking that thing." I'm like, "Oh yeah, I am." When I was out by Bill, we rented a car. It was a beautiful car. I'm thankful and blessed to be able to rent it. I hated the car. I was just complaining the whole time about my junky old rusty minivan that's just puttering along. Everything about it I like on my own thing, but it's got 250,000 miles on it, and it's on its last leg. But I'm not giving up on it. It's still running good. But yeah, if we got to shoestring this thing together, it's gonna get done. And I'm not stopping on this documentary until we reach millions of people with it. So appreciate all of the donations and prayers and shares and everything. So
here's a comment for us. Thank you, Bill. You bring hope for so many people. You always make me smile. I'm praying that the rain will stop. Hugs from Norway.
Oh, thank you so much. That means a lot. Yeah, I'm praying the rain will stop too. We'll see what happens. You know, everything happens for a reason. So we'll just have to write it out and see. I'll keep you guys updated.
Yep. Here's another one. I look so much forward to Bill walking outside soon.
Me and you both. Thank you.
Me and you and everyone else, Bill. I was in the theater yesterday. I was walking by and someone stopped me and they're asking, "Do you think Bill would mind if I came too and watched him walk out?" I'm like,
"No,
it's
like
getting
I
out of
said,
hand. There's going to be an army out there."
Bring them all up. We got 5 acres to house everybody.
Yep. We love Bill. There's another one.
Oh, thank you, Nicole.
Let's see. Would Bill be willing to share how much weight he's lost on Carnivore so far?
Ooh. That's the thing. And thank you for reminding me. I did order another scale. I had a comment a couple days ago. Someone found a good scale that went up to 660 pounds. And so I ordered that. So hopefully that one was going to work. Getting my exact weight has been a real issue. I was hoping my visiting nurse, will be able to bring out a proper scale. It turns out she can't. I ordered 2 scales, 2 500-pound capacity scales, hoping I could put 1 foot on each one, like a lot of people suggested. It didn't work. It was just too inaccurate. It was giving me like a 50-pound fluctuation every time. We tried to make it work. It didn't work. So I did order another scale, like day before yesterday, that goes up to 660 pounds. And the way that my body's feeling, and then when I look at myself, I think I'm under that now. So that scale I should be able to get a reading on it.
Nice.
So I'm excited for that scale to get here. So I'm hoping it gets here before my next video, so I can put my weight finally, because I've had so many people asking me about it.
Yeah, I want to just say something on that too. I've had a couple people asking me on that too. When you have a scale and you step on it, it fluctuates. Now imagine putting 2 feet on it like Bill, it's fluctuating. Now imagine when I went to visit Bill, him standing up and walking, he's crouched over. You can't even really just stand on 2 scales without holding on something. And then if you touch something or you hold the corner of the bed, that screws it up. And then if one of Bill's legs is stronger than the other, which is very likely to be the case, they're not going to be both, then it's wobbling all over the place. So
yeah.
The 2 scale, a bunch of people said that 2 scale thing. And initially I was like, I don't know if it works that way. Maybe it would under perfect scenarios if Bill could stand perfectly still without moving and without holding on to anything, which wasn't possible when we went out there before.
No.
So there's some nuance.
The numbers were bouncing all over the place, but I know I'm losing weight. I can feel it. You can see it. But I did order another scale, so hopefully I'll be able to get an actual number out there, really soon. But it hasn't been top priority for me because I already know I'm losing weight and feel it and can see it. So, but hopefully have numbers soon.
There you go. Here's one for you, Mr. Bill. Happy Saturday and thanks for being on the marathon. My 4 cats say hi to Daisy from North Carolina.
Hi, Paulette. Yeah, Daisy's over there sleeping right now. This is a sleepy time of day.
Awesome. Here's one. Keep it going, Bill. Kind regards from a former 637 pounds.
Ooh.
Today, 336 pounds carnivore for 4 years now.
Wow. Congratulations. I'm going to be there myself.
Yeah, that is awesome. We got $20 from Common Plant Queen. Hi, Bill.
Hi, Plant Queen.
Awesome. All right, that's everything for Bill.
Nice. I can't believe it. It's almost been an hour we've been talking already. We got to wrap this up here. Shout out to Bill Knott, first of all. Everyone subscribe. I have the link to his channel. You can click it right in the description below. You don't just subscribe though. You go watch. If you're not familiar with Bill, you can go watch from the beginning. You do a video every week now, right? About once a week or so.
Yeah, I'm doing an average 1 a week now, every 7 days. I keep wanting to do more, but somehow it's every 7 days for now. But hopefully I will increase.
Hey, whatever you're doing, my friend, is working. You don't want to oversaturate things. Initially, I was gonna be like, just do one every day. But one fun thing for you once you get going more might be doing some shorts, because those are real quick, just on your phone. People like those. Like, hey, here's what I cooked today. I made some ribeye up or something.
Yeah,
like that.
yeah.
But
I do want to do some shorts, so that will be coming.
Yeah. So everyone, check out Bill Knott on YouTube. Go back and watch from the beginning. You'll see the amazing progression just in the 55 days or so he's been carnivore. You can see from the first to now. So thank you so much, Bill. I know you're not a big fan of doing these live streams. You did awesome, as you always do, and I really appreciate you being brave and coming on here for us and helping us get the word out about the Carnivore Diet movie.
Yes.
And I may be calling or texting you later because I got some ribeyes that are going to go in there. While I'm trying to do a live stream with 1,800 people on it, I'm going to try to cook one in there. You did the broil, right? You did the broil method with the thing up higher, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll get it. I got 2 if I mess one up. So,
well, call me if you need help.
Yes, I will. Everyone will be here on the live stream. I'll just be like this. One second. I got to eat after all. I've been going on 8 hours now. This is nuts.
Nice.
Wow, that went fast.
Yeah, 7 minutes shy of 8 hours.
Well, Kerry, my brother, thank you for having me. This is just I knew it was going to be an incredible event, and it's starting out incredible.
Yes.
I love all you guys. Help out with this documentary if you can, because it is just beyond important. Words can't put how important it is for helping others change their lives. And I love everybody, and I'll see you guys in my next video.
Thank you, Bill.
Love you, Bill.
Bye, Bill.
Have a good day. Bye.
Bye, brother.
Awesome. Man, that one flew by. That one
Yes.
flew by.
That
I
flew
can't believe we're at
by.
8 hours.
That's crazy.
A third of the
My
way
back
through.
feels it. My back feels it.
Yeah. I got up and did some jumping jacks earlier. Gotta stretch it out a little bit.
I feel way better at this point than I did at the 10-hour.
Oh wow.
Right? Yeah.
When Kelly comes on, I need to say something very funny.
Please do. Yes. I need all the help I can get. Did we lock Sean out or no?
No.
Oh,
No, we
okay.
didn't. When he wants to come back, he will.
Got it. All right. All right. Should we do another update quick?
Yes. Give me 1 second. Guys, again, amazing. All these people are amazing. It's just the money keeps flowing in, and please continue. Look at $14,792 for the day. We are like on the doorstep of $15,000, and you guys are amazing.
You know what's crazy?
It's so incredible.
We have it. We're 8 hours in, and the last time we did the 10-hour one, I think we raised $9,400, and then it was doubled by a very generous donor. So we've already significantly surpassed the 10-hour live stream, and we're only 8 hours in.
We're gonna do this 50,000, but I still think we can do like 170,000. We have 1,700 people watching.
Let's go. Hey, anyone else wants to we got the thing. You can get in the credits. So someone did that earlier. That was crazy.
Several people have done that. Several people have done that now.
Hey, I'll even up it. You want to get in the credits and you want to have like a one-on-one call or meeting. If you got some ideas for the documentary, we'll set up a conference call or something. If you're willing to do the $500 donation to get in the credits, and we could do a call and have you involved if you want. We got an awesome team of carnivores helping us already. We can always use more. All right. What? Okay, so updates. Let's see here. One more quick shout out. Well, we can. Here it is. I think people are liking these things. So I gotta send one of these to Bill. So the REDMONDS salt travel size with random keychain carrier. It's a really cool idea. I mentioned in the video the other day. Everyone's going nuts over. Free shipping. It's in the lower 48 only. It's a travel size. It's a keychain. I got it hooked on my knife, but you can hook it on your keys. Comes preloaded with the REDMONDS real salt in it, and then you can refill this with your own REDMONDS, or you can buy more of these travel size ones. They sell them in 6-packs on Amazon. So thank you, everyone. If you want to get that, if you want to donate $20 but get something in return or get a good gift, it's a good option. And then the other thing we have, lastly, is our water bottles or tumblers from Johnny F. So here we go. I showed these earlier, but just for the folks that are new that just jumped on, we got several different designs. Compassion Carnivore, I eat only meat, ask me why, and Carnivore Life. They're $30, and the proceeds, the profits, go right to the Carnivore Diet movie. And these things are really high quality. They're very heavy duty. They're stainless steel. And best of all, each of them are customized. So you can put your YouTube channel on there. You can put your name on there, and they'll customize it for you. The link for everything I'm talking about today is in the description, as well as shout out my good friend Sean from Intentional Carnivore, who's generously co-hosting and killing it as a motivational, inspirational speaker. Subscribe to that man's channel. Adam from Carnivore Today, Alia Wells, 1,800 people on here. These guys are great. They're doing some amazing videos on carnivore. Just like Dr. Wiedemann said earlier, it's important to surround yourself with like-minded people. There's not a lot of those out in the public, but there's a lot of them out there on YouTube. And Intentional Carnivores doing it. Adam from Carnivore Today and Alia Wells got some great carnivore YouTube content. So subscribe, check it out. I appreciate you guys so much. I can't thank you enough.
We appreciate you.
This is crazy. I can't believe it. Sean, we just hit 8 hours. We broke 8 hours.
Bro, listen, I just went and did a 45-minute workout and got a shower.
Nice.
Yeah, and ate a steak.
Could you imagine doing that a year and a half ago?
Bro, I couldn't have walked from here to the kitchen to get the steak a year and a half ago.
Now you're doing workouts. You're a motivational speaker. You're killing it. Your body weight out to nothing. Every time I turn on a Sean video, too, I see this. A big, huge smile. You're just fired up. Your natural state has changed from depression to just a natural state of smiling. And it's a sad thing in this world when that's abnormal. Everyone should be in a naturally happy or joyful state.
Listen, man, I have learned so much about mental toughness, about settling for less than what we deserve, and it's from people exactly. Let's see. People say I'm too loud. I don't know how to fix that. My mic is on autocorrect. I'm sorry, hopeless for all, whatever. I'll move it away. How about that? Is that better? Give me some thumbs up. All right. It may be because it's screaming because I'm excited. Maybe I'll just move over here and talk from there. How about that? So, like, what I was getting ready to say, though, was this, man. Like, honestly, people like our next guest, Kelly Hogan, people like Dr. Barry, people like, those who were on earlier, Dr. Kiltz, for example, Bella, Emily, all those folks, man, Dante, they set a standard and started pushing this forward, and it's our responsibility to carry it forward. And I get fired up, but it doesn't just stop with them, man. The same thing that motivates them to keep going is what I'm starting to notice too. There's so many people in the private group who have come in where I was a year and a half ago, realized it, and they're 2-3 months in to getting that same change. And that is very encouraging, and it just fires me up even more.
Love it. Awesome. Well said,
We have a
sir.
special guest here.
Yeah, let's bring in Kelly Hogan.
Awesome.
Yay!
What's up, guys?
What's up?
Kelly, welcome. Welcome to our 24-hour live stream. Thank you so much for joining us. It's an honor to have you on here.
I'm so excited to be here. So this morning, my family was like, "Hey, Mom, we need to go to Asheville. We need to get the Boy Scout stuff this is for my son." It's like, guys, I don't think we can be back by 4 o'clock, and I've got a thing. So I am on the deck. See the mountains back here?
Wow, beautiful.
Of a Whole Foods. Do I sound okay? Am I blasting you out or anything?
No, perfect.
I'm pumped. So my kids are at the mall, and I'm with you guys. Thank you for having me, Carrie, Adam,
So good to see
Alia,
you.
and Sean. Thank you.
Oh, it's so good to see you.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I did not realize that you were as long as I've watched you, I have just now realized that you are also a Carolina native. And like you should just swing by the house on the way home tonight, and you and the family can have a steak.
I didn't know you were in North Carolina. Where are you?
No, I'm in South Carolina, right outside of Greenville.
Okay, cool, man. Yeah, we're not far at all then.
That's right.
So Kelly, for the audience, would you mind maybe giving a little bit of background? You're the carnivore legend for sure, but for those that aren't aware of you, maybe could you tell us a little bit about your story?
Oh, I'd love to. Yeah, so, I mean, I think a lot of us start with weight. I was really heavy. When I was 25 years old, I was already over 260 pounds. And I was feeling really bad. And I kept getting boils. That's what took me to the doctor, was not obesity. It was boils, which if nobody knows, it's almost like an ingrown hair that gets so deep and so huge that the doctor has to cut it, drain it, and pack it with gauze. That's what was happening to me at age 25. And my doctor was this really old guy named Dr. Dunlap, which I know is funny now because Dr. Barry has a joke about Dunlap being your pant. What is it? Your belly Dunlapped your belt or something like that. But that's his real name, Dr. Benjamin Dunlap. He is still alive, but he's retired. And he said to me that day, "Well, Ms. Hogan, I suspect that I'll just keep having to do this, drain these boils, until one of us dies or until you lose 100 pounds." And I was, crying because I'd tried my whole life. I just wanted to be little and cute. That's all I ever wanted, was to be little and cute. My mom had this amazing figure. My brother was so skinny, and me and my dad, we were always heavy. So I cried that day, and I said, I really have tried. I don't know what else to do. But if I had tried it the low-fat way and the low-calorie way and the exercise way, like many of us, I know. And he said, it's the carbs. He said, I could run all the blood work and prove it to you. You are inflamed. That's all it is. You're inflamed. That's why you are having the weight issues. That's why you have acne. That's why you're having all these pains and boils. It's inflammation, and it's coming from excessive carbohydrates. And I said, carbohydrates? I have heard of those, but I don't really know what that means. And I didn't, legit, I did not know. But this was almost 19 years ago. He saved my life. So I switched to almost entirely animal products 19 years ago, but I kept in diet sodas and some sugar-free junk for a while until 2009. And that's when I found some other carnivores, including Dr. Lisa, who was on here earlier, and Charles Washington, who is still my hero and guru. And they told me, wow, you really got to cut out that garbage, the sugar-free junk. And I did, and life has been so much better ever since.
Well, that point right there in particular, like where when you went all meat, you kept in the diet sodas, and from that point on is probably like in your story what I reference a lot, because so many people struggle with some of this with that point exactly. And then seeing you were carnivore, what, 5 years doing that right there before you gave up the sodas. And then when you finally gave up the sodas, you gained, right?
I did gain for a little bit, because by the end of that 5 years, I didn't have any help or support. I was basing 5 years of eating on this amazing conversation with one doctor, which was so helpful. But by the end of that 5 years, you know, weight loss slows, if any of you have never noticed. And it was slowing down, and I still had some I wanted to lose. Although I was at a pretty good weight, you know, you become sort of obsessed. So I had started exercising more, and I was cutting back on fat because that's just what I had known. I brought my old diet lifestyle over to carnivore eventually, and that was not going well. My menstrual cycle stopped. I was ready to start a family, and I wasn't feeling good. So then the carnivores were like, baby. Charles Washington especially, he's like, listen, you've done an amazing job. Your before and afters, you're looking great. You're having cravings because you are eating all this sugar-free Jell-O and diet soda. You are not having a period because you're not eating enough, and you're not having enough fat. Dr. Kiltz, you know, he knows what he's talking about. So did Charles. Eat the fat. And he said, and stop all this cardio running. If you want to lift weights, that's fine. Take some walks. But your body thinks you're being chased by a bear right now. So I stopped the cardio like screeching halt. I started eating tons more food and tons more fat. And yeah, go figure. My body didn't know what to do with that right away. And for about 6 months, I did slowly gain every day, creep, about 23 pounds. It freaked me out, and I almost quit. I almost quit many times. I never cheated once during that time. Not one diet soda, not one bite of a plant. I didn't even use black pepper, no seasoning at all. And the only water I drank was filtered water, not even bubble water.
Oh, wow. Nice.
The strictest I've ever been, not a sip of coffee in 6 months, and I still gained. So when I see people who come to carnivore, they have healing that needs to occur, and I did too. But guess what happened at the end of that 6 months? My period came back. Let's start with that. I did start to lose that weight, and I didn't have sunken eyes, and I wasn't hungry, and I wasn't having to run on a treadmill ever. I just got to a really healthy weight, and my body was letting me know. And very soon after that, I got pregnant with my first little carnivore baby. So it worked out.
Yeah, it's
awesome.
That is amazing. And that's what I reference that story, you know, after I heard it from you more than any other story, because sometimes you can be doing every single thing right. Yep. And still it looks, perception is a lot, right? So you could be making every good decision, taking every step right, and it looks like it's malfunctioning, but your body is brilliant and it knows what to do, and you just give it the right stuff and it will work how it's supposed to. And I just want you to know how encouraging that is, and how your story lives on through many other people, because so many people are facing that, as I'm sure you're aware of.
Yes.
And I appreciate that. And the other thing that I want to reference, because I know these guys probably have stuff they want to talk about too, and I can't hog all of your time, is that conversation with you and I believe it was Amber O'Hearn, the fat it was Amber, the fat protein stuff is monumental. I also recommend that more than any other video on the topic, because it's probably the best explained, and I thank you for that too. But I digress to these guys. I appreciate you.
Thanks, Sean.
I appreciate you too. So you've been doing carnivore a long time, and a lot of people starting out, they're like, this isn't sustainable. There's no way you could just eat meat for this long, maybe for 30 days or 90 days. What do you say to that?
Yeah. So my first 30 days of cutting out sugar, yeah, that was hard. It didn't feel sustainable at all. I couldn't have lived exactly like that forever. But good news, you don't have to. You get over that initial the feelings of grief over the foods that you miss. You get over the withdrawals and the crazy physical cravings, even the emotional cravings for it all. No, those first 2 weeks, I had the shakes, and that's not sustainable. This life that I live now is the most sustainable thing I've ever done. Y'all, I just went out here in Asheville to a place called Bear's Smokehouse, and
Nice.
I just had a beef rib that looked like a dinosaur bone. It was full of, I mean, the squishiest, juiciest. How is
Oh
that
my
not
gosh.
sustainable? It's one of the best foods I have ever put in my mouth. Yes, I could eat that every day. I eat piles of fried eggs every day. Here's what's not sustainable. Boils? Nope. Obesity, not being able to ride roller coasters. I couldn't get in a roller coaster, and now my kids love amusement parks. Not being able to take walks. The cellulitis I used to get on my legs, not cellulite, cellulitis, hard, red, hot patches that made it hard to walk, not sustainable. The food obsession and the sugar obsession all day long, not sustainable. Eating meat and feeling amazing, yes, for the rest of my life, bring it. Easy.
I love how fired up you are too. It's awesome.
Thank you. I'm always fired up when it's about carnivore. It's just like all of you. When your life has been changed by something, and there are very few things in my life I could say have changed my life, but Jesus and carnivore, top two, right there.
There you
People
go.
say that to me a lot of people. They're like, "Oh, you're so fired up." I'm like, "How could I not be going from that to this?" But it's so encouraging seeing that you've been doing this for a long time and you're still so fired up. So I love seeing that. Hey, Ali, I think you had a question.
I don't have a question. I just have more of like a comment. So I was watching a live stream. Maybe it was pre-recorded with Dr. Barry last year, maybe around November. And I watched your whole interview and I was like, wow, this is incredible. This lady's been eating. First of all, she's gorgeous. Second of all, look at how she was before and how she is now. And I tell my husband, look at this lady. She has been, sorry, I said lady, but I didn't know who you were then. Look at this beautiful Kelly. She's been eating meat for 13 years. Maybe I just need to eat meat because I was very overweight, very inflamed. He immediately said she can't be healthy.
Yeah. Well, he's not the first to say that. In fact, I had my own doctor, who's not my doctor anymore. I saw him 2 times ever. He used that exact phrase, eating meat can't be healthy. At the end of the very first time he examined me, he looked me over head to toe and he gave the most thorough hands-on exam I've ever had, feeling like, let me feel your thyroid. Okay, the edge of your liver. It's like, wow, this guy is thorough. He looked at my lab work and he gave me 100% clean bill of health, but he didn't have a clue who I was or what I ate. And right before he left, he's like, that wonderful job. Just keep up the good work. And I could have walked. I could have just walked. I didn't. I had to say it. I was like, that's awesome because I eat a very unconventional diet. So it's always good to hear that. And he's like, what does that mean? Well, I only eat meat and that's how I've eaten for, it's been almost 14 years. And he's like, we all know, quote, Ali, that can't be healthy. I was like,
no, it can't be healthy. But fast forward.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Fast forward now, we eat tons of meat. The kids eat tons of meat. We just got my blood work, and that made him calm my husband about my blood work. But he's not fully carnivore. I would say like 85%, but he eats lots of meat now. So you and someone who just showed up here were my first inspirations to go.
I've got my Dr. Barry finger up. Kelly Hogan, do you mind if we have Dr. Barry join us for a minute or two?
Come on. Only if it's Dr. Barry. That's it.
Hey, Kelly. Kelly, if it's going to be a big problem for you, I can jump off.
Well, I don't know if we can be in the same room. Hey, Dr. Barry.
Right. That's true. How's
Dr.
everybody
Berry,
doing?
I want to sincerely thank you so much for jumping on here. I know you've got limited time and you're at a conference and you're traveling and you're probably like, this dude Carey needs to leave me alone and stop texting and messaging me. I really, really appreciate it. It wouldn't have been the same having this 24-hour live stream without you on, for sure. Thank you so much.
It's my pleasure. I'm actually in Poland right now. It's 10:30 p.m. So you're keeping me up past my bedtime. So that should tell you that I value what you're doing.
I appreciate you. We value you totally. So I got one question for you if you have a time for one question.
Yeah,
I know the
definitely.
time's limited. So the Carnivore Diet Documentary we're doing, our goal is to reach millions of people with this. With everything you know, all of your wisdom of the years of doing carnivore, everyone you've talked to, interviewed, if you could kind of distill all that down into one message that we could convey in the Carnivore Diet Documentary, what would it be?
Wow. You know, it's hard for me to condense anything down. I like to talk. I would say that the vast majority of chronic medical diseases, the vast majority of chronic inappropriate inflammation, and with emerging research, even the majority of mental health conditions and eating disorders look like they're all going to be intimately connected to the food that you eat and the food that you don't eat. And the vast majority of the problem is probably going to turn out to be highly processed food-like substances. And there's a psychiatrist here at this conference who specializes in eating disorders. And he says that food addiction is a misnomer. We should not call it that. It should be called ultra-processed food addiction, because he's worked with hundreds of young people with food addiction, with anorexia, with bulimia, and he's never seen a single one of them have those symptoms when eating a carnivore diet, not a single time. And then also zero eating a meat-heavy carnivore diet where they eat low-carb veg, a few nuts, a few berries, and then lots of fatty red meat and eggs with yolk. That's not the kind of food that people with eating disorders gravitate towards. And his hypothesis is that these eating disorders are caused, at least in part, by the misfunction of the human brain when you're feeding it an improper human diet. And I think he's going to turn out to be exactly right. But all you guys know that fatty liver, type 2 diabetes, hypertension, obesity, depression, anxiety, autism, all these things improve when you're in some degree of ketosis, which you're going to be if you're eating a carnivore diet. And so, yeah, absolutely. If anybody watching this is suffering from any medical condition, I can guarantee you that eating a carnivore diet is not going to make it worse. And I can assure you that it's probably going to make it at least some degree better. So give it a try for 90 days.
Absolutely. And I want to say thank you once again to you guys. I'm so emotional right now being on a live with you guys, Dr. Berry, Kelly Hogan. I mean, I don't even know where to go with that, you know? So thank you guys for your influence, for your honesty, for your willingness and determination to step up. It's not the first time I've been able to tell you, Dr. Berry. It is Kelly, obviously the first time I've spoke with her, but I'm so appreciative because a year and a half ago, my life was completely and utterly changed because of your guys' willingness to step out, be honest, speak truthfully about conditions that have been known, and put yourself out there against the grain of society. And I think that's huge. And you're seeing lots and lots and untold thousands of people being changed. The only question that I could possibly think of that I wanted to ask either one of you, obviously at this point, is what is one thing in particular that you intentionally make sure that you do every day outside of your basic needs to keep yourself focused and on track with the mission you have in life?
You go first, Kelly.
You're mute.
So sorry. I did that because of the traffic here and then I forgot. Yeah, so I am currently on a big kick of walk. Take the walk. If anybody follows me on Instagram, they know that all day, every day I walk. To me, it accomplishes so many purposes, not just health-wise, but of course we know it brings down glucose and controls insulin. It's amazing for mental health. But I typically take 3 walks per day, and I know I can't do it every day, couldn't do it today, but typically I dedicate one to quiet time and to the Lord for prayer, reflection, thinking, just quiet time. I very often dedicate another one to listening to something I can learn from, whether it's a book, an audio podcast. And then the third is for relationship building. My husband normally gets the third walk. Sometimes it's my daughter, Julia, or one of the kids wants to go with me, or a friend. Human connection. If every day I'm fueling myself with the perfect food, and I am, then adding a walk to that where I'm also working on spiritual health, mental health, my family relations, and learning, to me, it's walking. That's it.
Love it.
Love it. Thank you.
Love it. For me, it's getting up every morning really early and doing some research, having some coffee, and then Beckett and Bonnie get up way before I'm ready for them too. And every morning, right, I'm like, oh, they're up already. Dang it. But that's okay, because then we all go outside barefoot. Often the kids are half naked. We go out in the front yard. We get in the morning sun. We get our feet in the grass. We play around. We throw rocks. If there's a frog, we play with that. We just spend good time together. And then just family time all around. My time out in the pasture and in the woods, working on the farm, often with an Audible or a Kelly Hogan YouTube video in my ear, learning something new every day. That's a big part of my life, is learning continuously. And there's no shortage of things to learn. So there's no danger of me running out of stuff, because I don't know a lot. And then eating good meat every meal, once or twice a day, and then church on Sunday, and then repeat. And that's my happiness.
Yes.
Thank you. And I love it when you guys learn, because when you learn, guess what? I learn, because I'm right behind you guys, keeping on up, trying to keep pace right behind you. You guys are paving the way, and I appreciate it so much.
Yeah, I can't thank you enough, Dr. Berry. I just want to say real quick, with this Carnivore Diet Documentary, I've heard thousands of stories and testimonials from people on my YouTube channel and through the documentary. And one thing that I keep seeing over and over again is they watch an individual story like Dante from Frig No Freedom or Kelly, and they still weren't convinced because they thought these people were crazy. And then they watch Dr. Berry videos over and over and over again.
Yes.
That was the case for me too. And it changed my life forever. So I'm going to get all choked up now. I can't thank you enough on behalf of myself and everybody else. It's just amazing when you think about the ripple effect of that. You changed me, and now both of my sisters are doing carnivore. My mom is doing carnivore. My daughter's doing carnivore, and now 10 more people are going to get inspired by each one of those, and it's spreading like wildfire. And it's changing lives. And in order for you to do that, you had to be very brave and stick your neck out. You could have just gone and practiced medicine and kept your head down, but I say that all the time. It takes a very brave person to be a carnivore, but to be a carnivore doctor promoting it is kind of insane. So thank you so much. I really appreciate your time.
Well, thank you very much. And you guys never forget, it's Nisha that you need to thank for me having a YouTube channel, because if she hadn't basically shamed me into doing this, I wouldn't be on YouTube. And so that she gets all the credit for that. But it's my absolute pleasure to help people improve their health. That's kind of what I'm supposed to do, right? That's kind of, the definition of a doctor. And the fact that I can help thousands and thousands of people instead of just 20 or 30 a day in the clinic, to me, that's a blessing. I don't know if I can even explain how deep that goes. I'm never going to stop doing this. And I want you guys to know, Kelly Hogan and Carrie and all the rest of you guys, when you spread this message, you literally are saving more lives than some doctors do. Never forget that. Never forget that you don't know, because those YouTube videos, they're on out there 24/7, 365. And you never know when somebody's ready, when their heart's ready, when their mind's ready, when they've had that huge scare at the emergency room, or that huge scare they thought, oh, this is it, I'm going to have a heart attack, here we go. And then it turns out to be a false alarm. But when you get the hell scared out of you, that makes you go, okay, it's time for me to tighten up and get serious here. And then when you've got that friend like Carrie or like Kelly, it's like, yeah, go watch these videos. This will tell you what to do. That's priceless, right? For somebody who's ready. And so you guys are doing more good than you give yourself credit for. And I really need you to stop underselling what you're doing, because what you're doing is very, very important. And you're helping people, you're improving people's health, and you're literally saving people's lives by teaching them about a proper human diet. So I can never thank all you guys enough for what you do. And I'm going to keep doing what I do, and I'm going to keep fighting this with you. And it won't be too many more days before we'll hit a tipping point, and the phrase proper human diet will become a ubiquitous term on the tip of the tongue of every adult in America. And then we'll see what the powers that be do with that when that happens, because that's going to happen.
Absolutely, 100%. We're going to leave this world so much better than we found it, because there's an
Yes.
army. There is an army assimilating. So behind you guys. So thank you.
Absolutely. So thank you guys. I'm going to go to bed. I've got to speak tomorrow. Thanks so much for having me on. Keep doing what you're doing. You're almost nine hours in. You've got a ways to go. So
Thank you, Dr. Berg.
and press on.
Thank you so much.
All right, guys. See you later.
Thanks to you, and thanks to
Bye-bye.
Nisha.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Awesome.
Sorry, guys. Got a little fly flew in my eye there for a second.
I know.
Me too. Right here. Right here.
Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so happy Dr. Berry came on. He was gonna come on, Kelly. He scheduled it, and he was like, "Oh darn, I got this thing in Poland." And then so we made the thumbnails and everything up, and then we tried to do it in the interim. So I wasn't sure if he was gonna come on or not. So that was a lovely surprise, to say the least.
Yeah, how cool that I got to be here with him too. That was awesome. I love it.
Better.
Yeah,
that was awesome. I mean, it is quite emotional, because a year and a half ago, I was laying on a couch looking for a reason to live for another day. And I finally just stumbled into that Dr. Berry video, and from there, Dante and Carnivore Quest with Larry and Cassie and Kelly Hogan and Anthony Chafee and so many of these others, Dr. Fong and some of those Dr. Kiltz. I mean, the reverse series. Come on now, Charles Maddox has been doing it for years, and you guys were taking part in that. So you never know whose life. Not only did it change my life to where my health became optimal, where I lost weight, reversed type 2 diabetes, cured non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, but it affects the life of those directly related to me, like my children, my 15-year-old and my 12-year-old, like my wife of 21 years, like all those situations. So it has a ripple effect, not just for those taking place in it, but the families of all those people. And so it's so huge, I mean, it is priceless. It's priceless. That's all I can say.
Absolutely. I'm lost for words now. So
no, I was just gonna say, Kelly, like, what is something like if you could go back to the very beginning, and I know this is kind of a cliche question, but nevertheless, if you could tell yourself one thing that you wish you had known back then, right now, whether it be to help you with the journey, with the YouTube, with the reaching people, what would it be?
Oh, I don't know about one, but I could sum it up pretty quickly in a few things. First of all, it's not going to be linear. You're going to make progress, but it's not going to be every day, and it's not always going to be on the scale. And I want you to look for wins in a million areas. Look for the work that you're doing. That's another thing. I was always doing the work, but I didn't always see that as the win. It was like if I woke up and the scale didn't go down, then now I was the loser, right? Oh, you messed up. No, I was consistent. And I even from the beginning, I was taking walks and I was eating meat and I was trying so hard. And, the scale will be like all over the place. There were long plateaus. I saw in the chat, somebody asked how much have I lost now. I've lost 125 pounds. But during that 125-pound loss, there were long plateaus. It took me about 4 years to get even close to this weight. What people sell you in the magazine is, it's going to happen all at once. It's going to be ta-da. And if you're doing it right, it's going to be like magic. Some magic was right away, but it wasn't as fast as some people. I didn't just wake up at total goal weight. It took time. And that's what I'm trying to get people to understand. What is the 5-year plan for you? Because I could do this easily for the next 5 years. I plan to do it for the next 50. If we're doing things that are so hard and so impossible, like running and restricting calories and going hungry and eating rice cakes, yeah, you need a 5-week plan because that's the only amount of time you're going to be able to do that. That's it. But if you're really like you're living your best life and you're feeling good and you're eating, let's talk about the 5 to 50 year plan because that looks really good and sustainable. Is there any chance that somebody's going to cut out processed foods, take walks, eat the world's most healthy food, meat, get sunshine, deal with stress and sleep? Those, let's call those foundational things. Is there any chance they're going to do that for 5 years straight and not come out way better on the other side? No, there is not. They are going to win every time. We just got to do these foundations instead of what I was so focused on was results. And it was this obsession with the scale, obsession with I'm not better than yesterday. I'm not lighter than yesterday. Give it some time. We're just looking for the long-term game plan now. Where are you going to be in 5 years? You're going to be better. That's the answer.
Love that.
Absolutely. I love what you said. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
You got so much energy and you're so fired up. I love it. I know. Were you like this at all before Carnivore?
There were a couple of times in my life where somebody had said to me, you're very motivating. So I was an elementary teacher. You can't go into elementary teaching. Well, I take that back. Some do without any enthusiasm at all. But in general, there is some level of enthusiasm. Being able to be on camera or outgoing. I heard y'all talking about that earlier about how you couldn't possibly be on, with over 1,000 people, just casual. A lot of things about my personality have changed. Anxiety. I used to be very anxious. I would get depressed at times. At night, I would doubt every decision, every move I've ever made. And now I sleep like a baby. So there are personality things that have changed, but I wasn't exactly super quiet either. Like I said, I taught public school a long time with some level of enthusiasm.
Nice.
I love it. I love what you said. Jesus and carnivores are two things that changed my life. And for me too, the preaching of the cross is foolishness to those who perish, but to those of us who are saved, it's the power of God into salvation. And
high five, man. That's awesome.
There we go.
Yeah.
And
Great.
so that's what I share. And I want to be the example to set that for everybody out there that wants to hear about it. I'll be more than happy to share it.
I love that.
I love it.
Yeah.
We have a super chat for you, Kelly.
Oh man.
Kelly,
I got this one. Meat
there you
aversions.
go.
So I've had meat aversions 3 very awful, strong times, and all 3 were when I was pregnant. And I know I've discussed this on camera, even with Dr. Barry. It is a weird thing. And there are some guesses at why it happens, but I work with a lot of coaching members who get meat aversions just a few weeks into carnivore. That to me is easier to explain. It's the same reason why a recovering alcoholic or drug addict will oftentimes stop wanting real food, because your body only wants one thing in that moment. It's straight up addiction. It wants the alcohol or the drug. And for people coming off of carbohydrates and processed foods, your body is having meat aversions to real food because it's just screaming for these toxic, addictive substances. So it doesn't last long. It won't let you think an alcoholic, if they stay strong, is just going to crave alcohol forever. No, they want food. Give it 4 to 7 days. So this is Renee asking the question. Hers is due to COVID, and that is pretty common. I don't know. It may last more than 4 to 7 days because of COVID. It lasted longer than that for me because of pregnancy. My tips. If there are any animal products that do sound appealing, and sometimes for me, eggs sounded good. Burger patties had to be covered in cheese and hot sauce and mustard, so it didn't taste super meaty. Things like egg pudding or like carnivore creme brulee or carnivore ice cream, which I don't add any sweetener to mine. It's just heavy cream and eggs, maybe vanilla extract. That's it. Anything animal product. If you're like, I can't eat any meat except chicken wings, Renee, go with that. Just do the animal products that are doable at the moment. And I promise you, your body will want real nutrition. You will be back to wanting steaks. Just if the only thing you want right now is platters of bacon, do it. Deviled eggs, do it. It's fine. This is not a lifelong commitment to only eating deviled eggs and bacon. It's just that in this moment of meat aversions, you just got to power through, take the taste of meat out if you need to with mustard and hot sauce if you need. All right.
Awesome. There's one more.
Okay. Dr. Berry interview helped start her journey 100 days. Oh, that's so nice. Thank you. And also, this is somebody who just gave $20 to the movie, and I'm so pumped for this to know that a carnivore movie. First, there's a carnivore series, the reverse series, now a carnivore movie. It's honestly, that's the stuff like we dreamt about 14 years ago. We were so thrilled if we made it into a news article, right? A news article. An article mentioned the word carnivore. Granted, they slammed it and bashed it and said it was a horrible idea, but they've heard of it, baby.
Right.
So we've come a long way from that.
Absolutely. Here's the next one.
Okay, Kelly, she's on day 18. Awesome. I taught middle school music for 31 years. That's great. I taught elementary music for 20.5 years. Well done. And thank you for the $20 donation. That's fabulous.
Thank you. And the next one?
Keto Barbie. That is funny. I have not seen a Barbie movie and I don't own any Barbies, but I appreciate that. I'll take it. Thank you.
All right. And one more.
All right. Eric says 75 days on the Lion Diet, loving it, sustainable. Oh my gosh, from 235 pounds to 190. Would never know it without y'all. West Texas. Well done, Eric.
Awesome.
Oh my gosh. Keep going, man. So cool.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It's so inspiring.
Another one for her.
Yeah, pop it up.
Is there another one? Oh, yep.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oops.
Sorry.
All right. Any issues with shadow banning? This is the third time in a couple of days I've been asked like this. Seems like they're only pushing channels with the plant-based opinions. So I've heard that, I think it was Dr. Berg that just recently had some issues. I have not yet seen that. My last two videos, and I don't post very often, like two videos a month. My last two videos have been normal in views, if not a little higher. But one of them involved a lady who's just absolutely incredible. And so maybe it was just her. Maybe I'm being shadow banned, but she overcame.
My friend Susan Boykin, is that who you're talking about?
It is. My
Susan goodness. Boykin. She is. We were in a private group together also for about the last year. She is absolutely amazing. She is doing phenomenal things. That was a great video. Anybody who hasn't seen that video needs to go watch it on Kelly's channel, hear her story, then go to Women's Magazine and read the article write-up they just did about her. I mean,
is it up?
I don't know if they got it up yet or not, but it will be. So it's
awesome.
If it's not, I'm ahead of my time. Be looking for it because she does have an amazing story. And
yes, she does.
God has definitely blessed her, and she is being faithful and sharing her story as well, and it's quite encouraging. So
it is. So based on that video, which hit 100,000 very quickly, I don't think I'm being shadow banned yet. I wouldn't be surprised if they aren't pushing down things that make people feel amazing and that require no medication, but not yet for me.
Kelly, I have a question for you.
Okay.
I don't want to put you on the spot, but we're doing the Carnivore Diet Documentary, and I'd love to have your voice in it, especially as a legend and someone who's been sustaining it for a long time, because that's something that's really important to people. Is it something you'd be interested in participating in?
Oh, I might cry if I couldn't be. Come on, Carrie. Yes, of course. I would love that. I'm not even kidding. 14 years ago, we just wanted anybody to hear that it existed, period. This is a dream come true. And I used to say, I hope to have kids someday. And I hope that if they do choose to be carnivore, that people have at least heard of it and have a good idea that it's healthy, and this is a step for that. That's exactly what I have envisioned. So thank you for helping to make that happen, Carrie. I would be honored.
Yeah. Could you even imagine like 15 years ago, if somebody had come to you and told you your life would be where it is today,
No.
like, would you ever been able to imagine? Would you even believed it or entertained it? You would have laughed, right?
Oh, yeah. No, I wouldn't have believed any part of that. Now, if somebody said you're still going to be eating carnivore in 15 years, yes, no doubt. In fact, I believe it just as easily today. Of course I will. How else would I eat? But if, a lot has happened.
We got another one here.
It's Lonnie. She's going to be in the October coaching group. That is really awesome. Transitioning from keto to carnivore. Lonnie, I'm excited to see you very soon. Thank you for donating to this awesome cause, Lonnie. I look forward to seeing your face on the screen very soon. Yeah, that's cool.
Awesome.
Kelly, I had one other question. This one's a little bit more personal, but I've had a lot of people ask me this on my channel. My wife, she was vegetarian for many years. She started doing carnivore. One day I have this saying, like, when you do carnivore, you become the captain of your own ship. You finally decide to take control. She said to me one day, I'm going to be the captain of my own ship. And I was like, oh, she's just going to do this keto thing again. Well, she started carnivore. She did really, really well. And then she went into it way too quick. She got the keto flu. She got horrible meat aversion, which I know you commented on earlier. Now she's doing keto and she's doing awesome on keto. Right. She wants to eventually go back to carnivore. She's just got this horrible meat aversion still. I'm like, maybe I should get her. She could do whatever she wants. Obviously, she's going to. We've been together since we were 14 years old, by the way. So.
Man, my husband too. Well, he was 14. I was 16, but yeah, pretty much the same.
Yeah. So she's the boss in the situation, but coaching might be helpful for her. I'm not sure because she wants to. She saw the success on carnivore the first 10 days. Yeah. She stopped snoring in just a couple days. Every day you see it go down and down. Like, it's the inflammation, and she started feeling better, cleaning the house, mood improved. But yeah, then she got hit with the dreaded keto flu, and then she was just like couldn't stand eating meat. So
she okay with eggs or fish?
She's okay with eggs, not fish. Okay. She's just it's a tough one.
Yeah, it will pass. The longer she and honestly, if she's feeling good, and I even say this in my coaching groups, I do have some people who can incorporate some vegetables. There's nobody that I've ever met who's like, I don't know, Kelly, I just feel better with Doritos. Never. Right. But if somebody is eating an animal-based diet and they say, I actually feel really great with my avocado, whatever, right? I'm just so happy you're getting results and you feel good as long as you're getting true nutrition through animal products. But yeah, I do work with some people with like, hey, here's a real quick story, Carrie, in case you think your wife would have a hard struggle. I had a group member one time. I did not know who she was, but we were on our first session of one of our 4 monthly meetings. And she had pushed the 3 dots on Zoom. So her hand went up, the electronic hand, right in the corner, and it pops her up to the top. And this woman, I'm going to call her Jane. Jane says, she had a beautiful accent, but I'm terrible at accents, but I'll try. She's like, hello, everybody. Today is my 10-year vegan anniversary. And we're all like, an intruder right now. I tried to play it cool. I was like, oh, okay. Hi. She said, but I have with me, and she picked up a mug, bone broth. I said, okay. She said she had signed up. I'll drop the accent. You're welcome. She signed up for the group because she knew that it started on her 10-year vegan anniversary, and she wanted to end it on camera to start carnivore with bone broth. She sipped it. I was like, how is it? She's like, oh, delicious. There you go. So she did struggle that month because she wanted to do it all at once in one day, and digestion wise, it's really tough. She didn't have the stomach acid for it, so she had to increase. But by the end of 30 days, she was feeling so much better and was enjoying meat. And now when I talk to her, she is eating meat and feeling good. So it can be done, but you're right. Sometimes a little slower is better.
Right. That's awesome.
I love that.
Everybody struggles, man, but the struggle is where you find out what works.
Yeah. Go ahead. No, that's the truth. Yes. All right. We've got Clutch V here on day 18. Thank you so much. Oh, did I already read Clutch V? Is this another middle school music teacher for 31 years? If so, wow. Welcome, everyone. All of the music teachers. Let's just eat meat and Sing Kumbaya. That's awesome.
Let's see.
That's all
Is
we got
that
for now.
Well,
Oh,
we're looking for
that's
the
not
next one. Kelly, I had one more question. With all your experience doing carnivore, like we had Amanda on earlier, there's always these little nuggets and wisdom and things you pick up after doing it for a while. Is there anything that you found to be really helpful that maybe newbies watching that are just starting carnivore would be helpful for them?
Gosh, well, yeah, a lot of things. I just made a video recently about 20 ways to fight through carb cravings and addictions. Some of those things, I'll throw out one tip. If you ever notice, because this happens to so many people, they're doing great, and then they go to, say, a grocery store, which I'm setting at one right now, and they walk past a bakery and they smell it and they're triggered by something, or a commercial, or their husband sitting next to them eating frozen pizza. This is part of life, right? We're going to have cues and triggers, and inside of our brains, our dopamine levels start rising. This is called anticipatory dopamine. You haven't done anything wrong. You have not licked, taste, bite, not one touch of anything sweet or plant-based. However, those dopamine levels put you into seeking mode. Seek, seek, seek. And this is, a survival instinct. It's good. It drives us to go after meat, for example. What I want people to understand is it's sort of like Pavlov's dog. When your dopamine is up, whatever you do right then, you will crave more. If your anticipatory dopamine is up due to the bakery and you give in and eat the baked goods, you have reinforced, 100% reinforced that dopamine gets the baked goods. If, however, they say, oh my gosh, I know what I want, I'm not doing that. I'm going to eat a steak, get a hug, and take a walk. I want people to know this is just fact. It's based on a lot of science and a whole lot of experience working with people. You will start to crave those things instead. You will want the walk, the steak, and the hug. You have reinforced those behaviors and those substances while you're craving. So my little tidbit here would be, don't fear the craving, embrace it. When you feel that come and go, okay, this is it, my moment to reinforce what I really want for myself. So I'm going to make it good. I'm going to knock this one out of the park and put that anticipatory dopamine to good use.
Love it.
That's
yes,
good.
awesome.
Good.
I'm going to cycle through a few more here real quick.
Okay.
Sure.
Third dose, carry on, from Christopher Ellis, 50 of RON currency, whatever that is. I'm not
Thank
sure,
you
but
so
thank you
much,
very
Chris.
much.
We appreciate it, whatever it is.
It's like $10.
Tim is a new member. Carnivore Scott, super sticker. Thank you. B-Dog, super sticker, $10. Awesome. Carnivore Scott, $5. This is for you, Kelly.
Oh, nice. Thanks, Carnivore Scott. Appreciate you, man.
Here's one from Bobby R.
Woohoo. Thanks, Bobby.
And Susan
Susan
Boykin.
Boykin, my girl, my meat-eating, Jesus-loving, walking sister. Way to go. Thank you, Susan.
And one from Ketogenic Woman.
It's Anita. Oh, that's
Oh,
wonderful.
Anita.
Anita,
Oh,
the
she had Anita
Ketogenic
back.
Woman. We
Yeah,
love her.
Yes.
Oh, she's coming back to the group in October. She just had a big move. If y'all don't follow her YouTube channel, The Ketogenic Woman, she is amazing. She does Tuesday talks. I know y'all talked earlier about somebody having the most soothing voice on YouTube, and you were not wrong. But if you're looking for the female with the most soothing voice, it's Anita.
Right.
Kelly, we had Anita. We did a 10-hour live stream. We had Anita on, and I told her, I don't know how to describe you, but you're so soothing. It's almost like you're Bob Ross and Mr. Rogers as a carnivore woman. That's what it's like. I love her Tuesday talk. She's the best. Thank you, Anita. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Jump
There's
on
one
later,
more.
Anita, if you want. We can have you on here later.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, Connie, that's so nice. Mostly for, carnivore and pain-free, down 44 pounds.
Woo!
Y'all, that's so big. When you go to the pet store and you pick up a 40-pound bag of dog food, try putting it in the cart or carrying it around. That's crazy. Connie, that's a big deal. Think how exhausting that would be to carry that around all day. Really?
Absolutely.
This is a good example. So Dante from Frigno Freedom has the rucksack, and this is 40 pounds. So I copied him, and at my heaviest, I was 100 pounds heavier than I am now.
Wow.
This 40 pounds is miserable carrying this
Yes.
thing around. It's so heavy. I was doing 100 before, but yeah,
It's
get
amazing.
yourself a rucksack, anyone watching that wants to really get some good exercises.
I lost the weight of my entire family
Wow.
put together, 269 pounds.
My
And
gosh.
since April of last year, and I cannot emphasize how much I am thankful about that. And that's not even the best thing. The depression being gone is the best thing by far.
Yes.
Yes.
But I am thankful for that 269 pounds
That's
is gone, because it ain't coming back. It's gone.
Yes.
It
I
is
don't know
gone.
how many people have already said this today, and I don't know where it first came from, but came to Carnivore, came for the vanity, stayed for the sanity. That's the truth. Yes.
100%.
Same here. Same here.
Yes.
I love the saying, passion lights the fire and purpose keeps it burning all night.
Oh, that's good.
Passion
that's a
lights
good one.
passion lights the fire and purpose keeps it burning all night. We come with passion to see results, but we stay because we find purpose and direction and accept that responsibility because it becomes something bigger than us.
Yeah, that's good. Solid.
Love it. Kelly, you're the best. This has been great.
Thanks, man.
You have 15 more hours you want to hang around for and keep us fired up?
I'm sure my family won't mind just hanging out across the street at the mall for the next 15 hours.
Well, I hope you have fun, and you be careful getting home too. I know you probably still got some traveling to do, so y'all be careful and have fun.
Thank you so much for having me. This really was a great time. I'm so happy that I had this beautiful weather and that it all worked out. So thanks, guys. I'm excited for the movie, and yeah, you're doing great things, all of you. I'm so thankful and impressed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A quick shout out though for Kelly Hogan, My Zero Carb Life. Is that the best shout out for you? You want to shout anything else out real quick?
It is. It's My Zero Carb Life on YouTube. It's myzerocarblife.com. Yep, that's it.
Awesome. Love it. Loved having you on here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye. God bless you.
Bye, Kelly.
Wow.
Awesome. Carrie, I swear, I never thought I would meet somebody that has more energy than you.
Yeah. Got it,
She's
man.
got you beat.
I wasn't joking when I said, could she stay on for 15 hours? It got my batteries recharged a little bit. I think that'll get us through it. Maybe. We'll see in another hour or two. How are you guys doing?
I don't know how we existed with you, me, and Kelly all in the same place at the same time. And then you throw in Dr. Barry. Good gracious.
Wow.
Yeah,
I'm so
mind
happy
blown.
Dr. Barry jumped on.
All I can say is huzzah.
Yes, I saw you do that. Nice.
There you go.
What just an amazing guy. Can you imagine how busy he is? The dude's traveling. He's in Poland. He's been working all day, jet lag, and he still gets on the phone for us. Just amazing. He's such a good dude. I said that before. Like, I've seen him go on people's YouTube channels that are just brand new. He has no motive or bias other than he's just a really, really good dude. I'm so happy we were able to get a little time with him. And yeah.
Very, very generous with his time.
Yeah.
Thankful.
Hey, should we check in with Alia Wells? Happy birthday.
Yep.
I think we should sing it. Let's sing it. Everybody on 3. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you.
Happy
birthday to you.
Happy birthday, dear
Alia.
Happy birthday to you.
This is the worst.
I love
happy
how everybody
birthday
says my name
ever.
differently.
That sounded horrible.
It
You should have
was.
done it with Dr. Barry on.
Carnivores can do anything except sing.
Except sing.
I should have been like, Dr. Barry, I got one question. How well do you sing Happy Birthday? Go. Wow, what a waste.
Right?
Well, while I'm here, I might as well show you where we're at, huh?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Let's do this. Give me 1 second. We just passed an amazing milestone for the day.
Uh-oh.
Here we go. $16,000.
What?
Woo!
What?
That's
Awesome.
crazy. You guys are
Oh,
awesome.
this is
Thank
crazy.
you so much, everybody. That's like basically $2,000 an hour. We still want to make this 50,000. So what is that math? I didn't do it. I should have been
Yeah, what else?
prepared.
What else can we offer? We offered up you're in the credits, and you can have a private call if you want to consult. You got some ideas for the documentary. I'm open to ideas.
How many projectors do you have?
I got one right there for sure. I've got some other stuff too. We can do a projector.
Yeah, $250 for a projector, a 4K projector.
You go, Alia.
Yeah, there we go.
It's a 1080p projector. It's a home projector. This is actually a cool one because the old school ones are like really wide. This is brand new in the box. We just took it out to take a video of it. USB, HD. You can play movies, music on it. Watch movies at home. The first one.
Here, I want to give a quick shout out to Johnny again.
Nice.
So this is the cutting board that you get. You guys, this thing it's really, really nice. Laser engraved. It's customized with your name. And portion of the proceeds goes to the Carnivore Diet Documentary. So if you get a chance, hop on, go to carnivoredietmovie.com, and on the front page, there's a button that you can click on, a link to go purchase water bottles and the cutting boards.
Nice. And it's like for $30 for that cutting board, that's actually a pretty darn good price considering it's customized and engraved with whatever you want. It would make one heck of a good gift if someone's got a birthday coming up or thinking of the holidays. Get yourself a cutting board. What better gift for a carnivore than a cutting board? That's
Absolutely.
my plate for sure. Awesome. All right. Hey, should we watch another hope segment from one of our individuals?
Sure.
See, we got some really good ones in here. It's hard for me to pick one. I'll pick this one. Here we go. This is Farmer's Wife, Carnivore Life. Her link is in the description below.
My name is Lauren and I'm from Farmer's Wife, Carnivore Life. I'm just doing a quick video today just to put in short my carnivore journey to try and inspire as many people as we can for this carnivore diet documentary that Kerry at Homestead How has very kindly started putting together and making this happen, which is really, really exciting. So going back to April 2022 last year, I became very, very sick. I had a lot of symptoms, a lot of ailments. My main one was something called LPR, which they also call silent reflux, which is a lump in the throat and just a feeling of obstruction. I couldn't eat anything. I lost a lot of weight. Every time I did try to eat something, I felt like my food was getting stuck. I went down to my lowest weight that I had been since I was an early teenager, getting down to about 7 stone and 10 pounds, which was really not a good look for me. I was very, very underweight. I just couldn't eat anything. Every time I ate something, I would react, and even healthy foods, such as vegetables and fruits and nuts and seeds and all different things, I was still having reactions to. I would get swollen eyes, styes in my eyes, stuffy nose, ulcers on my tongue, a sore mouth, earache. I had chronic UTIs, chronic yeast infections, verrucas on my feet, Raynaud's syndrome, which is where your hands go very stiff and almost like joint pain, a bit like, feels like what I think arthritis would feel like, very painful in your hands, and they go very cold. I was very sensitive to the cold and never ever felt warm. I had a whole host of issues that I needed sorting, but because of all of these, I started to suffer from severe depression, suicidal depression. I began to think to myself, if I have to live like this with all these problems, then I just would rather not live. So I drastically had to take some measure to try and prevent me from having this debilitating depression. So I went to the doctor and I got put on pills after pill. One was an acid blocker to try and get rid of this lump in my throat. And I came away, started taking that, did not get better at all. In fact, I got worse and worse. Went back to the doctor, and then of course I got given a double dose of my acid blocker. So they said take more. and a higher dose as well. Came away, again, was just getting worse and worse. I then went back to the doctor with my debilitating depression because of feeling like this with all my other symptoms, and I then got put on an antidepressant. So I came away, I was on acid blockers, antidepressants, and they also wanted to give me something for my anxiety as well, because I was struggling doing my everyday tasks and I was getting anxious just to leave the house. So after realizing that none of those were working and not doing me any good, I took matters into my own hands and I found a herbalist and went down a herbal route. She was the first person to suggest that I cut out things from my diet. She suggested I cut out dairy. She suggested I cut out gluten, which I did, and I felt better to a certain extent, but I still wasn't fully healed. It wasn't until one day I was making my lovely family a roast dinner, and it was roast lamb, and I took that roast lamb out of the oven and I smelt it and saw the fat, and my body was just telling me to eat that food, eat that lamb, eat that fat. So I actually googled if eating meat was that bad for you, and I came across the carnivore diet, luckily, and I have been on the carnivore diet for 3 months and I've managed to heal all of my problems. My tinnitus went away, my energy improved, my sleep got better, the lump in my throat has gone, I get no acid reflux, I get no food reactions, I have no styes in my eyes, no ulcers in my mouth, no sore mouth, no Raynaud's, no joint pain. All of these things just started clearing up within the 3 months. I am left with 3 symptoms. One is I still have floaters in my eyes, another is I still have skin tags on my neck, and another one is I still haven't had a period. I haven't had a period for a long time, but I'm hoping that I can also heal all these things with the carnivore diet. So please follow me or subscribe to my channel at Farmer's Wife Carnivore Life and join me on my journey, and hopefully you guys can help me as well, and hopefully I can help you. So cheers.
Awesome. So we got more
awesome.
of those to come. Those are always fun. Look at that. We just hit 9 hours.
Woo!
Amazing.
Yay!
So I've got to cook myself a steak now.
You got to do it right in front of us, don't you?
If
Y'all
you guys
had
want
nothing to
to,
say. You
What's
guys
that?
had nothing. You guys had nothing to say earlier when I was cooking a steak. Like I grilled 5 steaks, and y'all were just like,
Man, you've been
not a
doing
word.
everything.
You've been
Dude,
getting it done.
I worked out. I put in 2 45-minute workouts today. I got grilled steaks. I've been, I don't know, man. Y'all,
And you're just sitting there looking sexy. So,
Right.
Well, I don't
what's our
know
excuse?
about. I don't know about that. now it's getting deep in here.
Hey, why don't we do this? We could take some super chats, questions in the chat. I'm going to go back behind me. I got my phone up there. We'll see if it works. I'm going to try to cook a ribeye real quick. I'm not going to take too long on this, but I wanted to show you guys what I got going on over there. And so I'm gonna close this one off because I think it's going to echo. So I'll jump back on here in a second. Or I'm just going to go to bed and you guys can run the rest of this for 15 hours, okay?
Good night. What's he doing?
I think he said he's going to cook himself a steak, so we get to hang out and see what's up. So
okay, all right,
that's pretty cool. He's got.
I see the steak cam is up.
Oh my
Can you hear
goodness!
me okay?
Yeah.
Oh, let me see. Oh, getting an echo.
How did you set off the fire alarm and you hadn't even got the steak going yet? I don't know. I think we can hear him. I'm not sure he can hear us.
Can you hear me now? I can hear you, kind of.
We can hear you,
Jared.
barely.
What, Jared from State
All right,
Farm.
I got to do a quick shout out. This is Colorado Craft Beef. I'm not an affiliate for them. We don't get anything for them. They sent me these and they said, try it if you like it. Maybe we'll send you some more. Yeah, because I got to eat. I got to eat, right? So
Yes.
here's I got to wash my hands. This is the ribeye.
Nice.
Both bone and ribeye. I've been looking forward to this thing all day. This is the Ninja air fryer. the build model. So he said have it up on the top, put it on broil. It's already sizzling. Wash my hands.
Was that vegetable oil?
A little bit of vegetable oil is fine, yep.
Okay.
You want to impress me? Send me some Colorado beef. That's what I'm talking about. I got to sit here and watch you eat it.
Yes.
All right.
That's like torture.